to the Hawks Nest live stream show game day. We're going deep into the heart of Ranker. That's right. We're on our way back into Rivalryville this week, folks. That old nemesis. I still feel that way, to me at least. That San Francisco 49er team, just a few hundred miles down to the south of us, but there is still yet that fierce kind of feel to this game, isn't it, as we approach? As our Niners go into San Francisco and see if they can turn the bell on a 2-0 record to start the gate out this current season. Hope you guys are doing well out there. My name, of course, is Brandon Kane. I welcome all of you guys into the chat today, hoping once again we can maybe celebrate a victory and our Hawks remain undefeated. And, oh yeah, that's right. We are on top of the division right now. We are currently in first place. We'll see how long it lasts, but it feels good to be here nonetheless. It's been a nice week being able to savor this particular victory. We'll see what our team can do this week. I know that I've projected a little bit that potentially I see this as a possible loss, not as much because San Francisco is just that much better than us, but because there's some other factors I think here at play, being that our Seahawks are working off of a little bit of a shortened week. One less day does make a bit of a difference in the NFL. I know as maybe some of you might go, it's one day. What is that? Well, it's the start of a year. It's the first game of the season. Your body's going to be a little extra sore. Now you take one of those days away because you played on Monday night, and you do counter that with a San Francisco team now that is going to be coming into this game, I think, all guns laid to bear. Trey Lance has a lot of questions surrounding him. I was on the, I don't know if you guys got a chance to see it. I got a little late in uploading it, but I uploaded going over to Last Second Sports. Shout out to Jesse over there. And I had a good time over there, but you could definitely sense a bit in that fan base that there is some heavy duty worry and concern as it pertains to Trey Lance. And they are definitely not completely sold on their side of things right now where they're looking at. So going to be interesting to watch that as this turns in this game. I've been trying to keep an eye on the weather. It went everywhere. It seemed like from we were going to get heavy rain showers about 4 days ago to now it seems like it's kind of an iffy chance, but there may be a decent. So I don't know if you guys have seen any live shots of the field or what might be going on there, but that will be, of course, an interesting thing to watch in this. I think a rain game I would think, help us, I believe, because we're not as much the team kind of, we've got a little bit, they want the mobile linemen moving in space. They want to try to take advantage with some of those fly sweeps. It is very much speed based in what they've done in the past, especially with how they want to hit the edges in the run game. So I think that would, as it did last week, hem San Francisco a little bit up more than it would us per se. But that will be another thing to potentially monitor in this game. Seahawks, from an injury standpoint here, we have nothing really major outside of course, Jamal Adams is out of this game. The other guy out right now in this game is going to be Joey Blunt, your backup safety position there. Artie Burns, Jake Curhan, Derek Young, and Miles Adams is sitting in this game. So I would factor to guess that does mean that Shelby Harris felt good enough to go in this particular game. Give me some leeway today too, guys. I am just getting over a pretty heavy-duty cold. So if I'm a little bit rummy or whatnot today, it's definitely been one of those ones that hits you a little bit upside your head on that. So on the other side of it, San Francisco's got some more interesting injury situations going on. Jimmy Ward, who has been a very good safety for them playing from the free safety position here for a couple of years now, top 100 guy, I think a couple times over. I'd say he's probably at least a top 5, top 4 potential safety in this sport. I'm sure Niner fans would go top two. I don't know. I'll give you top 4. Okay, guys, you get top 4. He is out in this game. Last I saw too, I believe that George Kittle is probably going to be out in this game. I didn't see the final inactive list for the Niners yet before we started today, but he has not been able to practice throughout the course of the week. If he does play, you have to feel like he's probably going to be on a limited snap count if that happens. The other key injury here is Daniel Brunskill. This is an offensive lineman for the Niners who's going to be out this week, and I think he's a guy they've really wanted to more put into that center position until Brendel, their starting center, could really take hold of the position. And Brendel didn't have a good game last week, at least not by PFF standard, and certainly I watched a bit of that game, though I didn't concentrate on it. He wasn't doing anything from the middle that I could see. So the interior of the offense there on the offensive line for the San Francisco 49ers does continue to be something to monitor in this game. Again, especially if this game has to go from going outside with wide zone stuff and pitch plays to more being now compacted inside, and now you're going away from the strengths of the San Francisco 49er offensive line to now the weakness of it. That again could build back towards Seattle as far as a strength in this game, an advantage in this game. But we'll see how this can play out. Want to have a little bit of interaction with you guys here before we get started, because once I do get into game time, I don't get as much chance to chat with you guys. So I do appreciate everybody jumping in. Once again, we're just continue to have marvelous growth here. Thank you to all the new subscribers who have hopped aboard and the new members of the channel. I really do appreciate you. If you could do me a favor right now, and that's just hit that like button right now if you could, because that does help this channel grow. And if you're not subscribed, please get subscribed. I would really appreciate it, as we are trying to get to the march to 10,000 subscribers this year before the end of the year, and we're making good pace. We're making good pace, but let's go even more. Let's get even higher. James Black, great day to be a 12. Let's get this W. Well said, James. Very well said. Go Hawks 05. Got Penny and Debo for a fantasy, so would like a high-scoring affair. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, go 05. I like it. I don't like Debo. I'm sorry, Debo's going to maybe break your heart today, but Penny will more than make up for it. 283, let's go. Jeffrey Athis has been celebrating 5 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you for your support, brother. Says, going to be a grinder. Let's fly. Let's fly. Seahawks country. Let's fly. Go Hawks 05. No Kittle. So there we go. Georgie's out. That's a big loss. San Francisco, you take out Jimmy Ward and George Kittle. That's 2 of their top 5 players removed off the board. You still got room in there for Trent Williams, Debo Samuel, and Fred Warner, but that's probably their 4 or 5s on the backside. Those are 2 fairly major hits for them. We're down Jamal Adams, so we've got our own little hit here, of course, but it's that does maybe potentially level the scales in this game just a tiny bit. 283-128. Game day. Let's go Hawks. Let's go. Thank you for the $2 donation, 283. I appreciate it. Nothing like game day, is there? Nothing like game day. Carl Nerney, so mad I had to watch Russ versus the Texans now that I moved to Denver. Oh. Carl, you're gonna need the eye bleach over and over. You're gonna need some sort of offsetting eye bleach, because now you got to watch all that. Oh my goodness, I know it's great moving to Colorado. I hear it's a wonderful place to live, but there's some sacrifices I'm not willing to make. I'm just not willing to do it. Excuse me. Again, guys, you're gonna deal with a little bit of a cough today, because I don't think it's the Rona, but it's definitely a little bit of a, hey, how you doing? Let's see here. Sorry, I got my last things. I didn't get this stuff done before the deal, which I probably should have. All right, let's get this going. Hopefully the stream works good today. Everything's looking good so far. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Thank you, 283. Appreciate you. Megan Gock Roger, my lady from down under. How you doing, Megan? We're now inside a month. In fact, I'm getting my tickets tonight. Thank you for the 5-0, though. She says, I've been wearing my Hawks jersey with pride here in LA. Got some nods and cheers. Let's go. Hell yeah. There's some 12s. They're quietly there in the depths in LA land. They are. I know they're there. It's simmering beneath. It ain't like when you go to San Francisco or San Jose, where it's like, it is all Niner country. But let's go, Megan. Cool breeze, yar. Snail, what's up, man? Megan Trojans had a good win. Ravens look like they will beat Miami. Need the Hawks to win for the perfect day. Oh, yeah, there we go. Nice. Got to see the USC get another one, huh? Jeff Snail with a $5 donation says, how big a troll would it be for the D to come out in a college-style 4-4-3? And do you think it could work against 49ers specifically? That would be a pretty crazy look. Would it work against the Niners? I mean, it's probably not something you want to lean into, because you're probably going to open stuff up on the back end if you run that. So you're gonna. The one thing Trey Lance has done even well last week was he's having a hard time on the short stuff. So you want to force him into that box of the short and intermediate pass. You don't want to have him trying to throw hole shots or post routes. 20-yard post routes. You want to keep him in because he can throw those balls. He can put those balls in the right spot. So I think theoretically I see where you're going with it, but that's why I'm more leaning into doing like a 4-3, just go traditional, what you ran last year with the Sam, where you get the de facto 5-man front, and then you're taking away that run game that way, and you're still keeping yourself clean on the back end. You're still able to run the cover 2 shell stuff at that point in time. That's why I lean more in the direction of doing that, is I can still accomplish one without sacrificing the other. And the 4-4-3 can, at times, unless you really run good quarters coverage and stuff like that, I don't know. It would be a little dicey there on the back unless you're really, really clean. But thank you for the don't know. Arturo, go Hawks and Hala Madrid. Go Hawks. Nice. Thank you for checking in from Madrid. Good to see you, Arturo. One night who waits. Good day, sir. Good day to you. MSR, Justin Coleman is also out. And yes, Kittle is out. Well, Justin Coleman's out. I don't know. Is he out? He wasn't on my out list thing, but I'll take your word for it. Certainly had a little bit of a rough go last week there for Mr. Coleman. Go Hawks 05 is Geno MVP today. I like it. Jeffrey A. Thistle, I can help you moderate the chat if you want. Yeah, for sure. Let me see if I got I'll make you one here in a second. Let me, let's make sure we got Megan in here right now. So I don't have too many, but I'll give you one here in a sec, Jeffrey, if we need. I'm trying to not do too many mods because I usually have a bunch of people in here, but I'm with it. If I'm definitely, we're not getting enough in here. Megan says, I have your ticket B. No need to get one. Sounds good, Megan. Sounds good. Computer enthusiast has 23-10 Niners. Well, I can't say you're super off because I was 21-14, something like that, 2013. William Leonard, Mofo Sunday ticket down again. Ugh. That's why, again, as I say, William, they need to, what needs to happen here is they need to just allow you to, prior to the year, you get to buy your team to watch your team's live games. Put what price tag you want to put on NFL. You know what I mean? Put what do you want to put on it? Just let me watch my games. So I don't have to go over here. They won't do it. I know, because they want to chop it all up into a million pieces. But I know this is why it's frustrating from that standpoint. Cool Breeze hoping Lock and DK get more into rhythm today. Yeah. I mean, if it's raining, you're certainly going to see a lot more run. You had two teams that already wanted to run the ball. They're going to see even more of an uptick after that. So, it's going to be probably not as much as those two guys in this game unless Seattle again leans back into being a heavy passing attack this next week. It sounds good. Thank you for Megan for the $2 donation, getting the ticket. I got to touch base with you post game here tonight too, to make sure we can lock in our timing on stuff. But I'm looking forward to it. Arturo's let's hope Seahawks win and Real Madrid wins. Well, I'll give you some Real Madrid love from my side with Arturo. Go Real Madrid today. Go Madrid. Computer enthusiast, it's not raining hard in San Francisco Bay Area. Okay. So it's not going to be, it'll be somewhat a factor, but maybe not hugely a factor. Go Hawks, Nick Chubb with 32 points. I said Nick Chubb's good. He's good. Grug says, what do you think of Will Leif's play yesterday? I mean, it still kind of remains in the same pocket of it. You're going to end up picking him with worries about the fact that he is so, at times, wild with the ball. Another red zone interception yesterday. The defensive back undercut the route really well, so it was a very good play by the cornerback there. It wasn't necessarily the same as the previous interception in the red zone where he just dropped back and decided pre-play where he was going to go with it. And again, around all that is some really good throws, some just NFL throws. And here's the other thing about when I give him a little bit of credit on his, like I leave his little room on his interceptions, because unlike these one read option quarterbacks that are back in shotgun all the time, already back where they're sitting, don't have to worry about footwork, and they're going to one read, and then they miss throw on that one read, I'm going to hammer the hell out of that guy, as opposed to a guy like Levis who is coming up under center, goes into his drop back after a skillful play action, then goes through read 1, 2, and then when he comes back to read 3, he puts a real well thrown ball down the seam, and the cornerback makes a great play on it. Now, you got to be more careful with the ball, 100%. But I'm not going to penalize that guy as much there because he's doing a lot of NFL things before that one thing happened. And you can, I think, teach these kids eventually to be a little bit safer on that ball. Like get to that third read and make sure you see that third read. Don't just come back to that third read and instinctually let it rip, which is what he did. Now, again, all around, I didn't see enough out of him to necessarily knock him down a peg. Some people are going to really hammer him for the interceptions this year, but this is, again, why I'm going to be a little bit more, unless he goes really off the tilted end with it, I'm going to be a little bit more understanding with some of those picks. Still, you would like to see him try to clean just those things up around the brilliance that you see at times, but just a live arm, strong arm, great mechanics. Great, smooth delivery, puts the ball right where it needs to be. And again, shows that toughness when he's out running around. You're going to have to teach him how to slide and stuff. He's got the same Josh Allen stuff that goes on. But nothing I saw that I would knock him for outside. Just if he can clean up those interceptions, it'd be nice because we're going to hear that stuff over and over again. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it, brother. And congratulations to you on the news. Says Hawks about to get the dub. Ooh, Randall coming in hot with some confidence. Loving it. Run the ball. Stop the run. Recipe for success. Hashtag Go Hawks. Hey, that's the way to put it, Randall. And that is exactly what, to me, this game's about as well. You got to run the ball on this team. You're going to have to commit to running the ball. You're going to have to muck this up, dirty this game up a little bit. On the other side of it, how well can you stop the run? Denver last week kind of worked into, we want to throw the ball more. Of course, Russ wanted to get out there and show people what he could do. He wasn't wanting to go into Seattle and hand the ball off 45 times. But indeed, if Denver had maybe handed the ball off 45 times last week, you could make an argument that they may have been in a better position to win that football game because the Seahawks never really fully proved over the course of the game that they could consistently stop the run. Both Gordon and Williams kind of had their way, working their way running the ball for the most part. So we'll see what we can do against the San Francisco team that's definitely going to continue to work that. They will not bail on it. They will not say, okay, now we got to start throwing because this is getting boring running the ball. No, they're just going to keep running and running and running and running. So I think it's a good key, Randall. It's a key for where I'd look at this game too. Run the ball and how well you stop the run. I wouldn't always put that on every game. This is that particular game that's got that old school kind of approach because you have two old school minded approaches teams in the way that they want to try to win football games coming into this game. Boney N says, Go Hawks, West Coast, Canada. Okay. We got Spain to Canada to Australia here in the house. We are triangulating this globe. What's up, Boney? Bisky failed, Jeffrey? Bisky? Oh, Trubisky failed? Trubisky looked awful today, Jeff. Trubisky looked like, dear Lord. Whew. He makes playing the quarterback position look hard. Some guys make it look easy, and he makes it look hard. Like he's just running uphill every time. So almost. Alexander Wheeler, Coleman, Curhan, Miles, Blunt, Burns, and Young are out. That's right. No super surprises there, I guess. I had forgotten Coleman, so I guess Coleman's out. We're going to see Kobe Bryant out of the slot. Alexander says notable outs for Niners are Kittle and their right tackle, IRC. Is McGlinchey out? Also, Brunskill was already out, and he's kind of their versatile all-around guy on that offensive line. So if McGlinchey's out, I mean, it's raining a little bit down there. Somebody, Niner fan in the chat, computer enthusiast, you're saying, well, it looks like it's raining a little bit. It's got like that haze of rain over it's not pouring, but I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it's just the look of it. George Samuel says, just watch your stream with a 49er podcaster. It was really nice. Good job conveying your points and have a nice, rational conversation with the 49er fan. Well, thank you, George. I really do appreciate it. I was a little late getting that up to you guys because I was a little bit sick the last couple of days. But I have a great time over there with Jesse at Last Second Sports. I've done this 2 years in a row with him. We're going to have him back over here on our side of it next lead-in to the game when we play the Niners next. So I have a good time for the very reason that you mentioned, George, and that you're able to just have he likes just talking good, honest football. And it's not about, who's going to sit here and talk the best trash as much as let's put these two matchups together. Where are you standing, how you feel. I don't know. I like that much better than the just my team's awesome and amazing. No, my team's awesome, amazing. No, my team's awesome. No, my team's awesome. Like, to me, that has such a short shelf life of entertainment value. It can be fun, but it's fun for like 5-second doses. So I love that much more, and he's really nice over there, and he's doing a good job. He's getting some great growth over on his side of things. All right, so the kickoff is going to begin here with Seahawks deferring to San Francisco. Let me make sure here. We got Elliot Clark celebrating 3 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Says it's Ken Walker time. Well, you could just tell Carol, like a dog that you just gave with a fresh bone you took up out of the freezer, was sitting there just gnawing here for weeks of, well, we're going to get Walker back. We're going to get Walker back. He is, you can tell as he's chomping at that bit. He wants to see the man return here. So he definitely is excited about what you could potentially see with it. I'm excited. Certainly nice to have an extra running back in this backfield this week. with this, potentially kind of game where it's a little bit slippier conditions and you're going to need your running game. So I'm hyped about it as well. Keldon, what's up? Welcome, Keldon, in the house, 49er fan. And George is also in Alexandria, Egypt. I forgot, George. That's right. So we're more than triangulated here, George. We are worldwide officially. And there is a run play right up the middle out the gate here for the Niners, and that's going to gain about 7 yards over the right side. Little not quite inside zone there, but they went counter to the initial flow of the play. James Black, what's up? James Black says the red zone pick was on a 4th down, so it's not as bad. Yeah, there we go, James. See, you're making me feel even better about it. Making me feel even better. All right, Lance and shotgun out of a pistol formation. Another give inside. Running back does a nice job there of twisting his way through traffic, and he's going to get a first down. Inside zone run right up the middle. Nice little breeze blowing today along with the rain. You can see Hawk players got the towels at their side, and it's definitely blowing off their body on all of them. So a good little wind there on the field today. Lance goes shotgun now. Quick little throw out to Brandon Ayuk. He catches it in space and is up the field for 15 yards. First down. They ran two tight ends to one side and a fullback. Ran play action, countered to that side. Ayuk ran a little out route. Seahawks were in off coverage and zone. This is, again, where you put your pickle as far as your strong safety in these kind of formations, because you have your strong safety in his natural cover 2 formation pre-snap, but you've then got a slot receiver with a free release in Brandon Ayuk there post-snap. It's very hard for Jones to come up and do much of anything on that type of play. 1st and 10, 2 tight ends, all to one side, pitch play to the right. Another nice run for about 5 or 6 yards. Second down. Davis Price with the carry. All right, 12:41 to go here in the first quarter. Play action by Lance. Under pressure. Throwing the ball away. Play action there didn't fool the Seahawks. So bring them 3rd and 6. 12:35 to go. 12:36 to go, sorry. Kyle Juszczyk goes in motion to tight end. Lance and shotgun. A lot of pre-snap motion here by the Niners. Lance going to run with this right up the middle. He's got himself a first down. That was just a keeper by the quarterback all the way through there out of shotgun. Osama Ben Diesel, No Mariners live stream. Not today when I'm doing, nope, not when I got the Hawks going at the same time. I'll try to get back on that though soon. All right, 1st and 10 here from the Seahawks 27. Lance under shotgun, another pitch play here. This goes right up the middle. Easy yardage, about 20 yards there right up the middle for Davis Price. Big, huge hole. Seattle running a 3-4. Barton completely swallowed. Twandre Diggs misses the tackle in the open field, but a worry I had with Barton, man, is a 3-4 defense puts him in a position where he's going to have a guard coming downhill on him, and he's just shown no ability to get around those guys. He doesn't have the strength to overpower him. He doesn't have the quickness to jump around it. And Tyrion Davis Price is having his way in this first drive. 1st and goal now. Oh, great play there. Knifing into the backfield. Johnson Jr. Johnson Jr.? Who the F is Johnson Jr.? Chad, can you help me on that one? Johnson Jr.? Well, great play. Kid just penetrated in the backfield and took him down for a 3-yard loss. And Seahawks red zone defense. Third and goal. I'm tripping about the Johnson thing. I forgot. I had forgot this guy was on the roster, man. Oh my God. Woo. All right, third and goal. Can the Seahawks continue to be rigid in the red zone as they have so far this season? 10:07 to go, third and goal. Niners are sitting at about the 7-yard line. Trey Lance and shotgun. 3 wide. Seahawks are bringing a blitz. Lance doesn't see it. Still gets the ball off. Barton is there tight in coverage. It'll be a gain of 3 down to about the 3-yard line. Fourth and goal. We'll see if the Niners decide to go for it here. Seahawks brought a very well-timed blitz there by Johnson off the edge. Lance didn't see it until the last second. Did a good job of getting rid of the ball. And, that might not have been caught there. The Niners are going to go for a field goal attempt. So the bendeth, but don't breaketh defense continueth. As the field goal attempt is up, and it is through. He hits the 20-yarder. So the Niners' first offensive drive is well played on their part. Definitely doing what I said, which is they're going to try to they'll keep bumping the running game. And if Seahawks cannot prove that they can't stop it, they're going to make you stop it. They'll run 55 times this game if that's what this is showing itself to go and be. Big Country says, Lance will give us chances for picks. Got to take advantage. You will get some opportunities. The young kid like this, you're going to get some chances. The thing, though, they've got to start with, though, is, again, you've got to stop in the running game. You've got to find the way here in the running game to get rigid, because they're going to lean into this. They're not going to lean into throwing the ball. And so there's no surprise at what they're going to try to do. I think you've got to really just kind of lock in here. But there were some pretty big gaps there early on that Niners ran 7 times for 43 yards in that first drive. Sergeant Ligma, can we just watch the game? No, Ligma, the second I publish the game, it'll just get taken down. And I'll get hit with a copyright strike. So you won't even get accomplished the thing you want, because they'll remove it. It's got algorithms in place that there's no way around it. That's why you can't find any streams, because the second guys do it, they're just, I would if I could, man. Kelton says Niners moving the ball last week but couldn't score. Yeah. I mean, it's legit right now a concern and question mark, Kelton, with us stopping the run. We got to lock this up, because 7 for 43, Shanahan's going to look at that on his chart and go, okay, we'll just stay with this then. We don't need to pass. Mark Habercorn, what's up, man? Go Hawks. Cool Breeze, I hope Quandary picks off Lance today. I hope he picks him off multiple times. Multiple. Deadly says, I just want to say I enjoy the commentary. I have the game on mute while listening to your commentary. Well, thank you, man. I'm trying to get better at this, so I'm trying to steadily improve. I'm definitely new to this, trying to do the play-by-play stuff, but I've loved doing it, so I want to keep getting better at it. If you guys want to watch with it, I'm down. I'm down. I appreciate you, man. All right. Snail says, now comes the scary part. Why? Because DJ Dallas is about to house this. Here's the kickoff to DJ. He's going to receive it about the 2. See, that's a play where DJ Dallas has got to let that just bounce, man. If he lets that bounce out, that's going to go out of bounds and be at the 40-yard line. Or it goes into the out-of-bounds marker and you get the 25. Instead, it's a return to the 20. The Niner kicker purposely angled the kick towards the sideline there to try to get DJ to return that. He sort of took what he was trying to get him to do. Ryan says, game's not on here in Virginia. Thanks for the great commentary. Oh, well, thank you, Ryan. I will try to keep you guys up here play by play as I can. And we got 9:09 on the clock here with our Seahawks. Geno in pistol formation here with Rashad behind him. Drops back to throw. Hits Will Disley out in the flat for a gain of about, or Fant in the flat for a gain of about 3. Much like last week, Seattle coming out and doing a little bit of throwing in first down. A place where we've seen them be overall pretty conservative in recent years. And how about the pistol formation with Geno Smith, huh? Seahawks saw the Niners pistol and said, we got a pistol too. Seahawks come out now here, a little more under center stuff here. Inside handoff to Rashad Penny, who is able to push the pile forward there for about a gain of 5. This will bring up a 3rd and 1. That was, again, the 3 tight end look that Seahawks unveiled last week, all to one side of the field. Kind of a little bit of a different spin on their heavy formations of the past, where that 3rd tight end would just be a tackle. All right, Geno under center here, 3rd and 1. Inside handoff to the fullback. Kenneth Walker playing fullback takes the inside dive for a gain of 7. Walker looking good in the fullback. Do we got a fullback, folks? We got a fullback? All right, Kenneth. Kenneth, of course, returning from the hernia surgery he had a couple weeks ago. Love it. A little ingenuity there by the Seahawks offense. All right, 1st and 10. Geno back in, handoff, give up the middle again to Penny. He bounces off the first tackler, and there's another guy there to kind of swallow him on up. So bring him up, no gain. And we got a problem here with DK Metcalf. The telecast is already kind of showing him holding on to his hand a little bit, which is not awesome to see. .6:49 to go here in the first quarter. 2nd and 10. Geno again in pistol formation. Drops back to throw. He's looking over to DK. DK does a nice job at catching that ball out away from his body. It's another very short gain on the play. Going to be interesting to monitor how his hand's doing here. He did a good job to go up there and make that catch, but he was grabbing at that hand a few minutes ago. Third down and 5. Geno in shotgun. Niners showing a heavy-duty blitz. Heavy-duty blitz. They're bringing everybody and their mama. Here they come. A little bit of contact there before the ball arrives. It looks like it's going to go uncalled as Geno had to get rid of that ball quickly. DK didn't have any real separation. There's not a lot of time to get a lot of separation there. I guess they're going to maybe call it uncatchable. He definitely arrived before the ball arrived. Maybe they're saying he was going for the ball, so yeah, it wasn't really catchable anyway. I'll just give him a good coverage on that one. So Seahawks are going to come up punting now here on 4th and 5. Dixon, low driver there, but the punt returner fair catches it there at the 10-yard line. And they're showing a shot here from the sideline. Carroll wanted some pass interference on that play. There's contact, but the official is going to say that the player has a right to the ball. So I always say, think back to the Super Bowl play with Malcolm Butler, where he technically makes contact with Lockett before he gets to the ball, but the defender does have a right to the ball if he's playing the ball. And indeed he was playing the ball. The country, the Dolphins made a huge comeback on Ravens. Wow. Ravens were up on that game for a while. Nolan Arvans, what's up? Real estate work done. Headed to get in front of the TV and watch along. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Nolan. Gina Ferrugia says, "This is okay. We'll get him next time." We'll get him next time. Just a little bump in the road, Gina. That's all it is. Big Country, it's a must to stop the run on this drive. Yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it. Got to lock in. The Snail says, "Why are we letting the pass rush tee off on a third and manageable?" I don't know. I mean, Gino went to what would be a hot route there. DK's running the slant route there. That's where, if you're talking to Gino on that, you're saying, hey, why don't you put it on the body on his inside? If the defender's playing over the top like that and closing in on where the ball is going to come to, kind of put it more into his body maybe. But that's a very tough adjustment to ask a quarterback to make. I wouldn't ding Gino hard on that and say, well, you need to make that adjustment. Like, he's kind of putting it right around where he needs it. It's not an accurate pass, but it's the right read, and it's the right place to go with it. George Samuel, what about them Colts? I think is that this is as disappointing a start as any team has had in the NFL right now is the Colts. And I don't know, every time I haven't taken a close look at Matt Ryan, but you do wonder, is Matt Ryan at a spot where there's not a lot left in the tank there? Or is he pressing too much? It certainly is a little bit too early to make a final assessment, but he's not hitting the ground running there. Ryan says, how is everyone feeling about the game today? I think we're all a little bit hopeful, worried, hopeful. Bit of both. Deadly says, I'm concerned with our tackling. Yeah, I'm a little bit too. DK is a little is hyped up over the sideline. Okay. There we go. All right, 5:53 to go on the clock here in the first quarter. Niners up 3-0 here, operating from their own 11-yard line. Under center, a pitch play outside. So you can see here with the Niners, they get another gain of 8 yards there on just an easy pitch play to the outside. Not amazing blocking. What they're doing here is what I've talked about with the Niners and how they attack in their running game, whereas our run game can sometimes get stilted to the inside and become very obsessed with that. They're utilizing the edges. They attack laterally, but then they still come back inside. It's a pitcher working through their different pitches, and so we got 2nd and 2. Juszczyk goes in motion. Handoff then up the middle. So you work off the pitch play to a run play up the middle. We got a flag on the play, but that would be a theoretical first down here. Defense can never lock in on where you're going. They never know where it's going to be at. And it'll be tough for you folks, just to let you know. It's hard to respond on the chat, so I'm probably just going to be doing the play-by-play as much as anything here. We, of course, do a real long post game, but I'll probably be just going on this. So it looks like that's a penalty on Seattle. So that will actually be a first down. They're going to call Darrell Taylor. He says, I don't know. All right, 1st and 10. 4:52 to go on the clock. Pitch play, cut inside instantly. Nice job there by Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant pursued that on the backside and nearly got himself a caused fumble. Deebo Samuel was given that ball, and he didn't feel Kobe coming, and Kobe came in with the tomahawk crunch and just couldn't get there. DK hurt, back, ouch. Yeah, DK looks like there's something wrong. There's something wrong. 2nd and 8 now. Lance back in shotgun. Another give out to Deebo. Darrell Taylor's got him at first, but then lets him get free. Deebo's up the field, and Deebo might be gone. Debo is still running up the field, and finally, Seattle's able to track him down at the 20. Darrell Taylor had him dead to rights in the backfield, one-on-one hemmed up. Debo made a miss in a phone booth and then showed off that acceleration to get up to speed. I mean, this doesn't, as a defender, it doesn't get kind of any easier than this for you than this. He is dead on, unblocked, one-on-one with Debo. There's no misdirection. He knows who's got the ball there. Just completely cannot stop the run. I've pointed to this in the past with Darrell Taylor. For those folks that get as hyped as they do about him, it's not just about how he rushes the passer, it's how he plays the run. And he's got some serious issues right now as they go again at his side here on this play where Seattle does finally get a stop. He's got to get better in that regard here, or he's going to just turn into a rotational guy, because those kind of big plays have happened last year in the times when they put him in that spot. Tough. I know Debo is hard to pull down in the open field, but that's before you got him up to speed. He's just gotten the handoff, and you've got him there dead to rights. And jump on, hang on, hold on. Don't just completely get smoked. All right, 2nd and 8 now, 2:39 to go on the clock. The give is up the middle here to Trey Lance. This will bring up 3rd down. Trey Lance falls back down to the ground. They helped him up at first, and now he's back on the ground, writhing a little bit. It was an inside run with the quarterback all the way. This was another diagrammed quarterback run. And we're going to see Garoppolo. This will bring up 3rd and 6. Well, the Niners out the gate here have tried to use Lance with 2 different runs now up the middle, and you're running basically power with quarterback. I'm okay with doing some prescribed quarterback runs, but power up the middle with a quarterback do we have to just read option, let him get to an edge so at least maybe he can use a sideline as his help. You run power up the middle, just like what happened there. You're going to take on forward-facing shots, and we are going to commercial here as he's injured and being taken to the sideline. Jack says Jimmy was smiling when then Trey went down. Shaking my head. Oh, Lordy. Keldon says, I just said Kyle calls too much quarterback power with Lance. My God, Keldon, what is there's ways to let him roll, give him on bootlegs and stuff, or read options where it's just, if it's not there, he can get down. Don't put running backs will tell you the hardest shots they take are not when they're out in space. The hardest shots they take are in between the tackles because you can't see it coming. You don't have enough time to react to it. That's your starting quarterback. I know he can run, but odd. Tyler Muir, Darrell Taylor looking like hot garbage right now. Can't even tackle. Caleb Lindley, you streaming game here? I'm not streaming the actual game on here. No, I'm just reacting to the game. I would if I could, Caleb, but that gets you booed off YouTube. I'm trying to stay on YouTube. Well, Mad Wolf, I know that we're going to be bad at the run game. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how this game continues. It's possible. It's going that direction right now, but we'll see. Oh, no, and I laughing out loud, I forgot Jimmy G's the backup. Always back there lurking, Jimmy G. Always back there lurking. Yeah, it looks like it is. They're taking him off on the card, says Mark. Yeah. Boy. Oh, boy. Paul Third says ACL. Yeah, they're legit out there with the cart. Like, he can't put anything on that leg. 49er fans with their hands on their head in the stands. Yeah, you feel bad for the kid. You do feel bad for the kid. That's tough. That's tough. Voodoo Magic just in. Jimmy G wants to avoid his pay cut. Yeah, exactly. Well, he wanted this chance, I guess, from the stand. That's why one of the reasons he remained. And it looks like Cody Barton came up and laid the hit that kind of, it's almost like Cody hit the hit and then Monet laid on him as he laid the hit. And when he laid on him, maybe that was where they put a little too much pressure on the leg as it was turned awkwardly. He does not look like it's feeling he's in a lot of pain right now. Poor kid. Oh, Lordy. Justin Warfield says, reminds you of what his dad Shanahan did to RG3. Again, I know it's not my team and ain't my thing to say on this, but it just like, I'm not going to hammer it home too much because we're talking Seahawks here, but just you go, like, come on. Like, you can use a quarterback's legs so many other ways without having to run a power up the middle. That's one of those caveman calls. 3rd and 6, 2:15 to go here in the first quarter. Garoppolo back in shotgun. Drops back to throw. He gets absolutely obliterated after the pass. I don't know who hit. Somebody, was that a Wusu? If you get a chance, watch this replay. That was a head snapper. Wait, hello. That'll wake you up in the morning, boy. There you go. There you go. Clean hit by Owusu. Clean. And this will bring out another field goal attempt here for Robbie Gould. Another short one. 33-yard attempt. The kick is up. And good. Almost blocked. But a good job there by the Hawks again. Bendeth, but don't breaketh. I think that's the t-shirt I got to get made here. And Niner faithful shaking their head there a little bit after that drive, as they have been able to move the ball pretty well here against your Seahawks, but do have appeared to have lost their guy Trey Lance here for potentially the season. Lance was playing well, and the Niners are now over 100 yards in one quarter running the football. 1 quarter, 100 yards, 2 possessions. So, Nagasu says Shanahan doesn't care about his players. I guess not, man. I mean, there's been a thought process out there that maybe he was a Mac Jones guy. That's who he had wanted. And that he almost got overruled by the brass to end up picking Trey Lance. And so maybe this is a little bit of a middle finger back to the brass. Like, oh, you want me to use him? Fine, I'll use him. Oh, I should take advantage of his legs. Is that what I should do? Mr. Free Safety Lynch. Is that what I should be doing? Okay. No, I'll take advantage of his legs. Sure. No, I will. No. Oh, no, we'll take advantage. We'll take advantage. Jimmy, you okay back over there? You ready? Huh? No, we're going to take advantage. We totally are. You're good, though. You're ready. Like, the shoulder is good. Like, I'm going to need you to play. Like, don't worry about it. I'm talking to my backup quarterback. I'm going to take advantage of his legs. Just believe that. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Kyle. He's got that curmudgeon. He's got some Belichick in him, Kyle does. I love Kyle, but he's got a little bit of that Belichick. That Belichick just, he's, Alexander Wheeler, Shelby Harris questionable return. That sucks. I was wondering why they didn't just go with, I really wanted to kind of see some Miles in this game, man. I knew Harris was already beat up coming out of the last game. I mean, wasn't Miles Adams ready to go? Snail says, good job by Bryant containing that. I like what I saw of Bryant last drive. He almost caused that fumble there. That was a well done on that backside play too. In Tech World, what are the Niners doing putting Lance in that position? Multiple runs up the middle. What? I don't know. I don't know. We've got Keldon in the chat here. He's our one of our Niner fans in the chat here, and even he was shaking his head and like, I don't know why you're doing. That's not. You don't do that. No, just no. Seven play, 74-yard drive there for the Niners. Took 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Don Mata with a $5 donation. Thank you, Don. We are destined to beat Jimmy. Poor Trey Lance. Feel bad for the kid. I feel awful for him, Don. I'm very hopeful for him, and that very hopeful for him, and that he's got to suffer this early on. And it's after the game last week. So many were ready to bury him. I mean, I'm in the Niner podcast this last week, and like they had a lot of them just like, he's garbage. He's so done. Like some were hopeful, but there were some in there that were like, I'm done with it. I like, gosh, man, he just had one game there against the Bears. Kids were making these assessments of the kid when he's so young, but those folks I'm sure are going to be as loud as ever. And DK kind of flexing his right arm a bit. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's definitely fighting through something right now. Squeezing that right hand as he steps on the field here for 1st and 10. The Seahawks get their second possession of the game here with 1:26 in the first quarter. Rashad Penny in the backfield. 2 tight ends to one side of the field. The give is into Rashad Penny here up the middle. He turns and uses some good acceleration there to get himself a gain of 6. And I'm sorry if you guys do hear me cough a little bit here today. I'm just a little getting over just the other outer edges of a cold right now. So I'm going to have to cough from time to time, but I appreciate you dealing with me on that. 2nd and 4, 1:03 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks down 6-0. Geno steps up to throw, quickly under pressure, gets it out to Tyler Lockett on the edges for a quick first down. Nice job by Geno to get that over the top of that defender there. That's where having Geno with a little bit more of a size is from the quarterback position. He can get that throw over the top of the closing defender, being Bosa there. Bosa just keeps getting yoked up every time I see him. It's like here's Bosa. 1st and 10 here for Geno under center, and an I formation look there, kind of. Oh, gives into, looks like Walker had nowhere to go there right from the jump there on that play. That will be a loss of 1. Nice job of getting some early penetration there by the Niners on that particular play. Another inside run by the Seahawks there. That's where I wish they could show a replay of that to see where that got blown up from. They're just going to show us a still shot of the guy who made the play and talk about it. All right, that will be the last play of the first quarter here. So, a lot definitely going on. Seahawks down 6-0 here. They're going to have the ball with 2nd and 10, right about the 34-yard line or so, somewhere in there. And that will end the first on that. But so stopping the run's been a little bit tough in this first quarter. We've got Garoppolo now in the game. Lance is out. Does look like a major injury there, but odd first quarter there. Half Daddy, I missed Jamal's hard hits. It seems like our defense has forgotten how to tackle. We're definitely, that's definitely been a little bit of not been great here so far. There's also some big holes being opened up as well. And the Niners got our defense guessing from a schematic standpoint. We don't know if it's going inside, outside. And so there's a little bit of that chess match that goes on between the defensive coordinator and an offense, and where am I going to put my resources to? And, I was worried about this coming in, and you can see out the jump here. It's, Niners up 6-0 in this game, and they're the team out the first quarter that's ran the ball better. Seattle's got 5 carries for 18 yards, and they got 12 for 108. So that's really going to be, I think, a dictating factor in this game one way or another. Randall with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you. Says has to be the 5th 49th quarterback. Has to be 5th 49th. Has to be the 49th quarterback the Hawks have hurt in 10 years. We've gotten our share, man. We took our share. We've taken our share out. I remember back in the day in Legion of Boom, we had a couple of weeks there where we were like back-to-back weeks taking out the starters. It was a very common occurrence. But Shanahan, somebody said, did him a little bit like Robert Griffin there. That was shades of Robert Griffin, where you decided from the jump in this game you're going to use Lance in this game to run. And I understand maybe why, because you're down running backs, and so you're like, if there's a time we got to lean on our quarterback to run the ball more, this is that game. But there's way more inventive ways to do that than what they did him there. Nagasa says it's the ankle for Lance, at least not the knee. That's good news. That's great news for him. Because then even if it's dislocated, that's like you can come back within the year. If it's tendon, then that's the worrisome part. Alrighty. Seahawks come out here to start things off in the second quarter. Geno in a pistol formation. Sort of a read option, broken play there right from the start. A little bit of confusion by the Hawks and Geno, as he kept the read option and then went down for a loss of 1. Trying to wrap my head in confusion of what just happened there. I ran it with a $2 donation, the 5th 49er quarterback we've heard. Oh, okay. Yeah, we've gotten our share of Niner quarterbacks. That's true. 3rd and 12 now. Geno in shotgun. Little flip out to Kenneth Walker. Walker, not really much space to work with there. He will barely bring that back a couple yards up to the 40-yard line. That will bring up 4th down. Very odd play calling here for Waldron on this one. Again, nothing but inside runs to start things out here. The read option play there with Geno. I don't know why you're running read option with Geno. I don't know what. And then Geno kept it, and he was like confused after he kept it. That's not. All right, here's the punt now. Seahawks do a very good job of getting down and making the play. And Jimmy Garoppolo will retake to the field here. Deadly says, I remember we retired Tony Romo. That's right. That was the Cliff Averill play in the preseason. Pulled him sideways. Drew Brees says, maybe Taylor's a pure edge rusher. Size doesn't seem to be there for really dealing with runners in space. Very well said, maybe here, Drew. I mean, look, Bruce Irvin was this kind of way. That's what you did with Bruce Irvin. Why Bruce Irvin made the transition to Sam linebacker after he started out at defensive end here in Seattle, despite the fact here early on into Seattle, he had a back-to-back years, I think, with 8 sacks, was because of the fact that you could not trust him in the run game. And you put him into more of a Sam linebacker role. Now he can operate out of that role, and he can utilize his speed a little bit. And Sam doesn't have to cover as much as some of the other linebackers do in space, as far in space. And that may be just kind of similar to what we're looking at with here with Taylor. The jury's still out, but so far what I've seen with him, when we saw it even last week, and it stood out to me in the tape, the Broncos are attacking that. The Niners are going to attack that as well. You know, while he's trying to find his sea legs out there as a run-stuffing outside linebacker in a 3-4 defense, teams are going after him. And he's not got a real good counter right now as we kind of stand right now, and it's going to continue to be a bit of a part of the reason why this team's going to struggle hemming up the run until they get it figured out. Check. That was a fast quarter. Was a fast quarter. Lester Cross, is every else experiencing Hawks Nest as being about 1 second lag? Do I got a lag today? Am I not good on my deal? Sorry if it's a little bit behind. Keldon says RG3 wouldn't protect himself in the open field running. No, he wouldn't. Lance has no chance on those runs. No, he doesn't. It's hard to teach those young guys to be careful. It seems like it takes a couple of years for most of them to finally figure it out. You've seen it from the Josh Allens to the Lamars and everything in between, where these guys will just roll and roll. Gianno Cazaveres, how are you watching the game? I'm watching on Fubu. Snell says Taylor needs to stop skipping leg day. All right, so 13:35 to go here in the second quarter. Jimmy Garoppolo under center. Play action. Looking. And we're going to get a pass interference here on Bryant. It's paid, Giovanni. I had to pay. And that's going to be pass interference. Bryant was on Kobe. because Kobe now in the slot in this game. Let's take a look here. Playing a press look at the snap. And Debo runs a little whip route. And they get the rookie being a little over aggressive. It was handsy, it was legit. 13:30 to go, 1st and 10 from the Seahawks 39-yard line. Here's the give up the middle, and whoa, Seahawks had that whole thing swallowed up. Big Al Woods coming with the swallow. He looked like the whale coming up out of the waters there. That was instantaneous off the handoff. Look at Big Al. You can't leave Big Al unblocked. You can't leave Big Al unblocked. What you thinking? And boy, that could have been an even more violent hit as fast as he was coming. That's a lot of mass moving pretty fast. 2nd and 14, Garoppolo in shotgun. Seahawks showing a 4-man front. Nice throw by Garoppolo. That'll be about a gain of almost 10 there. Garoppolo starting out 2 of 2 for 16 yards. This game's going to be over in about an hour and a half. We're at 12:15 to go here already in the second quarter. Seahawks again showing a 4-man front here, 3rd and 2. Niners are throwing. Ball is going to be complete on an out route, about 15 yards down the field, and it was wide open. Tariq Woolen in coverage. Woolen just playing off. They need 2 yards. Let's give them 9. Let's give them 9 of free space. All right, the Niners now on the Seahawks side of the field at 39-yard line. Play action pass. Garoppolo going to throw over the top. Tight end is wide open in space, and he's going to easily score. Nobody even near him in coverage. Absolutely, completely open, as wide as he gets, and made the catch and had a good 20 yards before him and Quandre Diggs were going to be matched up, where Diggs was going to have to try to tackle him in open space up to speed. Diggs had no chance, and that will be an easy touchdown for the 49ers. Completely blown coverage by the Seahawks in this. Boy. Okay. So yeah, this is a rough start so far. This is pretty rough. I mean, defense just looks completely. I knew we were going to get the Niners' best punch here today, but whoa. Garoppolo just came in and shredded us on that drive. Just shredded us. I don't know what, Cody Barr, MSR mentions. I don't know whose coverage responsibility was that, but all of the linebackers dropped into short zones or they were biting on the run play action. And I mean, it's part of the problem with when you don't give up the run to begin things is now things are going to get opened up in the play action game because you have to overcommit. You've got to take that extra step forward to try to get a little bit better in the run game, get a little bit closer to making a play. Now that opens you up on the back end. But there wasn't even a guy chasing down in coverage to go after the tight end there. He was just standing open, and there was just nobody even around him trying to even catch up. Jeffrey Thistle with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. He says that money line is not looking so dumb anymore. Yeah, it's looking pretty accurate at the moment. You knew there was going to be a reason why Vegas had a 9.5 swing on this game. Kelton says, I'm changing my story. This QB controversy is what it will take to make Jimmy G a Super Bowl winner. Jimmy G MVP. He's playing like MVP so far. Jeez. Jeremy Cardos, DK should calm down. Reminds me of Terrell Owens. Yeah, he's hyped off the first drive. He's woo. So folks asking me how to watch game live. Fubo.com if you're local in Seattle. I don't know if you're out of the market, how to watch it. Paul says the Seahawks were better prepared for Broncos defense. Maybe having Locke help the game prep. Could have. I mean, it's possible. I mean, let's face it, they didn't look amazing last week either, though, Paul. You know, like they were able to get some stops and turnovers down at the other end zone, which turned things around a bit. But they were certainly not able to stop the run. You know, Wilson could have easily had 400 yards in that game throwing if you add in the pass interference calls he got. But this was also the thing I was talking about. It's a short week, going on the road. Niners have something to prove. They've been kind of called out this last week after that performance. So it's a little bit of those factors coming into play, I feel like, to a degree. But also, your weaknesses are being shown up here. I mean, you're unable to stop the run. Over 100 yards in that first quarter. See what they can do here. See if they can bounce back. Still is early in this game, though. 11-19 in the second quarter, and Geno Smith will come back out onto the football field. See if Waldron can script some stuff up a little better here. Geno started off 4 of 5 for 20 yards. I think at some point or another, you've got to think a little bit about trying to push the ball up the field with Geno at one point or another. I'm not talking about taking shots all over the field, but certainly early on here, there's been a lot of dependency on just trying to throw everything short and hoping guys are going to break it for big runs. All right, he comes out with that two tight ends in the backfield, one running back behind him look. Play action. Geno steps back to throw, and there he goes, right after a nice little deep shot down the field there. Not deep, but like deeper they've been going, at least, compared to where they've been hitting. And I did lock it for about a gain of 13, 14 yards there. I like that coming out. Let it rip a little bit there. We've had a chance to get a feel for how the Niners are going to try to play in this game. Now counter back into that a little bit here. 10:48. Geno under center. Play action. Oh. Play action was completely swallowed up. Geno was under pressure from the moment he got to the back of his drop. He managed to get the ball up over the hands, out to Will Disley in the flat, but then there was a Niner over there covering that play up very quickly as well. Just Niners were running a little bit of a blitz on that play. 2nd and 12. Seattle having a hard time keeping themselves just from being behind the sticks here in some of these second and third down opportunities. Geno in shotgun, empty. Niners again showing a blitz, bringing a blitz. Geno's looking. That ball's going to be picked off. Tipped and then picked. Tipped by the defender in the front, back over the top to the safety behind. It wasn't open. Whoa. Rough start here for your Seahawks. This is a rough start. Yeah. So not sure what to say about that offensive set there. You know, they decided they were going to come out and throw the ball a lot. Like the first throw, you come out and script it with that, but then they're coming with the play action, and yeah, Waldron just got out called on that. Both these two sequences in the last two for the offensive sequence, Waldron got out called as much as anything. Goodness gracious. Whew. Jeffrey, $2 donation says, it's okay even when we lose, we win this year. That's true. It's true. I would like to win. I like to be competitive, though, too. I don't want to just be We can't even like compete in a game right now. We're not able to do much anything anywhere around the book on this. I mean, Geno's throwing that ball into essentially double coverage at that point. They've got Lockett bracketed. There's no other read on the football field. That's the thing I don't get about this. Same thing with Russell last year that I didn't get. And I'm going to watch the All-22 this week. Maybe that's what I'll be doing my dive on, is just, you got these guys doubled over here. Somebody's got to be open if they're running a blitz. They can't run a blitz, bracket a guy over the top, and then there's not somebody open somewhere. I mean, somewhere there's got to be an opening. And it's not to the guy who's being bracketed. Quest 49, what's my name? My name's Brandon, man. It's good to see you in here. Quest. SE Wolverines, what's up with Lockett falling down on every play going to him? I don't know. He always does lose his feet just as the ball's coming in now. That's like his newest thing. And I don't know if he's trying to protect himself, but it's annoying as hell. I understand he doesn't want to take a hit and he wants to protect his body, but this is football, dude. I'm not expecting you to like fight every play. And you know, I get it. You're gonna protect yourself a little bit, but it's a little ridiculous. Like we saw last week, he makes a catch and just starts falling down and rolling around on the ground. And this one, he's like trying to fall down to like catch the ball low when it's up high. I don't know what is he doing. Melody G, the Hawks are being humbled after the W last week. Probably, definitely so. What's going on here? Oh, we got a timeout by the San Francisco 49ers here. Mark, thank you for reminding me that. We got 243 people in the chat as we stand right now. Do me a favor, please, and hit that like button if you haven't done so already. It does help me out. I really do appreciate it. And Geno hit his hand on the top of the helmet of the offensive player there. I don't know if that accounted for a whole hell of a lot there, and as far as the throw is concerned. If it affected or not, it might have. All right, 1st and 10, Jimmy in shotgun, looking for a real quick bubble screen out to Debo. He's got it. Debo up the football field for an easy 10 yards, 1st down. Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. This is going to get ugly with their pass rush able to start pinning their ears back. Might get out of hand. F8 Waldron keeps trying to throw. He's definitely getting real pass heavy. And again, we've not seen any pitch plays or outside. He hasn't done any of the diversity of scheme that we've seen in the running game from the Niners on the other side of things. And that's, of course, annoying to me. The pass happy approach is annoying to me. And great play by Wusu to get in the backfield there and blow that up. Unfortunately, none of his other Hawk teammates can tackle. Bring him down. Everybody's running around. Nobody's actually trying to tackle there. It's like Owusu comes back and makes the play in the backfield. Everybody's kind of like, oh, he didn't get the play made. I'll have to do something on this play. Get to it. Thank you, Drew, for liking the stream, man. I appreciate you. But yeah, we gotta find the running game here. Again, I know we're down by points in this game, all that stuff, but eventually here we're gonna have to try to find some kind of semblance of a running game. We can't just try to throw 50 times. 2nd and 9. Run game up the middle here. Snuffed out nicely by the Seahawks. Seahawks might have caused a fumble here. They're saying it's down. Kobe Bryant does come away with the ball. Kobe causes it. Is that Kobe causing that? No, the ground caused it. Ground caused the fumble on that one. But thank you for the $5 donation, Snail. I hope he starts to change this up a little bit. Why do I? It says, so CJ Stroud looked really good. 3rd and 8 now. 7:59 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Garoppolo back in shotgun. 3 wide. Drops back pass. Looking all day to throw. And that ball was there. It looks like Brandon Ayuk dropped it. Garoppolo put it on the outside part of his shoulder. Tariq Woolen was closing late. Woolen was initially beat on that play. I have to see kind of a close if he came over and really made a play there or not. Yeah, that's just a simple drop there by Brandon Ayuk. Woolen would have been late on the play, and Garoppolo knows it too. So this will bring up 4th and 8 now. And we're going to see here what the Niners do. They're going to go for it. Kind of an in-between place between punting and kicking, so they decided to just go for it. Interesting call on their part. We try to get Seattle to jump off sides. And Seattle calls a timeout. Carroll wasn't quite sure what they were up to there, and he was like, to hell with it. I'm going to call a timeout. I don't like the look of this. Interesting call with the Niners. They are in 4th and long here. But again, for a field goal try, this would be 60-yarder, 59-yarder, with the wind blowing like it is. So I just think you're probably going, there's not a chance we're going to be able to throw that in the wind. Fourth and 8. 7:49 to go. Niners up 13-0 on the Seattle Seahawks. From the 39-yard line of Seattle, Garoppolo stands back in shotgun. Seattle bringing a front 4 rush. Garoppolo going deep. Oh! Quandre Diggs with almost the interception there. Made a hell of a play on it, jumping high into the air. And nearly made the snag. It's probably actually for the best that he drops this interception, though it's not a drop really. This is one of those ones they'd call it a double if the fielder didn't make the catch. It's one of those ones. But a good job on his part of just about having that. He had to go full extension to make the catch. But again, for the better, because then you're only getting it at the 20-yard line versus getting this ball up around the 39-yard line now. Hopefully he's okay, as he landed definitely all of his body weight on his shoulder there, but nice play by Quandre nonetheless. So Seattle will take over here. Geno back in shotgun. Niners again showing a stacked front here. Boy, nothing happening. The safety came up there, was an unblocked defender, read the whole play right from the jump. Seattle is not fooling the Niners on anything they're doing right now. They have reads that they're picking up exactly where the play is going and how it's going and who's going with. $13-0. All right, here we go. 2nd and 12 now. Geno. Got a little razzmatazz here. Geno back with the ball. Throws it deep down the football field. DK Metcalf with an incredible catch. And he's down at the 10-yard line. High off of his feet. Reeled in the ball with one hand. We got a flag. Ineligible man downfield. Who's the ineligible man? The rookie got too far up the football field. It's a legit call. It's a legit call. He's drive blocking his defender down the football field. Abraham Lucas is, and he doesn't know the call. I guess he was blocking like it was in the running game there, as opposed to being what it was supposed to be. That's tough. I mean, he's down the field too far there. 2nd and 17. That ball was almost picked off there. Looks like Lockett did make the catch. No. 3rd and 17. The Niners' aggressiveness right now needs to be taken into account by Waldron. Everything's being jumped aggressively. And just he's got to find the way to take advantage of the counter to the aggression. I know maybe he's probably would say, I've been trying that, but really got to try to find a twist of an adjustment here. 3rd and 17, Geno drops back in shotgun. He's going to look for the first down throw on this one, folks, and this is going to be intercepted again. We do have a flag on the play. Looks like this might be defensive pass interference on DK Metcalf. Or not on not on him, but against him, sorry. And indeed that will be. So we finally get a call back in our direction here. All right, here we go. It's not been a badly officiated game, but it's good to get a call here. I like Geno going for the first down there. You're down in this game. Like, you got to go for it here, you know? Wow, that's a weird call. Yeah. So you can go for the ball, but you can't use an offhand and keep a guy pressed down. That doesn't work on the other side of it. He's making the play on the ball, but he can't be pushing down or holding down DK and preventing him from making a play on the ball. That's definitely a little different than you're on the path to the ball like we saw earlier. So a 1st and 10 now, 6:08 to go here in the second quarter. Geno drops back to throw. He's looking. Finds Disley for a gain of 3. They like the 3-yard tight end route. They got that on lock. Jeffrey says with $2 donation, our offense, dude, it's struggling to find its way, and Damian Lewis is back down on the turf. Coming back in this game from that other ankle injury that he suffered. And he's definitely... going to remain down here for a second. Oof is right. Yeah, Damian Lewis is down the turf, so there's going to be a television timeout here. Half Daddy says San Francisco's holding and doing defensive pass interference constantly. They've had a couple of questionable moments on one. The one he was coming through on the pathway and the ball was definitely one that could have gone either way. That one was a clear one to me. You can't be pressing your hand down on a guy's, and then, well, I'm going for the ball with the hand. It's like, yeah, well, why not being able to sit there and just do whatever you want? Like, no, he has a right to the ball too. Randall McDaniels with $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says this game ain't over. Lots of time. We get ball. Yeah, no, we're not over yet. It's looked tough so far, but this ain't done by any measure. There's time to clean this up. Can you win the game in the first quarter? No. Can you win the game in the second quarter? No. SE Wolverines put Brandon in the game at quarterback. Suit up, bro. I'm here. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I don't need no tape. I don't need no eye black. I don't need a towel. Just put me on the field. I'm ready to go. I'll be dropping dimes. I'll be dotting the yard. Just dropping dots. Masondale, honestly, Lance getting hurt puts them in a lot weirder situation rather than him just sucking. It does put him in a bit of an awkward spot, yeah. Jack, someone's injured. Time to make some money and play commercials. Exactly. Jubal Orb, honestly, I just want the Hawks to show improvement by the end of the year. Let's not kid ourselves. We are starting a crap ton of rooks. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I'm just looking for that same thing this year. It's less than about the results. It's the process this year. And like, as I said, week 1, we saw a lot of encouragement here from week 1. We're going to definitely have to unpack a little bit of this defensive performance throughout here to get a measure of it. And Lewis is walking off the field. Just got to feel like maybe he had to tweaked or re-injured that ankle a little bit. They're showing him step right now, and yeah, it does look like he kind of had Disley go right over that place where he was blocking, near where he was blocking. Their legs got tangled. Geno under center now, 2nd and 8. Play action. Looking, rolling, looking. Tyler Lockett wide open, and Lockett gets blistered, but holds on to the ball. Big play down the football field. Boy, Geno just seemed to be, it just felt like he got just kind of all day back there to just kind of assess. And he was very kind of casual. He had 92 of the Niners. Kerry Hyder was just bearing down on him. And very nice throw there by Geno. Rolling out on the run. DK Metcalf getting doubled on that play. Left Tyler Lockett wide open in the middle of the field as they're showing on the replay on the telecast. 1st and 10. Seahawks running a little A little wildcat. Kenneth Walker's got the ball. He's bouncing around, moving around in space, cuts back across, reverses field, and is finally drugged down after a lot of dancing. That's as electrifying as a 5-yard run as you might ever see there. Seahawks running some wildcat with Penny in the backfield. And very nice job there. He broke about 5 tackles. 5, 6, 7 tackles there before they finally got him down on that particular play. 2nd and 5 now. 4:30 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks again in wildcat. No Geno Smith here. Wildcat formation with Kenneth Walker. The give is to Dallas Homer, who throws an interception. Okay, so Seahawks run a... Seahawks run a... So Seahawks run a wildcat again. This time, Kenneth Walker gives it to DJ Dallas, and he throws an interception because he decided he was going to throw the ball no matter what. Didn't look to see the guys open. He just should have run the ball and gotten a couple... What is Seattle's offense doing today? You finally get a drive going and you want to put it in running backs' hands to decide the drive's end? 1st and 10. I know you're trying to take advantage of their aggression, but they're confused with you running that set. They're not going to be aggressive. They see a wildcat with 2 running backs. So they're going to be more read ready than they are going to be jumping over stuff. Niners are already running the ball well here on this drive to start out here now with this new drive thing. Jacob Kessinger celebrating 10 months here as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Gotta laugh at that Dallas INT, just so stupid. Jesus, just dumb from start to finish on that one. Like, you need... Oh! Why do we do things that just don't make sense sometimes? Like, I can get it if you fail at something that doesn't work. Just 2nd and 5. 2:55 to go. They finally hem this run up. Good job by the defense here. Starting to get stiffer a little bit. Snail, $2 donation. Thank you. Snail says, is this the Seahawks version of tanking? I don't think so. I think they actually thought that was going to work. No. That play makes my head hurt. Like that makes my head ache, that play. 13-0 here, 49ers, 2:16 to go in the second quarter as this half bleeds away. 3rd and 6, Garoppolo steps back, delayed blitz. Seahawks bring it. Tackle him. Takes 15 tacklers to take every ball carrier down. And that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. It does look like the Niners were a little short on that play, so this will bring up 4th down. Jacob Kessinger, $2 donation, says that play needs to go straight in the trash can. Yeah, bye to that play. I'm done with that play. I'm good. You already ran trickeration earlier in this game. So the Niners are going to be more keyed into it. And then you run this wildcat 3-man backfield. That's not going to make a defense then get aggro super aggressive. Instead, they're going to be a little more cautious in their approach to read and react to it because the ball can go in a variety of different ways. So the point of doing a trickeration is that you're getting a team over aggressive on the first play. And so you've defeated the purpose of that. That makes it so silly to go in that direction. On top of you haven't had a drive all half. You finally have a drive going, and you're going to now take it out of your quarterback's hands who's made some good throws and done... I'm over it. Snail Judo Nation, is that better or worse? Is this Seahawks tanking better or worse? Is this version is worse? I don't know. They're both. There's no good version of that, I don't think. Mark says, pass the bear to Brandon. I very well might. Like, you score there, you start to turn the tide here a little bit on this, on the momentum of this game. And instead you come out and you just, like, that was weird. Nagasa and Walden plays too much Madden. Maybe so, man. Colonel Quick Shifter, tough times ahead. St. Drew, we trust. Oh, Gino's been good here today. I can't knock Gino's not been bad. He's been all right. He's been under a lot of pressure. The interception wasn't great on that throw that he made, but he's trying to make a play. 3rd and long. He's trying to get the offense going somewhere. George says it's Waldron's play call, questionable outside of the few scripted plays at the start. Yeah, it's been a little bit. I agree, George. It's been a little sketch from my standpoint too. I've not loved what he's been trying to accomplish here today. Okay, here comes the punt. Tyler Lockett back to receive. 2 minutes to go here. And that's a fumble. Niners will recover it. I thought that you have to give the guy space to catch it. You don't have to. I guess they felt like he just got knocked. They knocked the guy into him because our blocker wasn't blocking well enough. So they're going to say no because it's the blocker that got knocked into him. Boy, this is a tough day, huh? Not a lot working right. And Lockett's looking over at his blocker like, come on, dude. Is that DJ Doubt? No, that's whoever the 37 is. Tanner, who is that? Arturo, what is that guy's name? Who the hell is 37? Bunch of people I don't know in this name too. Stanford. Miserable job. Whatever your name is. It wasn't Walker. Crawford. Why do we have Crawford out there doing that? That doesn't make any sense. This team's got no depth at all. We got a guy like that out there running it. It's like, what? Blocker completely just wasn't, they're just getting pushed back and they're not putting up any kind of fight. I mean, the only reason you have a guy like Crawford in this game doing that is unless he's shown himself to be able to handle those duties to some degree. But no cognizance of where he is on the field to his punt returner, just getting blown back. That's kind of the tail of the tape here today. We've been out physical today. We've been out manned. Like, we're not winning in this from a physical standpoint either, on top of the scheme standpoint. It's a bit of both getting you. Bubble screen out here to Debo Samuel, who's going to pick himself up a gain of about 7. This will, clock stops at 1:37 because the Seahawks are going to try to call a timeout here and see if they can get the ball back. Cool Breeze Lockett should never be returning punts. That was a terrible scheme call for this year. I mean, I'm okay if he's just going to fair catch it like that, but that wasn't really Lockett's fault to me. That's the player. Defender's got to get out of the way of that. Got to know where he is. 3rd and 3 here. Quick throw, soft zone. Cody Barton gives up the catch. Should be a touchdown, but looks like they're going to call him down by the 1. Cody decided, hey, it's 3rd and 3, so I'm going to drop back 8 or 9 yards. Nice, easy completion for the running back up in front of him. Comes up then, unable to bring him down in the tackle until he's able to slide him down for a couple more yards there. The Seahawks are going to call a timeout here. You can almost make the case here it's smart to let him just score on this play. First, trying to have them wind the clock down so you can at least get one possession here with, I mean, you're going to get 3 stops here from inside the 1 yard line. Maybe pull it with where this day is out. That might be pretty tough. I don't know. I know some people hate that strategy. Use check with the give, and that will be touchdown 49ers. So they will go up here. Another 6 points. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Snail with a $5 donation. Not enough liquor and therapy in the world, to quote Archer. Yeah, that's exactly right on this one today. This is pretty miserable effort today all the way around. All the way around. You have 1:26 here on the clock, and the PAT is up and through, so that will make it 20-0. San Francisco 49ers, 1:26 to go here in the second quarter. You have some time here. You can steal, as they say, steal a possession here. Even if you can just get up and get a kick up and get some points on the board here, you come back off of halftime with possession of the football. So I know the way we're playing today, it's hard to even prescribe that, but you have at least got that potentially set. I'm trying to find some silver linings. On the bright side, Denver's not looking good, says Joshua. That's good to hear. Young Curry, why don't they throw to DK? Because they're doubling him. He's got a double team probably every play that he's out there just about. And when they did throw to him on one play and he caught a ball 55 yards down the field with one arm, our rookie tackle decided to run up the field 7-8 yards. Stupid plays today. DJ Dallas is going to go ahead and bring this ball back out. Dallas has been stupid all around today himself. Sorry, but kid's not been smart today in his plays. He's taking balls back from the kick return. What's going on, man? You not wake up for today's game, DJ? Come on, wake up, buddy. Wake up. You got 1:26. You're trying to preserve time. You have no timeouts. Let the ball go into the backfield and get it up at the 25. Preserve some time. Instead, you bring it back in up to the 19 and take 6 seconds off the clock. No, up at the 4. Sorry, we're up at the 16. DK and shotgun, pistol formation here. 1st and 10, 1:20 to go. Drops back to throw. Throws a swing route out of Travis Homer. Homer able to get a half yard. (20-0) San Francisco. Do you know this half has been 8 of 11 for 64 yards and 1 interception? 2nd and 9. Gino dropping back to throw. Finds George Fant coming across the formation. Fant decides to run into the middle of the field rather than take it out of bounds. We'll bring up 3rd and 2. Third and 2. Gino in shotgun. The give is up the middle to Travis Homer. Homer fighting his way up for a first down. Clock continues to run. 42, 41, 40, 39. Geno back in shotgun. .28. Drops back to throw. Gets it out to DK Metcalf on the sideline for a gain of about 12. Seahawks get a little bit closer into where you can start talking about potential field goal range here. Going to need about 20, 25 more yards, I'd say, to put it into Jason Myers' distance. Yeah, 25 yards is about what you're going to need here. From the 40 of Seattle, Geno drops back to throw. Lets her rip. Out to Lockett. Nice throw. Gets a gain of 9. Doesn't take but a couple seconds off the clock. Lockett gets out of bounds. Let's take you up to the 49 of Seattle now. If you can get one good throw up into the middle of the field here with maybe San Francisco playing a little more prevent, you potentially here could get that into field goal range. Geno in shotgun. And the Niners called the timeout just prior to the snap. Paul Third, $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says Broncos are struggling with Texans. Maybe they suck. That would be helpful. That would make this defense day a little bit more bearable. This potential day. It ain't over yet. John Ruiz says figured 5 to 7 wins max this season. And I landed about 7, I think, on my final prognostication. I always say George Fant. I do always say George Fant, don't I, Cole Breeze? Noah Fant. When he plays better, he'll earn the right for me to pronounce his name correctly. I'm playing. 2nd and 2 here. 19 seconds to go in this. Seattle on actually, about the 48.5. Geno back throw. Niners bringing pressure. Good job by Geno to recognize that and get the ball another out route there to Tyler Lockett. Another gain of about 7 or 8 yards. Technically speaking, you could probably have Myers try it from here, but this would be like one of those record distance. I don't think he's got the leg from here. They got to get at least another good 10 yards there. 10, 11 yards. 15 seconds to go. Geno looking, throws it over the head there of Marquise Goodwin. He got hit as he was throwing it. Geno has been under a good amount of pressure today. Line's blocked well in the first half, but this Niner defensive line will still get to you. You got an interesting situation here with 11 seconds. Probably not enough time unless you're able to not enough time to get up and spike it. You've got to get this thing out of bounds one way or another here. If you could just even get another 5-6 yards here, that would be real ideal. Geno in shotgun, 3 wide. And looks like the offensive line of the Hawks jumped a little early there. Oh, not what you need at that time. Second and 15, 11 seconds here. Geno in shotgun. Pressure just all over the place there. Come on, Geno. All right. Now, that will end the half there. Running back did not get out of bounds at all fast. That was just, yeah. Woo. We do not look good is right. We look bad is right in this first half. Well, the Niners, props to them. They lost Trey Lance in this half. Didn't miss a beat once Garoppolo got in there. Came in 8 of 11, 105 yards. Comfortable with this offense. Knows the personnel. Knows what he needs to do. Seattle on the other side of it. Not able to muster much of a fight and with some just really bad turnovers. This is a game already where you can't afford to have turnovers, and you had 2 in this half. They had 3 in the half, but you had 2 that were absolutely just dumb. The Geno one's not a good one, but he's trying to make a play on 3rd down when your offense can't move the ball. I'd rather that than him just throwing it away meekly on a 3rd down, quite frankly, at least just trying to make a play. But the other 2 with DJ Dallas trying the trick play and then the punt return there was just awful football. Bad football there, and it's You can't dress it up in this first half. Seahawks are outplayed. There's a reason you're down 20-0, and it actually, frankly, could be worse. Barry Satora with a $2 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, I almost want the Niners to run up the score today. I don't think they're going to take their foot off the gas anytime soon here. That's for sure. Appreciate you, though, on the dono. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, feel like the offensive line looked better without Lewis. Well, if he's in there in his gimpies, I think he might still be. I'd sure like to just go with more of a healthier man at this point. I like Lewis, but if he's not feeling up to snuff there, then that would be the better route to probably go. Admittedly, I haven't concentrated on as much on that spot, the in and out, but he did come back, to your point, he's back in the game. Ayo Gabs, Kaepernick with the Cowboys, yay or nay? Nay. Nay. And yeah, we shot ourselves in the foot in this game. That's what we've done. I mean, that's the part that bugs me on this is that, you don't have those 2 silly turnovers in there. You take that off the board. Even with Geno's INT, you still look at the situation and go, yeah, but I mean, you're probably at least putting some points up. They're not at 20 points at that point. Maybe you have this a little bit of a closer game, but it is what it is. You've done that. Well, Brady talking some smack. Let me get some more coffee, folks. Be right back. Trying to find the positive here for you folks, and I'm struggling for it right now. We'll get to it here at some point. What's up, Chase? Good to see you. Trent, I'll call it now. We won't win this game, but we make it a manageable comeback. The offense has been potent as F, except for a horrible penalty and odd turnover. D will step up. The offense has been potent? I don't know if the offense has been potent. I mean, we got 24 yards rushing and 111 yards passing in the first half. So it's been, it's not been great. Another oddity that I run into, I mean, you're down in this game, but it's again, just the leaning towards trying to throw the ball as much as the Seahawks are trying to throw the ball. It's very odd. And this is a team and everywhere you're trying to commit to running the ball, but you don't want to run the ball. And I like being aggressive and throwing, don't get me wrong, but they must have just, these last 2 weeks, I guess they've just decided that they can't, the way to do it is to pass. Mason Dale, is Eskridge still on the roster? I don't know. I mean, people are going to have to eventually explain. I've got a lot of people in the chat that keep telling me I need to soften up on Eskridge and he's going to come around and be something. It's like, when? When is he going to do something? Does he have another magical injury here that I don't know about? I didn't see one target in that first half, not one fly sweep, not one bubble screen to him. Why did they draft that guy? Why do you draft him if you don't want to utilize him? Or is he just that bad? Rodney says, how do you have a running back throw a ball with gloves on? Some coaches think that the gloves help. And they would say that the quarterbacks don't wear the gloves because it's like it's like an ego thing and they don't think they look as cool wearing gloves, but you don't. But I don't think it inhibits you necessarily. I don't think it inhibited on that throw. He just didn't. He decided prior to the play he was going to throw the ball no matter what, which was not great. Mr. Allo, poor tackling, poor special teams, and bad play calling on offense. That pretty much sums it up, Mr. Allo. That pretty much sums it up. 100%. Don Mata with the $2 donation. Thank you, Don. Says, classic Seahawks game. Watch us win 21-0. I love it, Don. I love the confidence, man. I love the optimism. Let's go. Snail with a $2 donation says, Geno's not going to win this. Time to YOLO with Locke. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. Paul Third with a $2 donation says 0 points first half week 1. Time to bench Geno. Again, I don't know if I look at that half offensively and I say the problem with that half was that the quarterback play wasn't good enough. Certainly, again, the interception wasn't good, but is it Geno's fault that they go to a trick play, Paul, down at the goal line when he's just executed a really nice drive and made some really good throws? I mean, he's 14 of 18 for 111 yards with the 1 interception. Those aren't great statistics, but at the same point in time, they're not running the ball worth anything. He does have a decent amount of pressure in his face as well. I don't know. I don't, the quarterback is not the first thing I go to my mind in that first half for me. I go, you didn't try to run the ball. You ran a whole bunch of trickery try plays. In running the ball, when you did run the ball, all of those run plays were up the middle. None of those plays were outside zone. No bubble screens, no fly sweeps, no creativity from this offensive coordinator. Niners seem keyed in on the plays pre-snap. Again, these are the things that I would go to, Paul, first and foremost in my mind is the issues of this current game. I'd be pretty far down the list before I think I'd arrive at Geno. And last week, did they not do as well in the second half and they were held down? They were. Obviously, again, though, it's always for me, Paul, it's always just on that alone, it's more the depth of that I try to look at it with. So it's like, is there a reason for it that goes outside the quarterback play? Is it Geno Smith's fault that Lucas gets called on the holding penalty there when they had the 50-yard play down the deal? Or, here you've got the flea flicker play where he throws it to DK Metcalf down the field and they complete that ball, but is it his fault that Lucas doesn't know to stay within 5, doesn't go run up the football field because it'd be ineligible? Like, those are things where it's like, to me, that context comes into play with a little bit. And I'm not trying to excuse Geno and say he's without any criticism here, but at the same point in time, there's other problems here at play here that aren't fixed by another quarterback coming in. Drew Lock's not going to fix the bad play calling. Drew Lock's not going to fix the unimaginative run calling designs that we've seen in this first half. Those will continue until they decide to embrace a more varied style in the way that they go about their business a bit. And yeah, we are being shut out, but we're not going to be shut out the whole game. Ryan Rougeau says the Abe Lucas penalty on the DK catch was huge. It was huge. That's exactly right. Again, when I go, this ain't Geno. That's like, he's not to tell Abe, make sure he doesn't go block down the football field. And they keyed those guys into that play prior to that snap. When you've got a trick play coming like that, you're going to tell the offensive line, the rest of the people, okay, we're going to be calling this probably on the next drive. Make sure you don't get up the football field. But he was blocking it like he didn't know what the call was. 16-bit blocker, Darrell Taylor's getting manhandled. He's not holding up well in the run game, that is for sure. And certainly not getting much as far as any kind of pressure in this game. Russell Marquis, I didn't feel coming into this game, but I didn't think it would be this bad. No, me neither. Yeah, good on Dolphins to come back. Paul Sucia says, cut it loose, try anything, have fun, be entertaining. I'm with it. Mason Dale says, okay, Brandon, give me a prediction on the first 3 offensive plays of the half. Run up the middle. Roll out to a tight end for 3 yards. And then lock it on a comeback route on 3rd and 6 for a first down. Brayson Haynes, I would argue our run plays are a little too creative. I think you're referencing I'm meaning Brayson more of the creativity within a traditional run game, not the let's run wildcat. I'm not talking about that creativity. I'm talking about the creativity where you actually attack with outside zone and pitch plays, like we've seen the Niners do the very same thing to us in this game. So I'll be specific. That's what I'm referencing when I say creativity, not run wildcat with a 3-man backfield like you're running Nebraska wishbone from 75 out there. That would not be what I would want to see. But creativity on getting, not just hammering up the middle over and over again. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Reading the chat, crazy to me how quickly people turn on players. So-and-so is trash based off of one player, one half. I think it's social media generation? It's the quick take time. It's the place where I try to measure my takes as much as I can, not to come to a conclusion in the moment either, but it's the day and age we live in. That's for sure, Randall. And it was a poor first half. It was a poor first half. People are going to be in their feelings a little bit with it. I can understand it. King Bomber, I want to say that it's Pete who called that stupid 4 running back play. Potentially. I'm not sure. Nolan R. Vance says first down, flea flicker, second down, Statue of Liberty play, third down, hidden ball trick. I like it. I'll go with that instead. Keldon says Seahawks need more quarterback power runs. BZ, we are expecting to lose this game and not really have a great season, hoping for 500, and people are losing it. Fickle fans, I don't think anybody's losing it. I mean, people be negative. I think it's like, we got to remember too, people got to let off steam. I got to let off steam when I'm frustrated. I think people get their head back on it. We're all emotional in the moment a little bit, but I don't think anybody's bailing. So Samuel Freeman with a $5 donation. Thank you, Samuel. Did we show up to play today? Better get some halftime adjustments. I mean, we did in the respect of, I think the players relatively were showing up to play today. I don't think they're not ready. I think we're definitely being out-schemed. Probably on both sides of the ball, quite frankly. But I don't know if I put it necessarily to the players on that. Certainly, I would say maybe if I put to one guy I'm not sure on, that'd be DJ Dallas today. He's been a little bit questionable. Let's see what he does with this kick return to start the second half. But I don't know. It's been a bit of an odd game. And not odd game, it's just been a bad game. The stuff hadn't worked in your favor, you know. And look, we're again coming off a week where, like I said before, when I say a shortened week, people's eyes might glaze over. But one less day to get yourself ready for a football game and then go travel on the road is going to make things a little tougher across the board for teams. And these are professionals, and they got to get themselves ready. But that's one last day to prepare, one last day for your body to recover from the prior week, the opening week where you're going to be a little extra sore because it's the first game of the season and you just don't have that kind of callus built up a little bit. Snail with a $2 donation says, odds we see a 2 quarterback set today, laughing out loud. Hey, you never know, man. Anything is possible today. Anything. All right, DJ Dallas back to return this now. And again, he's going to try to return an odd kick from the... DJ takes it up to the 15. Again, the kicker kicks it far away from him, so he's got to run so far across the field just to go receive the ball at the 1 yard line that he has no momentum coming forward. And now he has to twist all the way back around to try to get himself back up to front going forward. And the kick return defense by the Niners is already down there at that point. There's not really anything that he can do to make any moves. He's just got to let that ball bounce in the backfield and take it at the 25. Samuel Freeman, thank you for the $5 donation, says, not trying to be negative, especially on any particular player, just hope we get something going. No, I don't sense in the chat. I mean, there's going to be negativity this year. Stuff's going to happen a little bit, and right on the first play out the gate, we have a sack. Joey Bosa, what is going on? Come on. Wake up, team. Why don't we run the ball at all? Why are we trying to be this pass-happy team with Geno Smith back there? 2nd and 18. Oh, Lordy. The play calling today. No, I don't think you're being too negative, Samuel, either. I get it, man. And I you know, it's just there's some things, you know, it's worthwhile to be, I don't know. Everyone's going to be in their different place. We all got to understand all of us are going to have to go through this season. And if it's going to be a tough season, our own different ways and fashions. And some people do it negative. Some people will be by feeling positive about it in the future. But there's going to be a wide variety of reactions to how people, view these games and the process at play. There is a flag on that play. And the Niners are going to go ahead and decline that penalty on Seattle for an illegal shift there. And this will put them at 2nd and 3rd and 18, I guess. Or I guess did they accept it or not? There we go. 3rd and 11, sorry. Geno and shotgun, 4 wide. Niners bringing a 4-man front. Geno drops back to throw. Tyler Lockett trying to fight for the first down, but he will be drugged down just a couple of yards short. So we will go another three series here, as they will no doubt probably punt this ball without another run there. Definitely a different offense than the offense we thought we were going to see here at the start of the year. You're down by, 20-0 in this game, so the thought process is probably got to throw a little bit more, but they were certainly making this very predictable for the San Francisco 49ers in this game as far as their punt to pass ratio. And you're going to, if you're hoping to at least try to prevent them to pin their ears back, it's going to be hard to do so here if you're not willing to at least show them a little bit of the run game from time to time. Jeffrey, this with a $5 donation says, just saying, I've been driving the Drew Lock train since preseason and I will continue driving it. Never turned on Geno. I think he sucks. That's fair enough, man. I feel you. And there's a lot of people that are pro Lock out there, man. So I get where you're coming from. My own thing's always been just let the best man who's have the job. And if Geno won it in preseason and he was better than Lock, and if he's better what they've seen on the practice field, then I just want the best man in there. Versus the excitement of just getting Lock for the excitement value, or maybe he gives you the big upper side potential. It's like I'd rather still always lean back into who's really won the job. But I get where you're coming from again. You're not alone. There's a bunch of people out there in the same boat. And thank you for the donation. Zero Atlantis, thank you for subscribing. Sure I didn't miss a super chat here. Daryl Chapman, I missed your super chat, I think. Says, this is why I wanted Lock. Sure, he may throw picks, but our offense is limited. We may be able to attack the deep parts of the field. That's it's fair enough that maybe Lock can get a little bit more downfield, maybe. Maybe on that. Part of the getting down the football field requires you to get pass protection. And if you have guys in your face so fast, as quickly as we're seeing the pressure in on Geno here at times, you're not going to be able to get those long developing routes down the football field or even the time to throw them. And maybe again, Geno's not being done any favors right now with this play calling. He really is not. It's not sending him. It's not like just kind of overcoming where his limitations maybe. It's just not doing him any favors at all here. Let's see if the defense can hold here. Let's come back out. Let's come back out and try to see if we can turn this around. Yeah, I'm with Gene. I say this whole game's on Pete more than anything else here. King Bomber, can we trade DK? I want to be successful and not stick on the soft last team. Well, it's just bad. We're in a rebuild year, King Bomber. Give us a year to come back. Give us a year to come back. Mark Hawk, quote by Pete Carroll, the trick play worked. We have to throw the ball better. Yeah. I don't know about that one, Pete. I don't know about that one. All right, here we go with San Francisco now. Starting out at the 29 in their own possession. 12:49 to go here in the third quarter. Play action pass. Wosu's all over Garoppolo. He's able to get the pass out, though. Nice completion. Great tackle by Al Woods there in space. got his hands wrapped around Jenkins and was able to pull him to the ground for a short gain, though we do have a flag down. We got a face mask on Seattle. I guess they're going to get out for that. Tough. Tough. Gene D can't blame the defense. He's been okay. I mean, a little bit. Blame him a little bit. 1st and 10 here. Garoppolo back in shotgun. Play action pass. Easy completion there. In cut and route. 14, 15 yards. Brandon Ayuk. Nice grab. Niners are driving. First and 10. 11:50 to go here on the clock. Garoppolo back under center. And here's the give. Right up the middle there. Boy, Mafe makes the tackle. That'll be a gain of a couple. Rams are blowing the doors off the Falcons. Wow, Cooper Kupp just broke a tackle like nothing down at the goal line. Second and 8. 11:15 to go in the third. Niners operating on the Seahawks 36-yard line. Big rush lane opened up there for the running back there. He'll gain about 18, 19 yards. Pulled. That's a wide. See, there's a wide zone. When I talk about creativity on our offense, wide zone. It comes back inside, but this is a play first designed to go wide to then be brought it back inside. And it gets stretched. That stretches it out. Or even a stretch play, you can call it, where it just gets, the line gets stretched out, the lanes get stretched out, the gap integrity gets stretched out, and then the running back can just put his foot in the ground and come upfield, and there's going to be a hole there for him to pick and find. 1st and 10. San Francisco, another give up the middle. Seahawks defense is on at this time. Wosu's there for the stop. Uchenna has once again played a pretty good game here today. Of course, defensive player of the game, defensive player of the week last week. And looking solid once again here today. 2nd and 10. 10:06 to go on the clock. And Garoppolo's played really well since he's come in. 10 of 13, 123 yards and a touchdown. Very comfortable. Give is up the middle again here. Chinna again gets an arm on him first. No one else is really there after that point. Diggs has got to come up and eventually make the tackle. Other than Chinna, I'm not seeing a lot of other people on that defensive line do a whole lot in this game. Al Woods has been a little bit lively, but very quiet when it comes to Monet and Darrell Taylor. 3rd and 1. Linebackers as well, I think I'd add on to that list. They're getting swallowed up right now at the second level. Third down and 1. Garoppolo and shotgun. Give is... Chenna had him wrapped up and just couldn't bring him down. Jesus. They're going to mark him a little bit short, but that's just brutal, man. You got him swallowed up. It's one of those days, man. Just one of those days where even when you got it, you don't have it. You know, it's like that trick play to DK. It's like you seem to have it pulled off, and you can't quite. Yeah, he was right there. He had Garoppolo dead to rights. Garoppolo is not a mobile man. He's not a mobile man. He's very immobile. 4th and goal. The Niners go for it and get a sneak play over the top, and Garoppolo will get a first down. Clock winding away here through this third quarter. Niners will have 1st and goal here now. All right. Garoppolo under center now. 2 tight end look. I'm going to go back the round game here. Wide open hole. 5 or 6 yards there for the running back. Just some easy yards for the backs today here for the Niners. Not a lot of stuff where they're having to do a lot of dancing or juking in the open field. It's just a lot of the holes open. Go through it. Get through it fast. Very good job by this line and this San Francisco team of just winning at the line of scrimmage. Second and goal. Gives up the middle here. Seahawks have him hemmed up. This will bring down 3rd and goal. Drewby, this is just going to be a very long year. Yep. It's probably going to be a long one. Keep in mind, though, folks, again, and I know emotions are going to run high. Keep in mind, again, this year has been structured so to be set where they're going to try to compete. I think they're going to be competitive most games. There's going to be games like this that happen along the schedule. We got to put it all in perspective and understanding what this year is, which it is a rebuild year. You are sitting on some $40+ million of dead money hit. You have a lot of young guys out here playing. We got a fumble. The Niners are able to regain it, but not able to get any yardage. This will bring up 4th and goal. Nick Guzman, the 49ers aren't a good team. Fact remains we shouldn't be getting blanked. We shouldn't be getting blanked, but the Niners are a good team. I mean, this is a team that got right up to the precipice of getting themselves to the Super Bowl last year with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback. They're a good team, you know. And this is a team coming off of a week where they got checked nationally because of that Bears loss, which was in the monsoon conditions, and the Niners are going to try to kick this through. Another short attempt here for Robbie Gould. That's blocked. That's blocked. Get it. House it. House it. House it. House it. House it. Jackson running up the field at 20, 25, 10, 5. Touchdown, Seahawks. Well, there we go. That'll do. That'll do. How about that? How about that? Special teams coming back into play on that one. A short little field goal kick. Blocked. Chat's telling me Tariq Woolen and Michael Jackson Jr. coming up to make the play. Don't just try to fall on it, scoop it. You need a touchdown. You need to steal yourself a touchdown. And Tariq Woolen showing off that size and length and speed. He was coming off the edge so quick, unblocked. Heady play by those 2 young guys on this team. Both by Tariq, who just sold out all the way. You saw earlier in this game, I think he was very close earlier on in this game. And then right there, he got it on that one. Great job. And that kick is up and through. And so that score will be 20-7. The Seahawks goal line defense that causes turnovers comes with it once again. Comes with it once again. That's 6'3". That's long arms. That's leaping ability there. All coming together in one. And you can see just a little bit there why we are so excited about this young Tariq Woolen kid, what he could potentially be doing. But how about that defense coming up and making a play when you needed it? When you needed it. Yeah, defense saving our behind is right. Look at Tariq. Look at Tariq. You're down this game 20-0. You're a rookie, right? You can just shut it off there and go, it's a 20-yard field goal. I'm just going to dial this in. I'm not going to put any effort out of this. Completely sells out to try to get that kick. And again, I'm going to go back and check after this game to see on those other kicks of Gould. I think Tariq was very close on those other ones too. 283-128 with a $2 donation says, there's a spark this team needed. We got this. I like it, 283. Well, I definitely bet you a lot of Niner fans are a lot more, they're sitting back about ready to, get that victory cigar going. They started to light it. Megan says, the tide turns now. You have come to the turning of the tide. That'll go on, Jason Iverson. That'll do. Woo! Michael Jackson, let's go. And again, props to him there. Defensive players, sometimes that ball's bouncing around and you just go, oh, I'll fall on it. You need that TD there. You need to pick that up and score. Take it to the house. Just what you need. And great job. Great job by Michael. Lord have mercy. This is football, baby. This is football. That fat lady ain't singing quite yet. We got to make the Niners a little nervous. Got to make them a little bit nervous. So they start getting Jimmy a little tight. And Mike Jacks jumped off the screen every game this year, including preseason. He's a baller, man. He's a gamer. He's a guy that's out there, just knows he's a good football player. That's the word I'm trying to find. Just a good football player. Mr. Chuck says, remember Michael Jackson, 55? He was from 79 to 86. Good player. Was a good player. I do remember him. I remember listening on the radio, and you'd always hear his name being constantly called on tackles and whatnot. I'm guessing not many teams are going to let Tariq Woolen with a free run on kicks after this. You can read Pete Carroll's lips. He's saying, pick it up, baby. Pick it up, baby, to Michael. As he's about to pick up the ball, they're showing a tight shot on Carroll. And Shanahan on their side gives him a GD. Wow, what a swing in that moment there, huh? And the kickoff will go on the back end. So we'll see what the defense is in a tough place here, okay? Defense is a bit of a tough place here because we know right now the time of possession in this game has swung pretty heavily to the Niners. They've got 25 minutes of possession to your 14 and a half. You just came off a long drive. Now you got to get back out onto the football field here. This is going to be a tough task for this defense. Tough task for this defense. See what they can do here. 5:25 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 7-20 after a tide-turning play by Tariq Woolen and Michael Jackson. 1st and 10. Seahawks running a 3-4 here. Garoppolo in shotgun. Gives up the middle. Very nice tackle there by Darrell Taylor coming up in the run game. How about DT? Nice job. Scraped down the line of scrimmage there and made the tackle in space. Good stuff. Come on, Niners, get tight. Get tight. What if we lose this game? We were up in this game. What if we lose this? We couldn't lose this game, right? There's no way we can lose this. I mean, right? Right. Well, what are we going to call? 2nd and 11, 4:55 to go. Garoppolo in shotgun again. 3 wide, empty. That ball's tipped. Ooh. That ball was tipped up for a moment. That was tipped up for a moment in Dangerville there for Garops. Was that Puna? Oh, that was Unuosu. I've been saying he's played he's another great game by Uchenna in this game. Such a smart, heady player. He almost had that intercepted. 3rd down and 11. Key play in this game right now. 4:36 to go. Seattle showing 4-man. Bring a little bit of a delayed blitz. Brooks coming around. That ball was thrown to Nowheresville by Garoppolo. Do not bail them out on this. Do not bail them out on this. Come on. Do not bail them out on that. That was a piss poor pass. Come on. Come on. That's kind of ticky-tack. It's kind of ticky-tack to me. I get his hands are on him there, but that's ticky-tack in the game. And then it just bails him out on a 3rd and long like that. You're going to bail them out on a 3rd and 11 for a ticky-tack call like that? Get out of here. Let him play. $4:23 to go. Seattle able to make a stop on first down. 2nd and 8. Al Woods doing a good job inside there. I hate that call. I hate those kind of calls that bail them out on those 3rd downs like that. 2nd down and 8. 3:57 to go here. San Francisco on their own 30. Garoppolo back to throw. Empty set. It's going to be a bubble screen. Swallowed up initially. 2 broken tackles before he finally gets out there for about a gain of 7 or 8 for Deebo Samuel. Tim Schumi, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Thank you for becoming so. I do appreciate it. So 3 broken tackles there. Deebo causes that kind of stuff, but a few guys had a chance at him there. They had it well read, too. It looked like Seattle had it kind of diagnosed their post-snap pretty quick, the bubble screen. 3rd down and 2. 3:16 to go on the clock. 3rd quarter. Garoppolo drops back to throw. Wide open. Seattle again running some of those soft zone coverages that they will tend to run when they get into 3rd and short in this game. Been very odd defensively on that call where they will have a 3rd and 3 and you'll see your Seahawks defenders dropping 7-8 yards into space and just giving them the easy first down. $2:39 to go. Niners up 20-7 here on the Seahawks. Garoppolo under center. A little bit more of kind of a tight split, I formation look. Gives up the middle. Seattle swallows it up. Got to give Seattle a little bit of credit here in that they've done a better job of hemming up the run. We saw initially in the first quarter the Niners were able to run for well over 100 yards in that first quarter. Seattle has been able to tighten down the screws a bit here and get things back in order in that respect for the most part. Clock does continue to roll here. 2:06. Garoppolo directing traffic in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Rolls to his right. Throws it well over the head of the man who he's trying to throw it to there. This will bring up a 3rd and 9. Come on, defense. Niners have run 51 plays to the Seahawks, 31 plays. They've got nearly 28 minutes of time of possession to Seattle's 14. And yet we still find ourselves 7-20 in this game. 1:39 to go. 3rd quarter. Garoppolo looking. And he will catch it. He will be down. That will bring up 4th down. Looks like they're going to call it an incomplete pass, which is good. That means that we preserve some time here because that looked like that was a completion. Yeah, the ball is on the ground. All right. Nice job by the defense there. Good hold, good stop. Overcame the crappy penalty call there that wasn't their fault. You're going to give your offense a chance back in this game. That's all you can ask the defense to do in this particular game. They've hung in there pretty well over the course of this one. Your offense is going to get a chance in this one. There's well over enough time here for a couple of possessions. They got to start scoring, and they got to start scoring quick. Here's the punt now. And that will be knocked, looks like, out of bounds. Referee's coming up the sideline. And Geno Smith is coming out to take the field. Austin WK, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, this is our chance right here. It's a chance to make some headway right here. Let's go. Let's go. Do they try to run the ball a little bit here now? You're down 27, but you're not in that situation where we got to throw for sure here. You have, like I said, there's plenty of time in here to run your full offense and be able to remain balanced with it. You don't just have to throw it all over the place. Rodney says, Brandon, go to the practice facility and teach them how to tackle. I don't know if I'd be any better at it with my old ass out there. 12th Nord Chad, is Kenneth Walker all hype? No, it's just they've not been able to run the ball. They haven't tried to run the ball much today. It's barely given them many chances. John Ruiz, why would you have Lockett catching punts unless you want him to get hurt? Because everything else behind him, you don't feel confident in just making the catch. And you're trying to have him come out there to basically fair catch it as much as you're asking him to come out there and return it. So I don't think they're looking to have him do anything but that when they have him return those punts in those positions. Unfortunately, it backfired on you in that you had a fumble cause, but that wasn't really Lockett's fault to me. That's the blocker getting thrown into the punt returner. It's kind of on the blocker. Should kind of go without saying that, hey, just don't get yourself thrown into the punt returner. Okay? That's, get your block down or not, right? But just don't get thrown into the punt returner. Jeffrey, this is another $2 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. I really do appreciate it, man. Says, Brando, have a quick look at Russ's stat line. All right, I'll take a look. Is it not going well for us? Is it not going well for the Russell? All right, Gino steps out here now. I'm trying to find it. Somewhere here. He's back in a pistol formation with Rashad Penny behind him. Looks like he's come up and changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Niners are showing a bit of a blitz. Niners check out of their blitz, it would look like. And this will be a give up to Rashad Penny. Patiently kind of looking around, trying to find where he wants to go with his hole. Finds a 5-yard gain there out of it. I like the patience there by Penny. Kind of picking his way through there. And oh boy, yeah, Russell Wilson, 6 of 20 for 93 yards. Yeesh. That Texas defense, though, right? 2nd and 4. Guess he got a good 6 there, did Penny. They go back to the running game. Geno Smith again checks the play up at the line of scrimmage. Penny's got a quick man, and Joey Bosa was in the backfield instantaneously. I don't know if Lucas missed the block on that or not. You've got Lucas and Parkinson over there. Yeah, Parkinson missed that one. He had to have missed that. Because they just left Joey Bosa completely unblocked on that play off the edge. And Parkinson went out and ran a route. So I have to think that they probably would have had more of a plan there for Park to be in blocking there. Kind of a snafu there. 3rd and 4 now. This will be the last play of the third quarter. They're going to do a read option with Geno Smith, who's going to put his... So 3rd 4, key play of the game, and they decide to go a read option out of 3rd and 4 with a keeper with Geno Smith. Like, are they aware he's like a 4-7 guy? Yeah, I guess they think he's Jim Brown, Jeffrey. I've had him see him a couple of times where they run him, and I'm just, why? He's not that fast. He's not going to, you needed a legit like 4.5, 5 yards there. You're not going to get that with Geno in space. Yeah, Waldron has had some rough days with your Seahawks early on as a play caller. This might be about as bad as I've seen Waldron on the play calling front. If somebody can explain to me what's been the plan of attack today, what was the strategy coming into this game of the way they wanted to go after this team? Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe you guys can point this out to me on what it is I should be seeing, but I don't see them coming at this with, they're not committed to the run. I guess they're trying to throw short passes, I guess, is like that was where we again find ourselves in a game where Seattle is fully within this game's reach. They're not out of reach here. You've thrown the ball 21 times. You've ran it 12 times. You've got a 2-to-1 pass to run rate here this week after last week having a similar kind of disparity. Aren't we trying to be a team that runs the ball? But Waldron is a first-time play caller. There's reason with him to be questionable and say, okay, what do you got here? And from a plan and approach standpoint, I just don't see where he was trying to attack this 49er defense today. Read option on 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5 with Geno Smith as on a keeper? Man, strange. Barry Satoro with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, think about it, B. If we are confused, the Niners have to be just as confused. I'm sure they're like, I can't believe they're having Geno throw it all over. Like, if they want us to, fine, let them do it. But yeah, they have to be too. Like, we didn't expect this. And confusion's the only word I got. Just it's confusing. My goodness. Thank you, Barry. Paul with the $2 dono says Russ has 6 completions for 90 yards and an INT. Yee. That's a brutal day. Interesting to see what the Texans did to him. But that ain't good. If the Broncos lose that game, that's holy Lord. Bronco fans are going to lose their stuff. And Seahawks are going to indeed punt instead of potentially going for this in their own territory. That is kind of the call here because you are only technically down 2 touchdowns. I know some of you would like to have maybe seen them go for this here, but this is technically the right play. This is the right, from the coaching manual, what you're supposed to do. Jason Iverson says, I wish they would just stop running up the gut and let Penny attack the edges a little bit. Jason, I'm with you on that, man. That's what I was speaking about earlier, this being a little more creative and diverse in your running game. Is we've got to attack to the edges. If everything you're doing is running up the middle, and literally, folks, today, every run has been up the middle. If that's all you're doing, then teams are going to start to lock in on that. And they're going to work to subtly take that away from you and force you into just prove to us you will at least once or twice run outside. And Seattle has not done one pitch play all game in this game, either outside. This is the Rams scheme. The scheme is meant to be more of an attack on the outside type of scheme in the running game than going up the middle all the time. 1st and 10, pitch play outside. Seahawks converge very nicely. Hold it to about a gain of about 2. Ryan Snaggs, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. We're doing better than the Cardinals, at least. Well, that's something. That's something. So 14-19 to go. The Niners are going to do a ton here to just try to keep this clock winding. No doubt about that. I'm expecting some pretty conservative play calling here as we go forward from them. 2nd and 8, Garoppolo and shotgun, empty set. Nice job. Ball's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Was that Nwosu again? No, it was Al Woods. Well, your 2 guys on defense who showed up today in this game big time so far, or 3 guys I'd say, are Woods, Nwosu, and Diggs. Have been your 3 guys that have stood out in this football game in a couple of different ways. Nice job by Woods, getting that big bear paw on that ball. 3rd down and 8. 14:05 on the clock. Niners on their own 27-yard line. Jimmy in shotgun. Garoppolo drops back to pass. It's going deep. That's going to be a flag on Seattle. Michael Jackson never looked back for the ball. Nothing wrong about that call. That's a PI. So he's good in the route. Hands get on him. I mean, that's it. I know for someone's like, well, he just fell down. It's definitely getting a little close, I guess, but it looks. He's got to turn back for that ball a little bit. Pete is absolutely festering over there on the sideline, giving the official it in his ear. That's the 7th penalty for 69 yards in this game for Seattle. Brutal. 40's Michael Jackson, Bryson Haynes. Michael Jackson Jr. He's responsible for our only touchdown this game, too. He's played a pretty good game overall. He's not been bad, but just that play, you've got to look. If you don't look back for the ball, even though the receiver's kind of falling down and you're still kind of leaning on him, the officials is gonna call that. All you got to do something is just turn a head around, and that'll be enough. But if you don't ever recognize or locate the ball, it won't. 2nd down and 7. Oh, look at Boye Mafe there bounce off his tackle and make a tackle for loss. Nice job by the young kid there. Very well done. Sets the edge. That's part of doing what he's got to do there, which is you first set the edge. He's setting it, and then the running back tries to go outside his outside shoulder, and that's part of setting the edge. If you go outside my outside shoulder, I'll have you. You've got to go back inside with me setting the edge in the way I'm trying to do there. Very well done by Boye. Another keynote, 3rd down and long. Clock continues to roll here in the 4th quarter, 12:49 to go. Jimmy Garoppolo back in shotgun, empty set. Drops back to throw. Lets it rip. Nice job by Kobe there. Makes a play on the ball. Almost had himself an interception. And that will bring up 4th down. So Seattle defense again does hold. Props to them in this game. Props to them in this game. You're giving up 165 yards rushing. You're giving up 169 yards in the air. At the end of the day, you've given up 20 points in this game. You have held pretty strong in this game at the end of the day for what really counts the matter at the end of the day. Giving up points. The Cardinals coming back, scoring a touchdown there on the Raiders. You've hung in there. Props to them in that respect. Here comes the punt now. Tyler back to receive. He's going to let it bounce. And this is going to set Seattle up with a very long field to go here now. Time to work, though. Time to work. Ivan Kadek said, yes, you would usually be right about the outside run, but the Niner linebackers are really fast, so I understand the decision to go inside. I don't mind doing it, Ivan, to a high amount. I'm okay with them going inside and saying that because of that reason, we're going to attack mainly to the inside, but you've got to work a little bit on the outside. Every single run has been to the inside. You could put in a couple more to the outside and at least test them. You could put in a couple of fly sweeps into the course of this game. We're supposed to have D. Eskridge. Isn't the point of having D. Eskridge that he can perform these fly sweeps and be able to be that guy that can attack those edges? And if you're not even trying it, it's hard for me to believe that you're gonna say, well, that defense is so badass at that in that component of their game. We just don't even want to try it. Like, not even try it, not even give them a look-see on it, like 1 or 2 plays, where you sort of throw it. John Reese, Burrows has 6 sacks. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The Bengals, they did a little bit more this offseason to start trying to clamp that line a bit, but it had a long way to go. It had a very long way to go. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got here with Geno. Can he bring it back? Smith is 17 of 21 in this game, 146 yards. And 1 interception. $12:31 to go here. Seahawks got a long football field up ahead of them. Geno's been here before. Remember last year in that Rams game coming at the time he did? able to bring him back in that one. We got any Magic Smith today? We shall see. Now running out that 3-man backfield. Geno in shotgun. Drops back to throw from his own end zone. Nice throw out to Tyler Lockett. Geno put some speed, put some juice on that ball. A little in-cutting route there down the football field. Nice play. Lockett just sat down in the soft spot of the zone. And Geno found him. It's a good throw, good catch. First down and 10. Lockett with 8 catches, 98 yards in this game. Another 3-man backfield. Geno steps up in the pocket, flips it over to Kenneth Walker. Stops, tries to make a little bit of a juke in space. There's not really much there for him to do or go there, but he does pick up a couple. That'll bring up second down. Oh, Niner was punching him, man. Oh, Niner's punching him. He's straight punching him. Greenlaw was straight throwing gut shots. That was not punching the ball out. That was punching the man's gut. Oh my gosh, dude. All right, Geno in shotgun, 2nd and 7. Empty backfield. Drops back to throw. Finds Tyler Lockett again wide open there on a little out route. Niners playing some soft coverage here. They don't want to give up a quick touchdown. That's obvious. Seattle's taking a little bit of advantage here in the play calling to counter it. Snail with a $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says this is the worst version of the West Coast offense ever. It's finding its way. It's finding its way. But thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you. 1st and 10. 10:50 to go in the game. Geno under center. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Niners bringing a safety up into the box. Just nowhere to go. Swallowed up in the run game in the backfield. There was Kenneth Walker for a negative 2-yard gain. Penetration. Hard to win when you can't win on the line of scrimmage on either side of the ball. 2nd and 11. Empty set now. Geno's got 5 men out wide. This is a dangerous play, especially with the Niners showing a little bit of a blitz. You got no extra protection helping you, and he's setting the formations to appropriately understand that. Smart on him. 2nd and 11. Geno drops back to throw. Looking. Overthrows Kenneth Walker by a good amount there. Walker would need to be about twice as tall as he was to go up and make that catch. I think Geno was just a little bit worried about that pressure getting into him. That's one where I might like to see him try to maybe get outside the pocket there a little bit. You like how he sits in the pocket, but sometimes there's times you got to get out and move up a little bit. 3rd down and 11. 9:58 on the clock. Geno in shotgun. Again, empty. Good. Almost delay a game. That's going to be a sack. Joey Bosa with his 2nd sack of the game there. And that's a coverage sack there. Geno just kept looking, didn't have it. You got to wait for plays to develop when you need 11 yards. So you need to give it a little bit extra time as a quarterback there. And Bosa just gets, yeah. Bosa working inside on that one, just kind of crept up on the inside, and Haynes didn't really put a whole lot of block and effort into him. He kind of decided, we got him neutralized here, and kind of half-assed it a little bit on his block. That punt returner on us, who's done that twice now, it's flown right past. All right, that's a commercial break. I'll be right back, folks. Bear with me. All right. Woo. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Defense is going to have to get a real quick stop here. So we're going to start running out of time here fast the way this Niner team's been able to bleed this clock in this particular game. Denver in a 9-6 battle with the Houston Texans. Denver does have the ball, it looks like. Holy mackerel, though. Russell, 7 of 21. What the hell is that? I would not have saw that coming. I did not see that coming. Cool Breeze, I hear the orange cat. That one's actually the black one. Nina, come here. Oh. It's time for the kitties to make an appearance. Here we go. Say something. We gonna win this game? Can we win this game? I need your good vibes to help us win this game. We're struggling. We're struggling today. I need you. All right, 1st and 10 for the Niners here. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, we jumped off sides on that one. Uchenna Nwosu's played a really good game there, but that was a yard or two. He jumped quickly off sides. Garoppolo got him with a hard count. It's a valid call on that one. Valid call. Uchenna read the play. My goodness, the Niners have ran so many plays in this game. 8:45 to go on the clock. And Niners are just going to pound. Jordan Brooks overruns the gap. That's going to be a first down. Another first down, and the clock continues to wind here. You got to figure this defense is getting pretty close to the state of being gassed at this point. They've been on this football field for a long part of this game. And Brooks just came up and, I mean, it's kind of just flailing there a little bit on that play. Drew Brees, that cat looks about as energetic as Seattle's offense. She's an elderly one, so, yeah. Unlike our offense, she's actually kind of old and she's getting up there. She's a good old girl, though. Another give up the middle here for San Francisco. Another 4 or 5 yard play. Tough. Defense is struggling, but there's that point you get into, and we're deep into the fourth quarter. This is right about that spot that you arrive at with the defense where if you've been on the field for a lot of the day and a lot of plays, and even if a lot of it's their fault for being on the play at times, some of it, though, was the offense, too, not getting those first downs, and you're going to get wore down a little bit. It's going to be grinded down just a tad. 7:20 to go here on the clock. 2nd and 6 for the Niners. Up 27 in this game. Seahawks running a 3-4 front. Bringing a safety up into the box. They're anticipating a run here. And indeed it is a run. Darrell Taylor all over in the backfield. That's a little bit of those stacked boxes, a little bit more of what I'd like to have seen in this game more often at times. Like, force them out in that. Get them back to passing. Good job by Darrell Taylor. His 2nd straight play this half of playing well on the run. Making a play in the backfield. So bring up 3rd down now. 6:43 on the clock. Certainly time is now starting to really factor in here. If you get a first down here, it's going to be probably, I'm not going to say all she wrote, but you're getting very close to all she wrote at that point if you allow first down here. Niners will be able to grind this clock down well below 6 minutes. Shotgun, 3rd and 9. Jimmy Garoppolo looking. Finds Deebo Samuel. Another just soft zone. Just let's just sit back in soft zone and cover nobody. You have a whole bunch of Seahawks defenders dropping back in zone. Nobody takes anybody in Deebo's zone then that comes through. I've got Josh Jones, Jordan Brooks, Cody Barton. And yeah, they picked up the first flood zone concept. So they flood the first player out. Everybody takes the first player through the zone. Then Debo sits underneath. And that might just be game right there. And the Niners are going to be able to run this play 3 straight plays and get this down to well into 3 minutes. That's going to be probably about all she wrote here. SC Wolverines was Brooks supposed to pick up the Debo on that play. Hard to say. They're playing zone, so he picks up the first guy that comes through his zone. Technically, he's supposed to sit back in his zone and then pick up the second guy. This is what the Rams have killed us from a conceptual standpoint with before over and over again in recent history, which is it's hard. It's tough on the zone defender because you want to take that first guy and carry him. You got to release him and then come back to the second guy. I would think that's what Carroll would tell me if I was asking him on that play who should have had it. But it is admittedly a little bit of a guess on my part. Osama bin Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says I would say take a look at the Mariners game, but SoCal is getting the better of us this week. Games aren't over yet though. Nothing's over yet. That's true. And Quandre Diggs is mixing it up a little bit out there at receiver. I feel you, Osama. Maybe the Mariners can pull us through and make this day a little bit better and get us at least a little bit of a W here. My man was trying to toss Diggs. Diggs wasn't having any part of it. A little bit of frustration from Quandre. Understandable. Thank you for the $5 dono, though, Osama. Yeah, I'm going to stay with the Hawks. I'm going to stay and roll here. So this is my main spot. So I'll be on the Mariners this week at some point, though. We'll get a couple live streams going this week of the Mariners. 3rd and 4 now. Give us up the middle. First down. Niners just easily getting this done at the end of this game. The Seahawks defense has just got cooked, tired out. Cody Barton again down there, just yeesh. Bailey Oderkirk says, thanks for the live show. Flipping between games and Broncos looking bad versus the Texans. Love the trade for Seattle. Broncos not looking like contenders. That will be it's the one of the nice silver linings potentially of this day is if the Broncos do look this bad, I mean, no matter what, 9-6 against the Houston Texan team, especially them coming off an opening loss of the season. And maybe the Broncos aren't quite as good as people were thinking they were going to be in what they are. Maybe it's just a bad game for us too, but it's definitely, I'm going to take it of the former rather than the latter on that if they lose to the Texans. So Seahawks did call their first time out here to stop the clock. It is 4:04 left to go. Hand off here. Nice tackle there by Josh Jones. Gain of a couple. Justin, let's have 2 high first rounds and get a quarterback and someone else next year. Woo! Let's do it. Looks like a Seahawk. Was the Seahawk defender injured there? Or is this called another timeout, I guess. Omega says, not surprised by this after last week. Onwards and upwards, 12s. Keep the faith. B, I may be petty, but I'm loving the fact that Bronco fans are finding out what we knew about Russ for years. Buyer's remorse. It's a mofo, ain't it? Buyer's remorse is a mofo. 2nd and 7 now. Give is up the middle here. Seattle makes the tackle there. Tough. Then we get another kick block touchdown. Roland Connors listen to Denver 4th and 2 and then choose to long field goal over us again, get delay of game, and then puts them out of range. Have to punt, boos everywhere. Nice. Yeesh. Already booing, that's tough. 3rd and 5. About the 20-yard line of the Seahawks. Garoppolo and shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Oh, Darrell Taylor jumped off sides. Free play for Jimmy G. Going to go try to get himself a touchdown. Michael Jackson Jr.'s probably got a PI call also over there as well. So 2 penalty flags and 1 there for that. 283-128 with the $2 donation says Bronco fans are booing Russ, but we can't. Yeah, there was a lot of hand wringing over Boo and Russ last week, wasn't there? I thought it was kind of funny how many people got so in their feelings on that. I'm like, hey, he's his enemy now, you know? Yeah, and Megan, I don't think it's petty at all. Hey, there's a reason for us to boo, you know? There's reason for us to boo this year, and no doubt about it. Because the worse they do, the better it looks for us. The better the draft pick. And Brandon Ayuk giving Michael some problems there. And see, that's again where Michael's twisting to his outside shoulder there. He needs to twist back to the inside. He does it late, but what gets Michael there is that he's twisting out. As that ball's up in the air, he first starts to twist out, so it takes him that extra half second to then come back around, and by that point, he's, again, making too much contact there. First and goal, 3:09 on the clock. Gives up the middle to Kyle Juszczyk. Seattle is able to maybe hem him up. Yeah, they're able to get a stop there. All right. Second and goal, 2:36 to go. Half Daddy Taylor's looking terrible. He's made a couple plays in the run game, but he's not doing anything as far as really generating any pass rush or pressure. And Seahawks, again, another nice stop at the goal line. One thing you can't deny is the Seahawks goal line defense is on point. That part's on point. Kraken Hawks, it's time to switch over and watch the Bronco game. I'll switch over if I can after this one. We'll check it. I'll go live with it. We'll watch up the end of it. I'll probably watch this one just to make sure it's closed off. God forbid something miraculous happened and I switched off. That would not be a good look. Houston M, all these penalties on Jackson. He's a good position, but has no idea how to play the ball. Could sometimes just be a little bit of a look. He's a young guy too out there. He's not played a whole lot, so it's a little bit of the maturation process that you get with those kids, where they will learn. You know, and it doesn't have to necessarily turn back to recognize the ball. You just have to turn around with the appearance of recognizing the ball. And if you're as tight in coverage like that, we saw Tariq Woolen employing the same type of technique last week against Cortland Sutton. It's I like the fact they're running step for step for them. I like that they haven't been beaten open in coverage. It's just to get the last of your technique kind of solidified and getting that head turned back, that body turned back. It'll look a lot better to the referee. SEV Wolverines' game makes me want to puke. Yeah, I get people who are frustrated on this game. And the lack of DK mark I see mentioned on DK not getting to him, especially with Debo. Debo and DK are different kind of guys, I would say. It is going to be a little bit harder to manufacture touches for a guy like DK versus a guy like Debo that's more set up in the way that he's built to just go to catch ball, short spaces, and go. When they were showing overhead shots, what would be essentially the equivalent of like an all-22 shot in this game, you were seeing a lot of double teaming going on between the Niners and DK. And if he's being double teamed like that on that often, it's going to be as harder to get open and have those chances and circumstances. Nor are you going to ask your quarterback very often to be going at the double teams. Now, this should be opening stuff in other parts of the field, and I think that's a little bit of the reason why you've seen Tyler Lockett's game do well today, where he's almost got 10 catches for this game. But, you'd like to feature DK a little bit more. I'm with you on that. Quite frankly, to me, though, when it comes to offensively in this game, it's a little bit more of just the boring rushing attack that you tried to employ and thought that was going to be enough. Running the ball up the middle over and over 100% of the time, not 95, not 90, not 80%, not 75%, 100% of the time running the ball up the middle is very predictable, and a very good defense like the 49ers is going to figure that out very quickly. That's that and the lack of commitment to the running game today. On top of this offense, Waldron, I don't know what kind of scheme he's kind of running here. I like some of the inventiveness with the three tight end sets and the 3-man backfield, and that stuff's good, but I'm also not seeing a lot of the base tenets of this offense that we were supposed to be bringing this along to incorporate to the new. Specifically, again, attacking more laterally in the run game, getting a little bit more to the edges, working in bubble screens. And I don't know, maybe Eskridge has got another injury. I hope maybe a Seahawks reporter can ask Carroll after the game why we're not seeing any D. Eskridge, your second-round pick from last year at this point. 3rd and goal now for the Niners. Garoppolo in shotgun. The give is up the middle here. Oh, he's going to keep it on a read option carry. And he will be stopped right at the goal line. So this will bring up 4th down. Seahawks will call a timeout, their final timeout. And I know that, look, again, folks, I'm going to be a little bit of popping the brakes on folks freaking out on these kind of losses. Like, I'm going to be this way the whole year. And we really do. I understand people are going to be in their emotions and angry about this game and angry about this loss. But again, keeping in mind, this is a rebuilding season. And I'm expecting this team to be competitive. But there's going to be probably games like this in a rebuilding year. When you have so many young players playing across the board, there's going to be ups and downs. And you've got to roll with the punches a little bit and understand that there is a long view here. That's the point of it being in a rebuilding state. And I still think they can be competitive within this rebuilding state, but we've got to put that in a bit of a perspective on where this team is at from a roster standpoint and all that other stuff. Now, are there valid criticisms to make about the play calling and some of the way that they're putting together things here? Yeah, there absolutely still is at that point. But if we got a freak out mode going on where people are like, this is the worst thing ever, that's where I'm going to go, okay, tap just a little bit here. It's one game. It's a short week, short week, start of the season, Niners playing at home, coming off a bad loss. They were going to give you everything they had. Young guys out here playing. Let's be just a little bit of perspective on this one. So we're going to it's best for your mental health as a Seahawks fan this year to take that measure of patience, take a deep breath, and understand that perspective. All right, Jimmy's going to be able to push this one in over the top for a touchdown, a little quarterback sneak, and that will wrap that one up. So touchdown for the 49ers. They will go up 27-7. You're able to make a fight of it. Scarecrow Bar 66 with a $2 donation says, I love you, Brandon. Say it back or it's weird. I love you too, man. I love all you. It's never weird to say it, man. I appreciate that love. I got nothing but love from my chat. You know that, man. I say I got the best chat in the game. Best chat in the business, brother. So, nothing but love from me here. And that's why I like to say, even though we're going to have people in their feelings a little bit here, and we're going to have some disagreement about what the problem is and who the problem is and what changes need to be undertaken, let's always remember this season and how hard it will be, especially here in this chat, that we still are all brothers and sisters together in this same fight. We're still all rooting for the same team. We still all want to see the same end result, which is this team back to hoisting Lombardi trophies. And while they do look a ways away from that where we stand right now, if they can build the back of a good rebuild season this year, if they can get this thing showing more signs of good than bad, we'll be okay. We'll be okay in the long term. Remember, the Niners are in their window right now. You have two different teams. For these folks maybe poo-pooing this game, you have team in rebuild mode, and you have team that's in the more of the elite status mode of where they've been recently. I know you can take that Bears game as some indicator, but that was in a monsoon. This is a Niner team that's, when they've got their horses out there, they're a pretty good football team. I don't think they're this much better than us than they displayed today. I think we're a little closer here in certain respects, but nonetheless, this is a team in the middle of their window. We're not in our window right now. And so perspective always matters. That's why I'm not going to freak out over these kind of losses this season. I'm going to be, make no mistake about it, in the post-game discussion, I will be very hard on Waldron. I'll be hard on Carroll in certain respects. This defense, I guess they've had to bail out of all of their pressure packages now, because we're not seeing any of that stuff being employed now that Jamal Adams is out. So I guess they've redesigned the way they're going to function the defense this year into back into more of the cover two stuff and more of that. So those will be the things I will, because those are valid critiques of this team, being you're not running the schemes that you've brought in to adopt and bring forward. The lack of running, I think that's valid, but not on that we're moving in a bad direction, or that we're not in good hands suddenly because of this game. I'm not going there, and I will push back. I get if you're coming from it. I get if you're like, this confirms everything I've seen, but it's early part of the year, on the road against a tough divisional foe, short week. Take it all into account. Just lost Jamal Adams last week, which was going to be a huge blow and stop in the run in this game. I know the Niners are down a couple guys too, so they had some offsets on that. But this team will look better than this game as we go forward this year, I guess. To give you guys some hope, this is not the end form of your Seahawks team this year. Paul Third with a $2 donation says, Falcons coming back on the Rams, 6-point game, laughing out loud. Oh my goodness. Good. Oh my goodness. If they beat the Rams, holy mackerel. Could you imagine, Paul? And they are 31-25 Rams. 1:18 to go in the fourth quarter. Keldon, thank you for the $5 donation, and congrats to your team today, man. You guys played a good game. The 49ers defend against the Rams as well as anyone. Now Seahawks are fully adopting that system. It's not going to be easy to out McVay. It's not going to be easy to out McVay. No, it's not. No, it's not going to be easy. So that's a good point. That's been one of the places I've pointed to Keldon to say that's where your advantages have come when you've played the Rams, and that's part of why I said coming into this game I would have loved to have seen Seahawks come out with something like a 4-3 under Sam with the Sam linebacker on the line of scrimmage type defense this week to kind of offset the 49ers and their running ability in this game, and weren't able to do that. Came out with what we've seen kind of so far in the 3-4 defenses. And again, with Cody Barton in this game, he is going to have a horrible, horrible PFF grade in this game. You thought last week was bad with Cody. This week's going to be even worse or at the same level. He again looks overmatched as an inside middle linebacker in this sport. He's just not able to get it done right now out there. And it's disappointing to see, but it's going to remain one of the more weaknesses on this defense this year, I think. Okay, complete pass to DK Metcalf for 7 yards. Little flip out to Travis Homer here. He's going to go get a first down, get out of bounds. Thank you, Keldon, though. Paul Third, very kind of you. I appreciate you. Oh, Mariners lost too? Goodness gracious. They've suddenly started sliding, haven't they? A little throw to Travis Homer here over the middle. Almost would just like Seattle to take a knee here. It's like, let's just get everybody out of this thing healthy now. I don't need nobody going down to some torn ACL with a game that's obviously far out of the range here. Yeah, nice. Just a hand up the middle. I like that. Travis Homer. Run this through. We'll see. The Mariners hopefully can hold on there. The schedule still does remain easier. They lost 5-1. They got to survive the next 17 games is right. Gosh. Don't slide. This is the worst time of year to slide. 36 seconds to go here. Geno drops back to throw. Tosses it out to DK. Gets out of bounds. Little stat padding. Geno Padford. Andy Thistleton, why is Penny getting no snaps? They didn't commit to the running game today, Andy. I wish I had an explanation as to why. They didn't commit to the running game last week either. I don't have an explanation as to why. I really don't. They were really hyped to want to get Kenneth Walker worked in here, and that's all well and good, I guess, but again, you've built this team to want to be a run-based team. I don't know why it's so fascinated with trying to throw the ball all over the football field, which they basically were in this game from start to finish. And Geno's going to get drugged down here. And SBZ says, oh, geez, we lost a game expected to lose unless, of course, you're a delusional bandwagon jumper with no business calling yourself a 12. It's a good way of putting it. I mean, in the respect of, look, we didn't have an expectation we're going to win this game. Vegas had us as a 9.5-point dog on the road, and Vegas doesn't usually get up that high in these kind of games. They saw this kind of coming down this trek. There's reasons for it, but this is not an indicator of what we are this year, and it's just a bad game played. It's a very bad game played. I'd reckon we're not going to have the silly mistakes like halfback passes and your punt returner being knocked into. Maybe though. We'll see how the year goes. Maybe that's a little bit undetermined, to be determined. Oh, D. Eskridge gets a bubble screen now? Now you give him a bubble screen to finish the game? I'm being mocked. I am being mocked with that. Broncos won. Damn it. God, this day. Good game, 49ers, and they will wrap up and get the win there on that note there. That will be the last play of the game there to D. Eskridge on a bubble screen. That's hilarious. Jonathan Salazar with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Our offense would fall short for all time behind Wilson. It's Pete. Don't tell me it's because we're on the rebuild. There's nothing to rebuild with Pete here. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Let me read this again to make sure I'm kind of understanding what you're saying here. So our offense would fall short all the time behind Wilson. It's Pete. Don't tell me it's because we're on the rebuild. There's nothing to rebuild with Pete here. I don't know. I don't know really where to answer on that one, my friend, on that. I appreciate the donation, but I don't know where really to go with on that answer. Could Pete be the problem here? Could Pete be potentially an impingement when it comes to the offense because he can't stay out of the offense? Absolutely, that could be the case, Jonathan. And absolutely, if that is the case, I will hold Pete's feet to the fire in that respect. I would like a little bit of able to provide some proof on it for this particular game, for instance. And it could be the case. It's just that I'm not going to say something's the case until I know it and seeing where that influence lies. Was Pete the guy to want the trick plays? Maybe we'll come to find that out. And it wasn't what Waldron wanted. It's possible. But again, I just need more than just we're guessing that that's the case. For now, I'm going to put the blame here on Waldron. And, Jonathan, when you've got 2 rookie tackles out on the outside, there's going to be ups and downs with those guys, but you're certainly in a rebuilding state when you're starting 2 rookie tackles in their first year, as no NFL team is doing that this year. And I would hearken to believe that probably no team was doing that last year. You're also, again, it's worth saying, when you're $44 million of dead money in the hole in building a football team, there's going to be holes on your team. You're going to be playing young guys that you'd prefer not to be having to play. That's a reality of the situation. This is part of why when people push on me, Jonathan, and go, well, don't be so hard on Russ. Russ forced his way out of town, and he sort of broke the shop on his way out. That $26 million of dead money hurts. And then you got all the rest added on top of it that brings it up over that $40 million. The team made a decision, let's eat this dead money this year. It is a rebuild year by that. And if you're going to eat, if it's $208 million cap and you're eating $40 million on it, you know what? You're eating out. Well, let's just do the math. So let's call it 42. So 20% of your cap's gone, but we should be competing. I mean, I think it's a hard lane to be in off where we are from what we are. But you could, again, I'm not going to say that you're not potentially right on this situation. Pete's got something to prove on this rebuild. He's got to prove that he's the right guy to manage this forward. I thought last week was a step into that right direction, getting a team like that able to beat a Bronco team that everybody thought was good. But I think, Jonathan, it's an ongoing assessment to be made. And it shouldn't be made off of 1 or 2 games, but we should be able to look at the whole totality of this year and look and say, okay, did he put this team forward? Does he have this team now onto a point of ascent? Or are we still deep within the trenches of the rebuild? And that will be the key question, but it's one I think we've got to answer and wait to answer until we can get to the end of the year to really make that determination. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Why did we get rid of our Hall of Fame quarterback to finally start throwing the ball? I wish somebody could fill me in on that one. I would love it. I would love to have an answer on that. Because right now I don't. And I don't. I have no idea why they're throwing the ball as much as they are. Last week you were doing it against the Broncos, and you're throwing into the teeth of their defense. I thought it was odd. Very strange. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Said Pacino and Walken reaction to the Hawks lost. I'll try on this one, Robert. I'm a little down right now, so it's hard to do the impressions when it's a tough loss like this. I'll tell you, it was a hard loss, but I think a lot of Seahawks fans are getting worried, crazy, concerned. We just got to ease up. Remember, brighter days ahead. It won't last forever. It can't. Never will fall again. Don't let it go down that way. Just got to roll with the punches. We'll be fine again. We just got to try, win next week. Easier games coming on the schedule. Still could start out 3-1. You never know. Oh, they're so worried. Christopher, let me tell you, they're so worried. I can't believe it. We got to relax. People, today, it's a battle. It's a marathon. Long year. As good as I got today, man. I'm a little bit getting over a cold too, Robert. So give me some room on that one. I'm definitely tough on the voice today. Thank you for the donation, though. Cameron with a $5 dono says, Waldron has now called 6 really bad quarters in a row. Media has to ask the hard questions. Well, that's where it is going to begin for me. And that's maybe above any of the valid critiques from this game has got to be, What in the hell is the direction of this offense? And Waldron, you're right, needs to answer that question. What are you trying to be offensively? Because right now you're looking pretty pass happy. You had about a 70-30 pass to run ratio last week. You land on this game at, let's take a look at this game where we were here. You're pretty close to that this week. And granted, you were behind in this game at the end, so that was going to cause that to get... But you were already throwing a lot before you got behind in this game. You were already throwing a tremendous amount. So 31 attempts, 14 runs. You're going 2-1. You're going 2-1 on your pass to run rate, including having running backs throwing the ball. I don't know why. I would love to know why. And again, this is where you're right about the media needing to ask this question. The media needs to come in and say on this question, why are you guys, you said you want to be a running game, complete the circle of toughness, and then you guys don't run the football. Why aren't you running the football through 2 games of the season? Why are you trying to look like a pass happy attack? This doesn't make any sense. For years, you pushed back against Wilson throwing at a high volume here and you didn't want to do him. And now you're leaning into it. It is very, very odd. Very odd. Wu-Tang Financials is at least our picks are showing promise. I agree. I think everybody's shown you some good flashes, and I think the tackles played okay overall today. They had a lot more to deal with in this game. Hands were going to be a lot more full with what they were dealing with on the other side of it, and I thought overall they did okay. I wouldn't like to put these rookie tackles in a position where you're throwing 2-1 in the rookie year. I think you're putting your tackles in a really tough situation as they're trying to learn this game on the fly in the rookie year in that fashion. Maybe they'll be better for it in the long term, but it's going to give those rough moments where you have Bosa with a couple sacks today because of that. Nolan says the Hawks record against the 49ers is as good as the Pats over the Jets. Best record against a team over the past 10 years. 49er fans excessively celebrating today. They got a right to crow today. They do have a right to crow today, that's for sure. Demetrius Melvin, this is the reason why season determinations can't be made in week 1. Agreed. I'd say you can't make the determinations after week 2, though, either. Mindy V says they need a new coach. Our Hawks? Green G says Gino played like Gino. Yeah, Gino was fine in this game. I don't come into this game and I look at this game and go, well, there was the huge problem here. Gino wasn't doing anywhere near enough in this game. I mean, like, Gino's not going to be great. I don't expect Gino to be great, but I also don't expect Drew Lock's going to be any better with him in there. And Lock may give you those big plays, but he's going to get probably way more in the turnover offshoot to really know whatever his effect would be in him coming out on the football field. To me, there's just more the creative play calling in this game, the lack of creative play calling in this game, passing at too high a rate. Those are more of the issues offensively than it's just like, don't you arrive at Gino a little bit later in this process as far as the problems in this game? Kraken Hawk says Shane Waldron is a glorified high school offensive coordinator. Seriously did nothing to deserve the offensive coordinator job. Well, I mean, he wasn't even an offensive coordinator prior to coming here, but a lot of guys are first-time offensive coordinators when you're bringing them in, and a lot of them have been untested until they're tested. But I'll give you this. He's not impressed up until this point. I've had few and far between games in which I've been able to go, okay, well-called game today. You really have the defense on their heels. Niners knew everything that was coming today all day long. Keldon, I knew Drew Lance wasn't as good as Jimmy yet. That was the point of drafting Lance. Yeah. Lester Cross, everybody like the stream right now, or Brandon's cat doesn't eat? Exactly. Do you want my cat to starve? My cat only eats if I get 500 likes this stream. Or they don't eat. Sorry. I'm that kind of owner. Thank you, Lester. I appreciate you, man, though. Thanks for reminding me on that. Megan Hawks, not a single offensive score. What the F were we thinking? It's my job to kind of sit here and give you guys a breakdown of what I think they're trying to do from a not schematic attacking standpoint. Like, we're going to go after the Niners here. Based on what I could tell, they started out this game with trying to hammer up the middle on the run game, offset that with some short throws. Couldn't really get anywhere with either of those two aspects of the game. And then as the game wore on, it just became about kind of throwing the football and just showing the run game. Just a little bit of a show here, show there, and then let's get back to throwing the football. So I don't know why you're trying to go in such a pass-happy approach with this Niner team. DK was doubled a lot, which I felt like should have opened up things with other guys, but there was a lot of times where just nobody was open at times. Geno took a coverage sack at least once or twice, was under pressure at times, just not able to find a guy open. Nothing imaginative about the offense. Defense, you saw none of the high pressure type scheme that we were supposed to see this year, where they were really going to bring some stacked fronts and make it hard on the quarterbacks. You gave Jimmy Garoppolo 4-man fronts all day, and then said, go ahead and eat on this soft zone when you throw the ball, and gave him just easy spots in the zone then to read from. And your front four, as has been the case throughout the course of this year so far, outside of maybe Uchenna Nwosu, is not able to generate any kind of real true pass rush. And so we're giving quarterbacks a lot of time in the pocket to be able to sit back there and throw. On top of when you're in the short zones, now it's the short and intermediate stuff, which is Garoppolo's bread and butter, and he's going to take that all day, and he's not looking to push the ball up the field. So it just, kind of just tough all the way around. Drew B, honest question. With Russ being there in a Hawk uniform, would Russ being there in a Hawks uniform have made any difference today? No. Not with this play calling. I don't see how. I could be wrong about Drew, but I just don't see how. I look at that and I go, you're gonna pass 2-1. And then you're going to run game is just going to be you hammering it up the middle when you do run it. Like that's not going to breed success for whoever's under center. Arthur Mercer, Pete and his ego is the problem. He's always been the problem. It's potentially could be part of this eventually that we come to find out, Arthur. And I'm holding off to make my full assessment on this type of situation to once we get to at least the end of the year or through a good course of this year, so I have enough data and information to truly make an assessment on. Part of a point that I've made throughout the course of this offseason is that Carroll and company have shown a willingness to change their ways, at least in theory, at least in the outlying schematics of what we're looking at. And you had updated in the last 2 years your 1980s offense and 1980s defense to something modernized, at least as far as your playbook is concerned. Now, when the rubber meets the road, are they dialing all of that back? Are they just falling back into the old habits of all the old offensive machinations? Maybe that is going to be the case. I do want to see a little bit more to be able to make that assessment. Let's see, maybe we get my kitty up here. Let's see if we can get the cat. Let's get the cat cam up here a little bit. Come over. Okay. Got the cat cam up now. Let's see if she stays. She probably is going to get annoyed at me for moving her. Come on, stay there. Motive says there's no fear of our passing game, so running is rough. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. It's definitely not helping. You have not taken one shot deep, I don't think, with DK in 2 games. Russell Mark says, I don't mind losing this game. I knew we would lose this game, but I just hate it had to be on the back of a self-inflicted mistakes. Agreed. The way you would like to lose this game would have been hard-fought game. You maintained some balance offensively speaking. You didn't do anything to shoot yourself in the foot. San Francisco 49ers just had better personnel than you, a little more talented of a team, and that won it out for them. Instead, you have some really stupid plays where you shot yourself in both feet. First the DJ Dallas play and then the fumble. And those were 2 plays to me that stood out where it's like, that's you. That's definitely you going a little outside the lines there with that. And it makes it a little bit harder on this defeat to just sort of pass it off in that respect. Where it's like, what was going on there? Julius Garcia says, can Drew Lock get a start this season? Maybe. I think at one point or another, Geno Smith's got to do something to lose the job. I don't know. I don't know if I have as much a determination on how I could put necessarily this game on Geno. Did he play great? No, he didn't play great. But we don't expect him to play great. I don't expect Drew Lock to play great. And I know a lot of people are tantalized by the potential of Drew Lock, but again, I think you get to a weird state when you have a team and you're just like going to throw a guy out to start for the sake of starting. Did he win the job? No, but we just want to see what, maybe he's got. He's a 1-year guy here. I mean, for the folks that like Lock as much as they do, understand he's not the long-term plan here under any real shape or form that I see. But I'm sure at some point or another, Julius, he'll probably end up getting some starts, somehow or another. Jay Porter, NFL fans always go overblown scorched earth after a loss. Hey, it's an emotional sport. I get it. All of us have been in that place. That's why it's my job to try to release some of the steam, maybe a little bit. Penalties really killed us, says James. Some of them very questionable. Yeah, didn't love the refs calling of this game. Didn't love it. I'm not blaming it. Just saying I didn't like it. Some of the calls were legit. Some of them were, I think you're right, questionable. Craig and Hawk, 2 trick plays and a gadget offense is a sign of desperation by the coaching staff. It's high school S. Yeah, you start dialing up that many trick plays in just one half alone. That's a little bit of where I would go. They were trying to take advantage of the San Francisco 49ers aggressiveness, which I'm okay doing it once, but trying to do it twice. And the way they did it out of they had 3 running backs in the backfield, which was not going to put the defense in a position to get super aggressive there, I don't think. And they were trying to count on that. And that's not what defense is going to do there in that situation. They're going to get more into their reads, which is going to make them a little bit more tentative in their approach, which is going to kill your trick play. The second one down there with DJ Dallas was just a stupid call. John Reed says it would have been the same if Russ was out there, given the current level of play. Yeah. Wu-Tang Financial, Drew will get some time this year. It's really too early to bench Geno, and this wasn't his fault. It was the play calling and the penalties. Well said. Daniel, I feel like Drew would have at least made it interesting. I don't know that that's the case. I really don't. I know it's a common sentiment I hear, Daniel. I mean, you're not alone. I hear it from a variety of folks in on the chat, but I just can't quite understand why. The man had 4 turnovers playing barely the cumulative of 1 full game this preseason. He's got a big arm. He's got a little more lively arm maybe than Geno Smith, but if he's not winning it in practice and he's not winning in the preseason games, we should just turn it over to him for the hell of it? For the smell of it? I don't know. I'd rather let the best guy win. I'd rather let the best guy win myself. But again, you're not alone. There's a lot of folks out there that are in that kind of lane of things. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. I don't expect our offense to be good, but our defense is shocking, especially the run D. Same against Denver. Even if we get a good quarterback, that's not okay. Very well said, Elliot. Very, very well said. And thank you for the $5 donation on that. One guy that stood out to me on the inside, a couple guys that have stood out to me on the inside that have been part of the problem there. Darrell Taylor's getting attacked to his side of the defense, and that's an issue going on right now. You have not really done much with this 3-4 defense to be able to stop any teams in the running game, and it looks like very much a work in progress. Al Woods has been just as good, just about as he was last year, quite frankly. But Brian Monet coming in there in rotational basis is, you just paid him some money this offseason. What has Brian Monet done in 2 games? Has anybody seen why it is that he's earned that money as he did? And the linebackers are truly just not playing good football at all. Maybe Brooks is a smidge better than Cody Barton, but Cody Barton is way overwhelmed out there. Way overwhelmed. He's getting swallowed up on guys at the second level. All of my worst fears about Cody Barton in a 3-4 defense have been confirmed here early on in this season. And it's, as I worried, it's going to be a weakness of this defense, and it's going to be a thing that could eventually hold this defense back. Your middle linebacker play right now is doing so. Brooks, I'm not seeing any really good natural instincts from him out there. He's a far cry from what we had Bobby Wagner in his prime right now and what we're seeing from him. And he should be really good this year. This is going into his 3rd year. He's going to his natural position. Yet he almost looked like he's gone backwards this year to start things off. It's odd to see. And I'm guessing Seattle will take steps to fix it. The problem comes into is that you just sometimes keep putting so much assets into a defense, and it's all really comes down to, again, bad scheme, not applying the right scheme, not applying the scheme in the right way, which they can't decide they want to go 4-man fronts in this game, 3-man, 3-4, kind of just some odd looks. But I expected them to be a little bit better against the run this year, Elliott, than they have. I thought there was going to be a little bit of ironing out some kinks with the new scheme, but they're giving up a free 5, 6, 7 yards at times in the run game where, holes are just wide open. You're not really doing anything to hold back the opposition at all. Samuel Freeman with a $10 donation. Thank you, Samuel. Says, it's one thing to lose like this. It's another to lose against the 49ers. Hopefully we can defeat the Falcons next week and go 2-1. Hopefully that is the case. It'd be nice to see us bounce back next week. The opponent does theoretically get a little bit easier. The Atlanta took LA, though, right down to the wire. So Atlanta's going to be no easy team to overcome this next week. Nonetheless, it is a winnable game. This one does hurt a little bit, Samuel, because it is the Niners. It definitely stings. It's a rival. It's your biggest rival. You want to beat them. You get another chance at them at home later on in the course of the season. And you would have liked to play a tougher game. But again, with the perspective of this loss and the perspective of this season, I'm not going to lose it too much over this point. If we see the same kind of play calling throughout the course of this year, we get to week 10 or 11 and we see nothing but this, then we can make an ultimate determination that it is broken and that schematically they've not brought things up to speed and that this rebuild maybe is in a little bit of a deeper state than we had thought prior to the year, where I've been thinking at the start of this year, this could be a 1-year situation. I'm still not in a place either way, though. Again, I'm in a real balanced spot of I'm still just sort of assessing where we're at in fullness, but we could arrive in both areas. The one thing I just hope and caution to my fellow folks out there and just try to say is just give it a little bit more time to make that final determination. You may have a gut instinct on this. Your gut instinct may be 100% right, but make sure you've taken in enough data and information on the given year to really arrive at that final point, because the team might come back and make you, surprise you and find that gear to kick in, especially as these young guys get more of their feet wet. JP Hanks says the Lions will beat the Hawks this year. It's possible. It's possible. Boney N says, haha, nice Pacino. Oh, we're going to win. That'll be the day we win. It's coming back soon, Boney. I have the faith. Keep the faith. Motive, it was the bad play calling and not his holding the ball too long, or is all short passes except for one long trick play pass that was brought back on the penalty? It was the bad play calling, not his holding on the ball too long. No, I don't think it was Geno Smith holding on to the ball too long was your main problem today. I think the main problem motive was the play calling. So, it's again where both things can be somewhat true, but one thing to me is more true. It's more true that it was bad play calling today than it was Geno holding on to the ball too long. And quite frankly, you were getting yourself so far behind the sticks. There were so many times where even when you would run the ball, you get a first down, negative 2-yard play or a penalty that was putting you behind the sticks. You're in now 2nd and 15, 3rd and 11. Well, then what you're going to have to do as a quarterback is what? Sit there and hold on to the ball a little bit longer to let those long developing routes get past the sticks so you can get the first down. And that's going to then sometimes create situations where you have coverage sacks and the quarterback looking like he's holding on to the ball too long. I'm not saying Geno played a great game. My only contention on this has been motive. My only contention on this has been, what is the problem in this game? What was the main issue with our offense? Was it Geno not playing sparkling, or was the fact the play calling was complete trash? And to me, it's the play calling was complete trash. You didn't make one run to the outside in this game. Again, the people who are throwing this shade at Geno. 2-to-1 pass to run rate. Why are you running a 2-to-1 pass to run rate? For all the people throwing the shade at Geno, are you taking that into account? Why are you throwing the ball that much? And don't give me that we fell behind. We were throwing the ball at a high rate before we fell behind in this game. So why are we doing that much? Why are we not willing to attack in the outside edges of the run game? You didn't see one fly sweep. You finally saw one bubble screen in this game to D. Eskridge at the final part of the game. Is that Geno Smith's fault? I'm not a Geno backer here, but I'm just calling the problem of what it is. And the problem is the play calling was god-awful today. God-awful. Deadly says, why has our tackling gone downhill the last several years? The restrictions of practices, Deadly. You can't run as many padded practices as you once ran. You can't run 2 days back in training camp, and it's been heavily reduced down from what it used to be. And if you can't practice tackling, if you can't practice tackling live in practice, it's hard to get good at it in the game. And, I don't know if we're more miserable beyond it than other teams out there. I think that it just looks more on display because we run a lot of soft coverage. And so we allow a lot of easy completions. So we're in a lot of situations of having our guys tackling more often than not for maybe a team that runs a little more man coverage and gets a few more pass breakups and less of being put in situations to have to tackle. But That would be my main guess. Melody G says the undisciplined football didn't help. Too many penalties, though a few were questionable. Well said. Very well said, and I agree. King Henry says, no, that was a very bad impression. Well, I'm sorry, King Henry. I'm a little sick today, so my impressions aren't as good. Though you could maybe make an argument they're not that good to begin with. OD Death Metal. Let's not give Dallas a carry. Instead, let's have him throw the ball in a trick play. Unbelievable. The most head-scratching play of the game by far, OD Death Metal, in a game that has some head-scratching play calls. That one was, I don't understand. I don't get it. Robert Jimenez, no worries, Brando, on the impressions. You're a gentleman and scholar. Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. I'll be back on my feet next time, I promise. This cold got my voice a little bit. They tell the Wildcat play, that what the actual F. Yeah, just that. What the F? What was that? Gino's driving the team down. He's made some good throws, and let's take the ball out of his hands now and put it in the hands of DJ Dallas. I didn't quite get that one. Russell Marquis, where were the tight ends today? They tried to work them a little bit. It seems like they can only complete the ball to the tight ends if it's a 3-yard route. That seems to be the only time we're able to do it. BK voiceover says at least Boye Mafe got his first NFL sack, according to ESPN. Oh, good for Boye. How about that? I didn't see the sack. Must have been one of those weird plays. Lucas was 9K today, Breeze. Oh. Yeah, tell that DK catch was beautiful. Oh, the one-handed catch was awesome. God, if that would have just stood. It's a good call, though. That was one of those calls in that game that was right by the refs. I mean, Lucas got down the field too far. Crackenhawk, Denver just used last time out with 7 minutes and getting booed. Denver's getting booed. Aren't they up in that game, too? Wow, that fan base is not happy with what they're seeing today. Amari Taylor says, yeah, I think us and the Falcons are the worst team in the NFL. I'm not there. I'm not at that spot of things myself. I think we're just going to have some up and down performances. We got a young team. I mean, that's going to show you a lot of inconsistency. Deadly says, Nuoso's the only bright side. Hey, well, Nuoso was all over the field today again. You saw it last week. That's why I got the Defensive Player of the Week. I was actually putting together a breakdown that I didn't quite get done of Nuoso last week, but he was just as on it again today. Really, really good free agent signing for your Seahawks. He's been a really good player for you all the way around. Run game, pass game, active hands if he can't get there with the pass rush. He can drop in space. Smart player, too. Julius Garcia says, Pete needs to go now. Phil Friedman, who is calling the plays, Pete Carroll or Shane Waldron? Well, I'm going to operate from the assumption that it's Shane Waldron until I hear differently. I'm open to it being Pete Carroll, maybe putting his finger in this pie too deep, but I need to just hear that a little bit more succinctly from within. Roland Connor says Denver's crowd's chanting the last couple seconds of a play clock so Russ knows when to get it snapped. Scrappy Tech, anyone else think Walker looks really slow? I don't know if he looks slow to me. He didn't have a lot of open areas to run through. Jason Tudor says the play calling wouldn't be the same for Locke, I would argue. Locke's skill set is very different, and they didn't. I wonder why the F they brought him in the first place. I mean, it could be different. Again, the thing I always counter on this is if preseason, Geno Smith outplayed Drew Lock. He just did. He outplayed him. Locke got COVID at a bad time. Yes, that's valid. But if he outplayed him in the preseason and he's outplayed him in all of the practices, the majority of practices, which is what Coach Carroll has told us after the game last week, was that this is what, Geno's been in practice too. Well, if that's the case, then you got to keep Geno as the starter, I feel like, because he's outplayed him. I don't know that you just put a quarterback in. And again, this is a little bit of the cliche of fan bases, right? The backup quarterback's always the most popular guy in town if the starter isn't lighting the world on fire. And I get where people are coming from and that they feel like there's potential there with Locke, but he had to earn the job. Why do we want to just give him the job because of that potential? Doesn't he have to earn it? Doesn't he have to outplay Geno on a practice field at the very least? Say nothing of in the preseason to be able to be put in there. And again, on this particular game, I don't know how you look at this particular game and all the factors that played in here and go, Geno was the main problem here. Geno's the main thing we need to switch out here. Geno's what needs to be changed. I'm not saying he played amazingly, but there's so many other problems in this game that went beyond the quarterback position and will continue no matter who you switch out at the quarterback position, quite frankly. I think they still would be, the trying to pass more than run would still have been a problem if you put Drew Lock in this game. And I think you would have had bad results from it as well on that side of it. More cat cam. We got some cat cam requests. We'll get it up. She's on the lap right now. She wants some loves. Jason Tudor says, why do we only get a cat tower sometimes? Finicky kitty. Well, she doesn't commit to staying up in it sometimes. And when it's hot in the summertime, she won't sit in the cat tower because it's too hot. She wants to be on the ground with the fan blowing on her. She's very particular in that case. So, but now that it's cooling down, she'll start to be more about the cat tree. Kraken Hawk, the TV announcers for the Denver game just said the fans are helping them, so there's no more delay of games. Haha. Cut down the clock as they count down the clock. That's funny. Motive, Brando is trying to build his channel for himself. He forgets that Pumpkin is the true star of the show. I do. I know. I gotta remember. She's what's bringing the eyeballs here. I can't lie. I know. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation. Thank you, Aiden. Fire all the coaches. I want Drew Lock. Well, there's a lot of folks in on the pro Lock side of it. So, if Coach Carroll doesn't show that he can pull this off this year from a coaching standpoint, if he's not going to adopt these new schemes, if he's just going to try all of the same old, so to speak, then I'll be right there with people that are banging the drum saying I'm ready to move on from coach. But I am going to wait a whole year to start even somewhat arriving into that lane of thing. Sam the Great, we're still going 7-10 or 8-9. I'm going to still stay with my preseason prediction, which was 7 wins. JB Hinks, DK is going to have to be patient for the season. His time will come as he approaches his prime. Agreed, JP. Agreed. Nick Hanzik, I rolled and smoked 3 joints since the Seahawks game started. It was a hard watch. Understandable, man. This was the type of game to make you have to do that. Maybe even reach for the blunt bag. Marty talks. The play calling was so bad we could not stop the run. Still can't tackle. That soft zone D allowed them to eat up the clock just like the Broncos did in the second half. 49ers did it from the start. Well said, Marty. You knew the Niners weren't going to lead that rushing attack just for the sake of passing the ball. They were going to stick with it, and they certainly did so. AI, look, man, we only have 3 rookies playing defensive back. Barton is a weak linebacker, and we have no real elite pass rushers. Could be a long season against teams like San Francisco with superior roster, especially their defense. Well said. Well said. And I agree, man. You got so many young guys out there. It's going to be hard to be competitive with that kind of situation. It's going to help for the growth for the future. It's going to help you down the road, but there's going to be some big-time bumps for the foreseeable future. Daddy, the best. Geno isn't the guy, hoping for number 1 overall. No, Geno's not the guy. I mean, that's the one thing I'll say. I just don't look at Drew Lock or Geno Smith as the guy myself. I say neither is going to be the answer. The answer is in the next year's draft. We're just getting through to that time period. Carl says the crowd is counting down the play clock in Denver because Russ can't get the plays off. Jeez. It's getting that bad. Oh, my goodness. Rodney says the Denver offensive line is horrific. I said we weren't able to put them to task as much last week, but they are not good. I will say, though, Denver is still up in that game, 13 seconds to go. So it does look like they're going to pull off the victory there, it looks like. Moda says Geno's decent and a great backup. He just can't lead us. His passes are mostly late, so no yak for the receivers, and he can't or won't throw 50-50s. That won't help us, I feel. That's valid criticism there. That's valid. Russell, both coordinators called a bad game. Agreed. Elliot Clark, Drew Lock would not have changed this result. Thank you, Elliot. I agree. Phil, the Hawks defense is leaky as a sieve, can't tackle. How many first tackle misses in the backfield did we see turn into an unwarranted first downs for San Francisco? Well, the big play that stands out, of course, is when Deebo Samuel's taking the little fly sweep Darrell Taylor's unblocked off the edge. He's standing a yard and a half away from Debo, and Debo somehow is able to break the tackle. That was probably the worst of the worst, but it was there throughout the day, Phil. You're absolutely right. Countless times. And if you're not going to play a pressure-based defense, if you're not going to try to get into man sometimes, you're just going to play the soft zone, you better tackle. You better rally to the ball well. They did not rally to the ball well today. 4, 5, 6 missed tackles sometimes on certain plays. Just not good enough effort. And you're right, Emmett, 21. We got to do a better job on it next game. So it did look like the Texans were not able to bring that game back there against that Broncos team. Broncos were able to just escape. So we didn't pull off another loss for our first round pick, but Broncos definitely have some question marks. Phil says the wideouts are not happy. Is Geno unable to throw the ball 30 or 40 yards in the air? I don't know. He certainly doesn't make a lot of attempts to try to get it down there, does he? OD Death Battle, we lost up front on both sides. Hard to win that way. Geno was not great and is not great, but he was the least of the problems today. Thank you. That said, I would like to change to Locke. He has more upside. I don't know how, if you make a quarterback change, it's usually going to make it because the guy's playing bad or he's done some, can't keep the ball safe or whatnot. I think you're making a change to Locke at this point just for the sake of making change. I'm okay with making change, but I don't like making change just for the sake of making change. But again, not OD. There's been a lot of folks in the chat that are on board with that. AI says Taylor's average. Yeah. He's not taking that step forward yet. Marty talks, Brandon, have to disagree with you, bro. You're exaggerating Locke's INTs. Only one of those was really on him. Maybe two if you're being picky. Can't blame him for the receivers that can't catch and bad route. I guess. Still, there's a lot of turnovers there in the first, and he played barely a game worth of total football, not even a full game of football, Marty, and he ends up with, 3-4 turnovers. The fumble that he had at the end of the game there was on him and was acknowledged. Everybody in the chat, a lot of people in the chat were saying, no, it's not on him, it's on this guy. No, both Carroll and Locke said at the end of the game, that first fumble in the first game that he had in that preseason was on him. So I'm not just referencing those interceptions, it's also that horrible play at the end of the game where he didn't see the blitz coming on the backside. Again, whether all of those interceptions are on Locke or not, I don't think that you would say, Marty, that Locke did anything to outplay Geno in that first game. And if you're going to say, well, his receivers weren't catching the ball, and you're going to give Locke a lot of credit back in the preseason for bad routes run or not catch balls, then you've really got to give Geno that credit for the preseason, right? He had way more drops from his receivers than Drew Lock did. But this is that thing that I see sometimes in people that just are out on Geno, is that you start to overlook these things. It counts for one side, but it doesn't count on the other side. I'll give Locke a little bit of rope to your point on this, on not all of those interceptions being his fault necessarily. One was completely horrific that he just decided he was going to throw the ball prior to the snap. It was as bad as you're going to get as far as the throw goes. But nonetheless, he didn't win the job. He didn't win the job. And if he didn't win in practice and he didn't win in the preseason games, I don't know why he suddenly wins it now. If Geno's not done anything to completely go in the tank. I get that I might be the only guy on this island from what I'm hearing. There's a couple here with me on this, and everyone else seems to be on like it's Lock. I just don't see a lot of reasons behind it. People tell me there's more potential there based on what? He's not shown it yet. Potential is unrealized. Potential is the potential. And what's realized on the football field right now is that Geno's better than Drew Lock. Motive. Drew had one preseason game to show, and we all know one of his interceptions were on the receiver. Plus, he got the ball out fast, threw deep to keep the defense honest, is mobile. Certainly is all those things. But again, the assessment's not just made on based one preseason game. It's made on the totality of preseason and also the practices. You and I don't have any opportunity to see what these guys look like on the practice field. According to what Carroll was saying last week, and that Geno has been looking like he looked last week and that part of the game throughout practices. So my contention is for the folks that, again, want to go on Drew Lock. Let's for these folks that are pro Drew Lock. So what you're saying is that Drew Lock doesn't win in the preseason games, doesn't win in the practices in this offseason, doesn't win it through OTAs, doesn't win it here through training camp, right? Doesn't win at any point in time now, but he just deserves the job now because. That's the part I'm pushing back against. It's not just the games on that motive. It also goes to the practices. And if the coaches are seeing Geno's better on the practice field, then he's better. That's why you have competition. You don't have competition to give to a guy who's got more potential or just because you want to see change. You do it because the guy's really, truly earned the job. John Ruiz, think we need some more pieces in the next draft and free agency? Quarterback, nose tackle, linebacker, center, and another kicker. Those are all probably pretty good positions to select. I like it, John. That's probably pretty good targets in there. Probably going to go quarterback, middle linebacker, center, maybe left guard before I would get to nose tackle. But it's in play. Cool Breeze, you guys, stop trying to get Drew Lock in here. Just stop. JDM says, best wishes to Trey Lance. You hate to see any player get severely injured. You do. That's tough on him. Hopefully he can bounce back really quick. ENML, y'all should get Will Anderson. I'm on board with Will. I'm big on board. MCAR, we were simply the better team. Seahawks were overrated after last week. Tap your brakes, buddy. You got a better team right now. Big Country, I still like the Hawks next week, but not as confident. No, it's a little tough. A little tough right now. John Reese says, Monet has him not impressed for several years now. He can plug the middle up, but does not command a double team and is not disruptive enough. Al Woods is older, though he's still playing well. And he's playing better, John, to your point. Al Woods, he shows up way more than Brian Monet does. Very odd when I saw them give out that contract to him this offseason, where I said, what has he done in a game? That was a contract a little bit about the potential in Monet rather than what he'd really done on the field up until this point. And I agree. He's not done a whole lot to impress me either. I don't understand the coach's fascination with him. David, I think I know what went wrong. We always dominated the Niners with Pete. This year, Pete's power in the organization has gone down. He wasn't the one making today's game plan. I have a hard time believing that Pete wouldn't have any kind of say into this game plan, that he's lost all control to the point he has no game plan input at all. I can't see a Coach Carroll team being ever in that lane myself. He's given up some of that power. I think most of the power, David, was given up in his personnel decision-making and him being able to override John Steiner when it comes to draft picks and free agent signings. I don't think it was necessarily down to him completely losing all of his gameplay power. They've changed schemes this year. That's a big part of what's impacted this. You went from a 4-3 defense to a 3-4 defense. And the 3-4 defense is going to give you an ability to attack more and come in a variety of different other angles, whereas the 4-3 defense is going to allow you to more often than not be able to, I think, more consistently stop the run because you're getting a de facto extra fifth man on the line of scrimmage. Excuse me, folks. Sorry. Cool Breeze, bro, hasn't even had his balls dripped yet. You can look at him and listen to him talk. He's still green. Stephen Coleman, we know that Seattle was rebuilding. They are indeed. Cool Breeze, where did this group of fans even come from that believe Drew Lock is the answer? That dude has showed zero promise, being honest, if we're being honest. I get where they're coming from. I see where, I disagree. I get where you're coming from, the folks that are pro-Lock. I said something that's, I think it's just not, I think it's more of sake of change. I think it's a little bit more of as fans, if you don't have a certainty at the starting position in the NFL at your quarterback position, your starter, there's always a predilection by the fan base to start to lean and make eyes at kind of the backup. And that's sort of a natural tendency within fans on these kind of teams that have these kind of quarterback plays going on. And I get so I understand where they're coming from on it. But that's where we got to say, well, are we really making this choice and determination to bring this guy in and start him because he's really the guy to do it and he's really improvement and he's really better? Or are we doing it simply to try to make change because we don't like what we're seeing on the field in general that goes beyond the quarterback play? And I think it's a little bit to the latter as to why people are selecting and wanting Drew right now more than the former. Marty talks, bro. Do you have eyes? Yes, the play calling was bad, dude, but look at Geno stare down receivers, throws are off, has very poor awareness in the pocket, and has a noodle arm. I do have eyes, and we can disagree on how we select, Marty, but I'm not going to question your ability to be vision if we happen to disagree on a point. If you see it differently, I appreciate the fact we disagree, but it has nothing to do with whether I can't see or not. I have pretty good sense of the position myself. I feel pretty confident what I see and when I make a determination on it. And Neither of us are able to see the all 22. We don't know who was open or who wasn't open. We don't know if anybody was generating any separation on those routes on the outside or not. We don't know if he was missing reads or not. Neither you nor I can make that determination at this point. I'll be looking at the tape. I'll be taking a look at it. And if I come to find that that's the case where Geno's missing reads and guys weren't open, then we'll make that determination. But we don't make that determination blindly without having the information, which is what you're doing right now. You're deciding he's holding on the ball. You're deciding essentially, I guess, he's missing open receivers and that he has no pocket awareness. I disagree. I disagree. Again, if you walked into this game, Marty, you walked in this game and I told you Geno's going to throw 2-1 pass to run rate on that basis alone, you wouldn't be looking right back at the coaching staff going, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? It all comes down to play calling. You're running a high volume passing attack through 2 weeks on a team built to run the ball at a high amount of the time. That's right to the play calling. That's not quarterback play. If you put Geno or Drew Lock in a situation, your guys' love of Drew Lock. Let me just let you guys know this. If Drew Lock is passing 2-1 on his pass to run rate, he's going to throw 3 interceptions over the course of a game. That will happen. These are quarterbacks. Bottom line, neither of these two quarterbacks are good enough to be running a pass to run rate like they've been running the last 2 weeks. It's ridiculous. They don't have the talent to do so, bar none. And I'm not a big Geno's got a lot of talent guy. You've got to protect both of these two quarterbacks if you're going to have them be your starter. And what we've seen through the first 2 weeks is this is not protecting your two quarterbacks. This is putting the big spotlight on their deficiencies, and it's going to make them look bad. That to me does come back to the play calling. Fritz says, feels like young corners start grabbing more often than not when they go deep. Yes, there's been some panic on the back end of that for sure. And that's a little bit will come, I think, with time on learning how to play that technique a little bit better. Good news is that they're at least in the initial position to make the play. Now they've got to clean it up on the back end by getting that head turned around. Russell Marquis says, I'm surprised at how lackluster Brooks and Taylor have been. I think that's one of the bigger surprises as I sit right now to begin this year. I expected a lot better out of both of these guys, and both look at times a little bit lost out there. They look confused by what they're seeing, and they're not trusting their reads, and neither look good in the tackling element of things, which, especially in the case of Brooks, is very shocking. Your boy Michael says we were definitely having growing pains. That's right. I agree. J-Up Seahawks have swept the Whiners the last 2 years. About time they get a win. There you go. Scott Tublio, besides the Super Bowl interception, the play all inside the 10, the INT by DJ Dallas has to be the worst play call I've ever seen. It's pretty bad. I don't know worst of the worst, but that's about as bad as they get. That's about as bad as they get. 32 Rojo, good analysis. Pete sucks at coaching. Well, that's to be seen here. James Files, Coach Hurt is going to need to tighten it up or he won't be a defensive coordinator for long. Got to work it in. Got to work it in. Marty Talk, soft zone D was also bad. Defenses are marching down the field at will on Seattle because they know we can't stop the run or the dink and dunks. Good point. It's another part of where I was worried about with this year in the respect of if you drop back in these soft zones, teams have showed they're going to be willing to be patient and work the ball up the field. They don't have to take that big shot that you're trying to take away. We were supposed to see a little bit more of the pressure packages, a little more blitzing this year, which should offset a little bit of that soft zone. But indeed, I don't think either of you guys, I haven't seen very much blitzing at all. We've seen it right around our historical blitz rates in prior years. Marty, as Brandon, not just a bad game. The Hawks offense laid an egg. When's the last time we saw that? A couple times last year, both with Geno at the helm and Russell at the helm. So too often lately, Marty. Too often lately. Have there been games where we might have gotten 7 points rather than 0 points like this game? Yeah, but there was also games where the offense, I think, looked even worse than they looked in this game, if that's possible at times. So there's been games very near. Maybe this is the worst of the worst, offensively speaking goes. But again, I would still, at the end of the day, go back to the scheme more than anything else. Neither of these two quarterbacks are difference makers at the position. Neither are going to elevate what is around them. You're going to require what is around them to elevate them. And if that doesn't happen, then you're going to get the kind of results that you got today. The offensive coordinator did not elevate Geno Smith. The running game did not elevate Geno Smith. The play calling did not elevate Geno Smith, did not put him in position to succeed. In fact, I think both of these two quarterbacks, if you're going to ask them to run a 2-to-1 pass to run ratio, you're going to put them in a position to fail. That's the quickest road to putting him in a position to fail. But again, I'm on the island on this one a little bit. I'll admit it. There's plenty of people that are pro lock on this. I acknowledge it. I could be completely wrong in this respect. James Files says it comes down to turnovers. If Geno doesn't turn the ball over, Pete will keep him in even if he has a lot of 3-and-outs. Probably, especially if there's other places on the offense that Pete can point to, like not running the ball enough, not being creative enough in your play calling and what you're doing, and not creative like insane creative, like we're going to run 15 trick plays a game, but just being creative. I agree with you on that. Brian asks, how do you think Tariq Woolen played today? I think he gave you encouraging signs again today. There's some times he got beat up. He came in on the kick block, looked really good on that play, obviously. Almost blocked another kick in this game. I think he looked okay. There's some growing pain moments. There's some moments he looked all right. Waiting for it to kind of make a play on a ball here or there. But look, he's been okay to begin things. It's going to be a little rough, Brian, I think, starting him out the gate. And I was surprised they were as willing to start him out the gate because you're essentially accepting the fact that you're going to have to go through some of those growing pains here now through the course of this year. Bear with me 1 second here, folks. Be right back. All right, here we go. And please, if you guys do like what you're listening to, I know everyone is definitely feeling a little down from this game, but if you could do me a favor, please, and hit the like button for me, you would help this channel out considerably. Melody G says, newsflash, lock is not the answer to our problems, so save it. Sheesh. There we go. David Yang, Geno Smith is not the main problem. Numerous problems with the team. Our defensive backs do not deserve those PI calls. The referee sucked, probably paid. Definitely did not get the benefit of the calls in the Seahawks side of the column today. That is for sure. And it's going to be a tough look. We had the back end of the game last week in that second half. One of the reasons we didn't get a lot of points against that Bronco team last week was we weren't getting a lot of calls in our favor either in that particular game. Again, I wouldn't say this was totally swung by the refs in this game. There were definitely some borderline calls, could have gone either way. I think on the Michael Jackson one at the end, I do tend to lean on saying that is PI because he just doesn't quite get his head turned around in the right fashion. And you can have that contact between those receivers like we saw with Tariq Woolen last week with Cortland Sutton. There was those 2 plays on Cortland Sutton down the field on go routes that were an exact example of this, where on one of them, Tariq just doesn't quite get his head around in time late. That's always going to be a PI. Other one, he got his head turned around, and that one was not called. And so Michael will learn that. But I do think that on a couple of those were right. Again, borderline. There was a 3rd down play with DK that could have been a PI call where the guy went, but did go through the man That's again one that's just a lot of ones that were kind of on the line today a little bit. James Files, I was really hoping to see K9 and Penny featured today. That's part that I find as much discouraging as anything else in this James walk in this game is just how little you tried to really run the ball. You have your two backs there, two really talented guys back there, and you just kind of gave up running the ball once you passed about midway into the second quarter. Alan says, I expected the worst and hope for the best in the game. It's very well said. Kraken says the Cardinals just tied the game with no timeouts on a 2-point conversion. Wow, what a pass. Oh, how about the Cardinals coming back? David says, Pete had his power taken away. He wasn't making today's game plan, which he should have been allowed to, at least for the Niners. He knows how to deal with them and has been doing so for years. I'd love to know what you're basing that on, David, that he's had all of the game planning taken away. I know Sean Desai was being given some play calling accommodations as far as secondary stuff goes, but that doesn't mean you're giving all of it over to Desai as far as the play calling goes. I can't see Pete Carroll having all of his power taken away in that respect. Again, and if it is the case, just show me where there's the proof of that. Is there a quote? Is there a news story that you saw ran that gave you this, or is this just kind of your gut instinct? King Bomber, Gino played well, but this game was rough. Too many mistakes. Yeah. David, the play call by the Wildcat by the pass by DJ Dallas was a bad play call and play designed to use the red zone. Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, especially in the red zone. I hate that call. I hate that call all the way around. King Bomber, we didn't have a single sack in this game either. Nope. Very little pressure we were causing either. Garoppolo was pretty comfortable back there. Back to the potato, you need to turn on the card. Moda says, all I know for sure is I'm excited to get a quarterback in next year's draft. Well, me too, man. Me too. We're going to get a good one way or another. Alan says, Gino wasn't the main problem, but he's been in the league long enough to know when it's time to get mobile and make plays when the game is on the line. 100% defense got to be more aggressive as well. Yeah, I wouldn't want to try to say, I'm not necessarily saying Gino played. He was all well and good and everybody else was the problem. Gino definitely had some issues in this game. And there's no denying that I'm not going to just throw it all on him. I just don't think he was put up in a position to succeed either. Your critique about him in the pocket and being a little more aware in that pocket and sometimes getting out of the pocket rather than just sitting down and just deciding that he's going to be clear for all that time as he was sitting there. Yeah, definitely could stand to be a little more aware and step up at times, climb the pocket a little bit more often. Instead, he just kind of wants to sit back there on the spot. MSR Brooks says, people just love to hate on Gino because he's not Locke, who has potential, but who cares about potential when we are getting a new quarterback next year? I'll take the more experienced quarterback over the young guy. Agreed. I mean, if we're talking about looking at Locke because we need to have a 3-year view of this kid, that might be something else. But Drew Locke is going to be a free agent after this year. The hope of potential of what he brings and all that is great, but it's not for a hopeful potential future here in Seattle. Our future quarterback is in next year's draft. That's where our future quarterback is going to be. And so whoever's coming through this year is just to get us by. Demetrius Melvin, Seattle needs to draft Trey Young. Trey Young? Bryce Young, you mean? Samuel Freeman with a $5 donation. Thank you, Samuel. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging, man. My bad. Samuel says, how do you think the Trey Lance injury will affect the 49ers? Also, Gino was not the issue. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, and that is a mighty big question to unpack on the front of that. And thank you. I'm glad I've got another person here agreeing with me on Gino was not really the main problem out of this game. Again, not to say there isn't a couple issues with how he played here, but he was not anywhere near the main issues of where we should really be unpacking from this game. The Lance injury hurts Niners to me at the end of the day. I don't know if he was going to reach anywhere near his full potential this year 2, being as greedy as he is. You could make the argument he was just too young this year to really step in for the Niners and be the guy that they want him to be, where I think he eventually will get to, by the way. I still have faith in this kid going down the road. Garoppolo has shown you what you can get with this team, and that is that he can get you in the playoffs. He can win you a lot of football games, but when it does come into the depths of winter, and you need a strong arm to throw it through the wind, he ain't going to do that for you. And he's going to be limited come playoff time. And you're going to have the rest of your team pull all those horses forward in the other direction to get him through. He's come very close. Can't deny it. He's come very close already a couple of times. So I will still say I don't think Garoppolo ever has quite enough to be able to pull that off. But they're going to be in okay hands with Garoppolo. He's going to be able to push them forward as he's shown in the past. He'll hit 70% of his passes. He'll have them probably around a 70% winning percentage at the end of the year. But I think there is an argument to the fact that that team does top out. And this is the reason that they gave up the 3 first-round picks in the first place, was that they acknowledged in their selection of Trey Lance that, yeah, this Garoppolo guy's fine, but he's not enough to get us up over that hump. And so they get to the hump, but then they get stopped at the hump. The Niners get humped this year. They're in a humped situation. Thank you for the donation, though. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. To me, you give Geno 4 games minimum. Well, thank you for the donation. Appreciate it, man. And I'm kind of on board with that. I'm on board with letting him start until he shows he's the reason why we're being held back here. And I'll promise you, folks, I'll promise you this. For those folks that are hearing me right now may be frustrated because I'm not as much on Drew Lock, I will go and I will make my mission here this week to take a look at the all-22 tape. And even if I can try to get a quick video out here early on this week for you guys, showing you where those receivers were at and showing you if there was actually guys open that he was missing. And I will make that my mission to try to show you guys that to be in the name of fair and balanced here so that I could be accurate in what I'm making in my assessment. But I would continue to let him go until he does lose the job, until it's not a matter of me saying, well, our defense couldn't stop anybody. Our special teams gave up a turnover. Our special teams didn't look good on the kick return game. Then we got offensively speaking, our play calling was horrible. We asked our quarterback to throw 2-1. If I have those things that I can sit with at the front of it first before I finally get to Geno as problem number 11 or 12 in a given game or whatever, then I'm going to keep letting him go in that respect, just from my standpoint. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cheese. I have a feeling some fans are expecting way too much from this team for what it is. Tons of rookies, journeyman backup quarterback, and a new offensive coordinator. Cheese Taco, it's very well said. And part of my mission this year is going to be to try to draw in some patience from the fan base, not in the name of being a blind, loyal fan that doesn't want to be critiquing the team, but an understanding that we are looking at a team in a rebuilding state. To your point, as I've said multiple times over, you're $40 million of dead money on this year's cap. You're sitting $20 million. You're operating with 20% less cap versus, let's say, a team like the Rams, who with all of their guaranteed money, the way that they've spread their cap out, are operating like they have plus 30%. You know, you just moved on from a couple of captains, a couple of stalwarts here, foundational players here. You've got to get new leaders to jump to the forefront. You got a lot of rookies and young guys starting out there. You're going to get a lot of inconsistency from that. The good news is that in this maturation process, you speed it up by playing these young guys this early on, and that the results and the returns of that will show up. There are still questions that abound. Is the scheme right? Is Carroll the right man to run this thing going forward truly? Has he really embraced these new designs, offensive and defensively, that they brought over in the last couple of years? That remains to be seen on that part. But certainly it's good. It's well said, Chase Taco. We've got to temper our expectations on this team. This is why I had the team at 7 wins. So this is why I'm not freaking out over here. I expected inconsistency. I expected some bad games. It's going to look ugly at times. Just give it a little bit of time. And like I said, we come at the end of the year and you've had a lot of these games play out, or a majority of these games play out. I'll be right there with you on the people going, Carroll is the problem. Carroll's not, but I'm not on that spot yet until we can fully get through a full season. So well said, Cheese. Alan Armington with a $5 donation. And thank you for all your donos, guys. You guys, very, very kind of you. We'll be okay, especially with what we projected to do this season. Seattle is still in the mix. Well, I love the optimism from you there, Alan, and I agree with you, man. We are still in the mix. It's a long season. Niners got to eventually come back and play us in our building here at some point. And if there are ups, there's downs. It's an emotional sport. It definitely will draw that out in you week to week, even as you try to be patient. We always got to remember patience because you never know how this stuff will all kind of met out. Nitro Hawk, do we think we would have won the Denver game with Locke? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either. And Jarman Friedenson's Lance broke his ankle. Tough. It's tough. That probably gets him all. That keeps him out probably all year, I would say. Cool Breeze. Drew Lock is the answer, is the immature excuse of a frustrated Hawks fan. I don't know if I'm not going to throw immature at him. I'm not going to throw, I disagree with it, but I think that they're coming from, I think the potential argument on Locke has some validity to it, in that there is some upper end to him that you maybe don't think that you have in Geno Smith. But yeah, I do think at the end of the day, it's you guys got to earn the job. He's got to earn the right to be that guy, especially if it's the quarterback. I can't just give it to him for potential. Demetrius Melvin, Seattle needs another Legion of Boom 2.0. I don't know if you try to recreate that. It's going to be hard to recreate one of the more special defenses that have ever come along in the sport. I think you got to kind of find a new way through. You can still build the defense. I think really more than trying to build a Legion of Boom 2.0, you're just trying to build a balanced team that can run the ball, play good defense, play great special teams, and have a quarterback that can do just enough. And that's more of the model to me. Craig and Hawk, was it really a fair preseason with Locke and Geno? I'm beginning to question what Pete and the offensive staff were seeing in the offseason in their decision-making. I mean, what wasn't fair about it? That Locke didn't get a chance to run with the ones. He was due to run with the ones in the second preseason game and came down with the vid. Is it fair that life is unfair to Locke and hitting him with that sickness right at the worst possible time? No, that's not fair. But don't forget with that Kraken Hawk, you had OTAs, you had training camp, day after day of practice. You know, I mean, if you're a pro Drew Lock guy, are you pro Drew Lock to the point of knowing what you know from what he did in the preseason games? And if Coach Carroll said to you and said, oh yeah, now by the way, Geno Smith won 80% of the days in camp. Geno Smith won 85% of the days in camp. He outplayed Lock in practice. Do we still give the ball to Lock and say he's the guy? We go, well, no, Geno's won the job. Motive, Al Woods is a monster. I wish he was younger. He is a monster. He's a real good player. He's a real good player and just building right on the back of what he did last year. I wish, man. It's sad. He's probably going to retire after this year as he is an older player, but he's looked good out the gate. Magic Vlogs, I had Lockett on my bench. Tyler will kill you in fantasy. He is the toughest guy to have in fantasy with his boom and bust potential. Jonathan Salazar says, I guess I'm just frustrated because I thought this was a winnable game. I think this was a winnable game, Jonathan. But I think it becomes unwinnable a little bit by how the game's managed to me and by how Seattle looked to attack in this game. And, you know, that's maybe just where the difference would be on it. But I wouldn't say, I just don't see Drew coming into this game, winning this game past what Geno did. It's possible. Alan says, bro, everyone is pretty much 1-1. I'm not hitting the panic button. I just want our team to play with a little bit more grit. Fair enough, and I do too, man. Me too. John, I was also laughing out loud. I was also puzzled by the contract extension to Monet. He was awful before we acquired Dunlap. The middle was like a screen door to running backs. I don't get it either, John. It wasn't for what he had showed on the football field. And, you know, some of my frustration and kind of looking at Monet, and I have kind of kept a close eye on him over the years here, is you had the decision a couple of years ago when we were going to the playoffs, and they decided that they wanted to keep Snacks Harrison inactive at that time, who we had brought in to help out. And it was kind of an inexplicable decision to keep him inactive because they wanted to have Monet go out instead because the coaching staff was just so high on Monet. But Monet's not shown anything. I mean, he doesn't, what does he do? They have these guys that they get like that on certain players that they'll fall in love with who never really flash on the field. I mean, to me, Barton's this way. I mean, Barton must just be a practice demon because he shows nothing on the football field that leads me to believe that he could be an NFL football player. Demetrius, kitty goes meow. Yeah, she's meowing. She gets talkative. David Yang says this team will get more experience and better. I'm still excited by this season. Me too. This is one of the younger teams we've had in a long time. It is indeed. So glad we did not get Baker Mayfield or any quarterback free agents. Well, that's me too. A lot of people are pro Baker. Like Baker wouldn't be helping this situation out. You look at what he's doing in Carolina. He wouldn't be fixing it. I think the Seattle did it made a bright choice with their quarterback situation. There weren't any good answers out there. And rather than going and making a bad choice to force a decision, wait until a better decision comes down the track. Will says, if Locke is out there, I feel more hope that a big play is going to happen. Or if we are down big, I trust Locke more to come back from a deficit than Geno. That being said, Geno should not be benched. All fair points. all the way around. Will, agree with you 100% with your opinion of the play calling. It's the worst I've seen out of Waldron, and he's had some bad days here. Last year, I was willing to give him a little bit more room and patience because he was a first-time coordinator, and an offensive coordinator in his first year is usually going to have a rugged offense because he's trying to teach everybody what they need to be doing, especially this kind of update of offense where you're taking an offense that was so old to something so new. But you saw indications last year with Coach Carroll talking about how he liked Waldron because he was so willing to do and embrace things that they had done in the past. And right there, you're like, warning, warning. But then just that this has not looked in any way, shape, or form anything like what we saw from the McVay offense, which was kind of the point of bringing him over here. Don't want to run the McVay offense, then go find the offense you want to run. But it seemed like he just brought it over here, and they brought it over here in name and not in really true practice. McVay's system is not built on inside zone running all day. That's not where it attacks. It's like they've taken McVay's playbook and they've like shredded it down to just the nub, and then they're calling it's still like that offense, and it's just not. Everett says Jordan Brooks and Darrell Taylor are MIA. I'm hoping it's because they're needing time to adjust the scheme, because if not, the D is in trouble. Taylor is, I don't know. Maybe you could give that a little bit to Brooks to a degree. Taylor has just straight missed people in open space at times and been completely lost. But both have been, somebody else said that those are both of the two of the more surprising guys that they're underperforming as they are up until this point. I expected a lot better with both those two guys this season. Randy says Darrell Taylor may be the worst tackler at linebacker I've ever seen. He just slides off guys. I don't know what it is, but he just falls right off of him. In the Debo play, Debo's coming like this on a fly sweep. He's got to take the handoff and slow down a little bit. And so Taylor's got him in the backfield hemmed up at that point, and Debo's not up to full speed. And he just gets completely lost. I mean, doesn't even slow Debo down to allow the defense to kind of catch up and rally then. Cool Breeze, it's just a lazy take, to be honest, and y'all must be been watching a different Drew Lock in the last 3 years. And, you're speaking Spells. David Yang says we're going to win at home 100% against the Niners. I'll feel a lot better about that game at home than I will on the road on a short week. And remember, folks, short week. One last day we had to get rested to get up for this game, had to then go on the road. That did make things a little more challenging. Not blaming on that, just another challenge. Big Country says we definitely miss Bobby out there. Boy, I'd feel so much better about Bobby and Jordan back there rather than Cody. He wouldn't be getting eaten up by these linemen as much as Cody is. David Yang, I like the aggressive defense that the zone defense Pete always used. I like aggressive defense better too, David. And yeah, we are more into a zone-based situation now. Aiden Simmons says, we wait until Russ is gone to become a passing team. Also, what's up with Abe and Cross? I know they're rookies, but they are in the NFL now. Can we have penalties take away 50-yard plays? The play by Lucas was very strange and looked like he was blocking like it was a running play. He didn't know it was a trick play. But I will say, Aiden, it is going to be what you get with rookie tackles. There'll be ups, and in times these guys are holding it down for whole games. There'll be games where they're going to give you those rookie moments where you shake your head and you're going, really? Really? And it's frustrating. But the fact that you're getting this out of their system now is going to help to the developmental process as we move on. And it does make it painful as you're going through it now, but it will improve. It will get better. Rick Casey says, run the damn ball. Relax, people. They're playing rookies and learning. Very well said. Kyle G says, Niners acting like they didn't have a 5-year rebuild, multiple first-round picks. They definitely have accomplished getting into this window on the back of that, Kyle G. Well said. That is what helped propel them into get to this state. And that's what we're trying to do right now. As I say, I look at it, it's my new latest theory here. You guys know I like my theories. My new theory is that you're a football team in one of 4 places, and you need to ultimately determine which place your football team is to make your assessments and determination, not only about how much you spend your money, but how aggressive you are making trades and how you view draft capital And to me, you're either in a rebuilding state, you're in an ascending state, you're in an in-between state, or you're truly in an elite state. And a lot of the teams that are in the middle state, of course, talk themselves into feeling like they're in an elite state. We're in the rebuilding state. We're in that bottom rung spot. And usually the rebuild states aren't going to give you a lot of consistency on both sides of the ball. Those type of teams are going to give you a little bit of what you saw today. And that's part of getting through that period to get to then the ascent. But if you do the rebuild right, if you make good choices and you get things moving in the good direction, you can get through this quicker than longer. Cardinals just won, says remember the time. Wow. Nice job by the Cardinals. Paul Third says Trey Lance is done for a career. Second year, first as a starter, gone by third year, post rehab, no Garoppolo. 49ers don't have a future at quarterback. They're going to have to definitely keep themselves married to him for the foreseeable future, Paul, because they gave up too much draft capital to bail this fast, especially with Garoppolo now due to be a free agent after this year. Wonder if you end up in some weird turn of fate here. Garoppolo goes out, plays another good year for them, and then they just try to bring back him to basically, oh my goodness, wouldn't that be tough for them? But they could definitely, in this situation, to your point, end up in a real sticky situation here if Lance is not the guy for all of the draft capital that they gave up to move up to get him. That's going to put him in a tough stage if he's not it. Unknown says, what a sad day for football. Tough day. Deadly says, excited for the next draft. I'm not sure one draft with 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks can fix some of these problems. Well, don't forget on this, Deadly, you're going to have a lot of development from within by that point. You're going to have your second-year guys and tackles in Cross and Lucas and the young guys coming forward. So it's also you got to factor in some of that growth you're going to get by having these young guys play right now, in addition to that. Demetrius Melvin says, so far the same old Derek Carr season. Oh, man. Well, you gave him Devontae Adams. He doesn't have no more excuses now. JP Hinks, is the problem Carroll still? Did fantastic in the 22 draft, but I think it remains to be seen, JP Hinks. I think it's a possibility. I've seen them implement this 3-4 defense occasionally, but I see them also falling back into 4-man fronts that can't generate any pressure. I still see a lot of soft zone on the back end. I don't see them being ever any points of manning up or trying to cover things tight or make the offenses uncomfortable. So what I'm saying is that really, JP, I've seen none of the development on the offense or the defensive side of the ball that I expected to see by taking on the schematic updates that they've taken on over the last couple of years. This stuff has been taken on in spirit, but not taken on in practice. I'm looking more for the practice. And when I'm not seeing it, I'm going to then eventually be pointing it back to Carroll as the one not seeing that adaptation brought in forward. And I'm going to think that it's not being brought forward because of the old dog unwilling to learn new tricks axiom. I hope that's not going to be the case. I'm going to wait and take my time to make my assessment here. But if it does become that is the case and that we are looking at this season and that is clearly what is happening, then Carroll will deserve to face that fire. You don't just bring stuff on in spirit. You've got to bring it on fully. And I've yet to see them do that here with this. There's a lot of weird wrinkles they brought on with this offense this year. We've seen 3 tight ends to one side of the field. We've seen the 3-man backfield. We've seen Wildcat. I want to see more of what this offense is supposed to be. Not this, we're creating our own new thing out here that's not anything established. I don't trust them creating their own new thing. It's like the 4-man fronts we're seeing sometimes this year with 2 outside linebackers rocking the wide 9 technique and your 2 defensive tackles rocking the one teching. That's weird. It doesn't make any sense. It's going to open you up to the run game. It has opened us up in the run game. That's them. Like I said, that's them sort of like running a science experiment on a football field. Nobody's ever done this before. Let's try it out. Maybe they're just in a rebuild near there and they're like, F it. Let's try out all this weird stuff and see if something can work. Demetrius says, sorry, I meant Bryce Young. I'm not as much on the Bryce Young train of things, Demetrius. I think he's a first-round talent as a quarterback. I'm just not really wanting to go with a small, undersized quarterback again for my next QB. I want a guy that can see over the top of the offensive line. I want to see a guy that's not inhibited by his height limitations. I just don't really want to work around it in that way anymore, like we had to for 10 years. No, although the offense was without any touchdowns in 6 effing quarters, I have to say Darrell Taylor plays like a third stringer. The first 2 games IMO gets blown up and runs, no pressure at all, tackling weak as well. would be my assessment, and exactly about what I saw. I can't deny. I don't know if I say he's as a third stringer. I just think that he's got really big issues right now in tackling. And look, he's also not stepped forward as a pass rusher. He's not providing any. You're right. You're right. He's not providing pressure, man. Can't deny it. David Yang says Geno's footwork and moving around the pocket is the issue. Also pocket awareness. Yeah, pocket awareness. He sometimes gets a little bit deaf to what's going on around him. JB Hinks, hopefully the defense just had a real crappy game. Hopefully they can bounce back, man. We shall see. James says today was the slap in the Seahawks needed to wake the hell up. Let's see what they do after an outing like this. We'll probably play a little more fire next week. We'll see. Kraken Hawk, later, bro. Have a great night. Always fun on the chat. Have a great night. Thank you, Kraken Hawk. You do the same, man. Appreciate you. Rick Cepeda says, Lucas pissed me off. He did me too. You finally got the ball up the field to DK, and then just a silly, silly penalty that there's no denying it. Lucas is running right up the field like he's trying to drive block his guy into the back of the other end zone. Donnie Clark, disappointing game for sure, but man, you could see some good things with some of these young players. I walk away liking what I'm seeing from our future here. Our cornerback situation is going to be in really good hands. Tariq already out there starting. Michael Jackson holding it down on his side. Kobe started to show up a little bit in this game. You still got Trey Brown coming back off of injury with what he's got going on. So love it there. I thought the tackles overall played decent today. The young guys are coming along, in my opinion. So Mafe made a play in the backfield. Somebody said he had his first sack in this game. Young guys are coming along a little bit. Sam the Great, I predicted this game to be a loss, but we'll beat them later in the season. I like it, Sam. I like it. James Black, I'm out. It's time to bounce back. Go 1-0 next week, Hawk. Yeah, that's right. We'll bounce back. I watch right on schedule. Defense needs a ton of help, and Geno get back to normal. Too bad Denver barely beat Houston. I want that number 1 pick. Oh, man, if they could have lost today, that would have been so nice. That would have made this day a little bit easier, wouldn't it? Donnie Clark, way too early to be blaming Pete Carroll. 49ers are a better team. My expectations with the offense aren't that great. Agreed, Donnie. I say everything's a little premature right now. I'm saying there's going to be a willingness on my part. If we go through the course of the season and see the same stuff we've seen so far, then I certainly think Pete needs to have a share of blame, whether you're in a rebuilding year or not. Are you bringing on a scheme and adapting it, or are you just sort of bringing on a scheme in theory? And we'll see on that. But it is too early, way too early, as you say, to throw the blame game out there quite yet. Sam the Great says we'll bounce back against the Falcons. Well, I will give my fellow Hawk brethren a little bit of hope here in this respect. You guys can hear with me. I'm not pessimistic, but I'm fairly trying to be even keel on this team. I do think that we come back and get a win next week. So as you guys are down right now, I will be predicting a win for the upcoming week. Mad Max Geno didn't even do anything flat out. He was bad and the coach didn't do anything about it. Didn't even do anything. He flat out was bad and the coach didn't do anything about it. I don't know if 24 of 30 for 197 yards and 1 interception. I don't know how I can look at that. And I'm not just trying to say just stat line is the bottom line. There's certainly some things go beyond numbers, but I don't know if we can get to a point if he just flat out was bad. I don't know if I get to that spot on things myself. Kelvin says, but what the heck? This division is still tied up after 2 weeks. That's the nature of the beast, Kelvin. It ain't going to change, man. This thing's going to be hotly contested once again. And I was thinking maybe the AFC West was ready to overtake us and this being the toughest division in football. Nope. We're still the toughest division in football, folks. Once again, 5th year running. Sean, why are people freaking out? We knew the team wasn't very good going in. I think people had a little bit of hope built up from last week's game. And, I think people want to see the team win. I'm okay with people freaking out. Shows they care. Shows they want this team to win. I don't want my fan base in the stance of being placated and being okay with ever losing. So I want my people, revved up and angry after a loss. That's good. That's good. I want us keeping that kind of energy. We don't accept that around here. That's part of, I think that's just part of this, where this fan base is at and the expectation level. This is where people go, yo, you guys are spoiled going to the playoffs all these years. I go, no, it's a mindset. It's an expectation. That's how some organizations and fan bases get into a hellacious place as you start accepting losing. So I like the people who are turned up. But yes, after they settle down, Sean, you hope they take a breath with it and they go, okay, we're getting through this. John Ruiz, Tariq and MJ were a bright spot in an otherwise ugly game. Well said. B-Ross cards came back. They did, man. They did indeed. Standard champion. It sucks, but I don't know what people expected. This is way closer to the team I expected to see early in the season. Week 1, Denver was a treat. It was. And there's going to be games like this year, to your point, standard champion. Beyond this Niner game, there's going to be games like this year that occur like this. Buckle up, strap in. There will be games like this. And just because they occur doesn't necessarily mean that the team's not in the right hands or that we're not moving in the right direction. It just means you're in a rebuild mode. Like I said, you got those 4 tiers. You're in that bottom tier. When you're in that bottom tier, you're going to have games that you come out and teams are going to make you look silly in. But you're going to see some up. You're going to see some highs too. You're going to see some surprises within that as well. That's the good part of at least having talented guys on the field that are in a developmental state at that point. Would it be great to have all guys out there raring to go, ready to go this year? Yeah, it would be. But we're not in that place, and football doesn't work that way, especially coming off that run that we kind of came off of. Cool Breeze says, took a few dabs, showered the bad vibes off, back to our regular season schedule program. Hawks finishing 7-10, but with a week 1 Super Bowl victory. I'm not mad. I love it, man. I love it. Sometimes that's all you need, man. Just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you get back to front. Daniel, there will be a reason to hit the panic button this season. The expectation is low. There will never be a reason to hit the panic button this season. The expectation is low. I won't be hitting the panic button at any point. I'm less worried about necessarily wins and losses this year, as I don't expect the team to necessarily be able to do a ton this year in that respect, but it's about seeing progress and progression, seeing guys taking a step forward, seeing the scheme moving along, and you're seeing these adaptations take form and hold. Roy Chopra, what's going on with Sidney Jones? I don't know if there's anything as much bad with Sidney Jones as much as I think Michael Jackson won that job out of training camp. I think competition has started to take a little bit more firmer hold in that locker room than it has in recent past history. And so though you had given the money to Sidney Jones, if Michael came in this season and he just looked better to them, they're going to roll with him, I guess. Or maybe Sidney's still working off some of those concussion symptoms. But he didn't look good when he won the game last week against Denver, did Sidney, as Tariq, I think, was out for a couple plays, and Sidney was not awesome over there at that time, though they did have him playing kind of his off bad side, but it's not as strong yet as Sidney on that other side. But I don't know. Don't have a good reason to give you on that one, Royd. 16-bit Chopper. Brooks is an outside linebacker. Barton is a backup. We need 0 inside linebackers, and we need 0 inside, and we need Barnes in backup. We have, I think you meant to say, we have 0 inside linebackers in this 3-4 defense. Brooks is too small to play outside linebacker 16-bit. He's 6 foot tall. You're not going to have him out there on the edge trying to rush. He's just not going to be big enough or long enough. He's going to get swallowed up if you try to have him pass rush from that side. We'll see. We'll see. John says, not sure that Barton's a starting linebacker. I've not been sure. That's the part, as you guys know and following me along here through this offseason. This was the one position above all on this team on offense and defense that I looked at and I had the most concern with was Barton starting at inside linebacker and just kind of being handed that job because you really didn't have anybody able to push him from behind. You know, Seattle didn't have the picks to kind of do it in this draft. They had other places they had to address. But he's going to continue to be a problem out there. He's going to be continuing to be an issue for us. And to a measure of a degree, we'll hold this defense back because he's not getting any better. Barton is what he is at this point. He is. There's no dressing that one up. He's had many years to show out and do something. And unfortunately, at every time that you've given this guy a chance, outside of when you had him as a middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense last year, outside of that, and even then, it was like moderately okay last year. Even at his best, it was okay. Just he's not it. And it does suck. 16-bit blocker says pick 1 and 2. Hopefully, we'll see. Donnie, and on a positive note, Denver Broncos look like they're going to be pretty lousy. That's a good hopeful bar to come away from. Broncos barely get by Houston. Maybe Houston's a little bit improved here, but that certainly Russell's struggling, and they're at home in that game. Ooh, the Denver fan base is going to be very uneasy this upcoming week. JM617, good game. DJ Jimenez, let the guys learn. Waldron's play calling an issue, though. Exactly. I'm open to letting them, but play calling's got to get better. Put these guys in a position to succeed, coaching staff. Jeffrey Champion, we can't blame Gino for this loss because the play calling was this terrible. Thank you, Jeffrey. That's been my sentiment as well. John Reese says, anybody needed benching, it's the offensive coaches. Well said. 16-bit blocker says, Taylor leaves his feet. He has to wrap and drive with his legs, basic tackling. It's true. He sort of just dives at ankles and hopes he can hold on, and then they slide right out because he's off his feet. Very well, very aptly said on your part. I hadn't thought as much about it, but that is what he's doing. He's leaving his feet to jump for the tackle rather than just taking the tackle head on. It's making it easier to slip out of if a guy jukes him too, it's more of all or nothing kind of play. Donnie Clark says, Nwosu has been good. Nwosu's been great, man. Nwosu's playing like a Pro Bowler in this defense right now. We'd be talking more about it after this game if there'd been a win, but he's been just all around a very good player. Jeffrey Champion, we need to establish the run game. We could not run the ball at all. Agreed, Jeffrey. I don't even know as much we could not run the ball in this game as much as we just didn't try to run the ball very much. And then when we did late, it was just as kind of a show me play. Alan Armitage says, Brandon, agreed. Short week and on the road. Should have came out better prepared 100%. Yeah, just a bit of a factor. Ian ML, do you think because Adams isn't there anymore is why defense wasn't as aggressive? That's my guess. A lot of your changes this offseason were going to be done because you were accommodating Adams and trying to put him in that position to really then, be more into the mode of what he was with the New York Jets. And you don't have a guy like Adams on your roster if you lose Adams to just fill in there and be able to pull it off in the same way. It's irreplaceable for what you wanted him to do in this scheme. And yeah, the team is now kind of fitting back more into their designs, I think, Ian, of just falling back into more of the soft zone stuff, prevent the big play, make the offenses kind of earn their way up the football field, which, as we've seen in recent years, modern day offenses are more than happy to accommodate you on that approach. The one offset for the Seahawks defense so far has been, even today was the case, they've been fantastic in red zone situations, goal line defenses. But that's more of a, you're not going to be able to, I think, keep that up over the long term. Maybe to a degree, but you are playing with fire with that. David says Lance is not the guy for the Niners. He's just young, man. Remember, David, when we talk about Trey Lance, like, let's always remember, and I tried to tell this to the Niner fans the other day on their podcast, you remember when Trey Lance, he's 22 years old. They got him out here starting at this point. When Josh Allen was starting at 22 years old, he was barely throwing 53% of his passes with the Buffalo Bills. He was not MVP Josh Allen. And Patrick Mahomes was still on the bench at 22 years old. So we always got to, the assessments on Lance, we always got to put that, I think, a little bit in perspective of how young that kid is. The Niners didn't do him any favors in this game, David. They kept running power runs out of their quarterback. That's silly. You're going to get your quarterback injured doing that type of stuff. It's no surprise that it happens when it does. So that's not on Lance at that point. That's on Shanahan being kind of an idiot with his play calling. Ryan Ragu says, Woolen looks really good. He does. Jammin' Freedom, 11 carries for just 29 yards today. What are the Hawks doing? They weren't committed to running the ball at any point in time, Jammin'. And they ran every play up the middle. So eventually, after the first 7-8 runs, when the Niners realize they're not going to run outside, then they're just going to crank it up for the middle of the defense and take that away. Beezy says Shanahan would have ran Lance into the teeth of the D if Lance was the guy. The only reason you do that is to get Jimmy in 100%. I'm going to say Beezy. I'm a very conspiracy minded guy. So I'd like, it does get my head wondering a little bit if was a little bit of Shanahan's ploy here. I'm not going to say he's that cold blooded or ruthless about it, but maybe. Oscar, what round do you think the UW Husky quarterback will get drafted? What are your thoughts on him? Mr. Penix? Very live arm. Overall, pretty solid delivery. Pretty quick delivery. Okay, plus mobility, not great mobility. I like his ball placement. I like his throwing with anticipation. Hard to make a final assessment off of him because it's only been a couple of games. But what I've seen so far, very productive. And certainly a guy that's going to start to maybe enter a little bit more of that discussion. I'm just a little early in my. I have not had enough. There's something with him I'm not quite certain on, and I can't really articulate it quite yet. Where I can't knock him, like all plus arm strength, sees the field really well. He made a throw in this game out to the running back to La Lupa on an out route where he had to throw it with anticipation and with just a absolute, just hard on point throw. And he was able to just get inside the defender there on a great, I think it was a touchdown pass. Just throws like that really stand out with him. Like, whoa, he makes some wild throws. But I'm not sure yet where I would put him as far as where he'd be as a drafted potential guy, where he exactly fits on that. Hawks says Rob Stanton is actually worried about next year's quarterback class. Basically said they might be overhyped. What's your thoughts? I think it's going to be the tough part always comes in with quarterback classes when you start to not have the guys that are certainly stepping up to show themselves to be these grade A guys that, this guy's a top 3 quarterback picked in any draft over the last 7 years. And you start to look for a multitude of those guys. This class is a little bit of a stronger class by the totality of it, by the depth of it, because it's a class with legitimately 9, 10, 11 guys, if not more, that could be taken in the first 3 rounds. Now, is there an argument to be made that there's not the true blue top 5 quarterback guy in this draft? Maybe you could say that. You could say that probably, but should there still be, in my opinion, 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round? Probably. And that's where it will probably all settle out in this next year's draft. I think it will. I do think it will. So I can see why he's got a little bit of reticence as far as some of these guys, because you've not necessarily seen the next year of production you thought you were going to see as far as a step forward from some of these young quarterbacks that are at the top end of this draft. Anthony Richardson certainly come forward a bit to show himself to be maybe a legitimate guy we got to consider as we go forward. But Levis is certainly probably maintained here, CJ here, Bryce Young here. They're kind of plateaued to the same spot they were last year. No guys really showing you a whole lot more than what they showed you last season. But I still do think the talent's there with these guys as we go along, 16-bit blocker, you have DK and you don't utilize him at all. He's so good you should design plays for him. Hey, Waldron, you ever heard of a quick slant? DK is built for run and catch. It's unbelievably dumb. It's very strange how often he gets targeted sometimes with Waldron here. Like Waldron just sort of forgets about him. I know he got doubled a lot in this game, but it is odd. I watched Don't Pass Rush. Jeff freaking Wilson has 100 yards, missed tackles again, bend and broke defense today. It wasn't great, man. It wasn't great. Dara C says, if Waldron came from the Rams, where is that Rams play call? Well, thank you, Dara. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills over here. You brought in this scheme, and you're thinking you're going to see plays like you would see out of a Rams playbook, but this just looks nothing like the Rams playbook. I don't see any flood zone concepts. I don't see any outside zone run. I don't see any bubble screens. I don't see any fly sweeps. I just see a boring ass offense like it's kind of always been. And I don't know, Dara. I don't know. It almost seems like at this point, just about like a PR move at this point as to why you brought him in. Like Carroll was like, yeah, we'll bring this guy in, but we're going to do what we're going to do. He's going to build around what we do, And I just can't help but think that maybe is a possibility here, as that's exactly what you did to Schottenheimer prior. So this ain't just based on nothing. You did this exact same thing to Schottenheimer on your previous hire. Was you brought in Schottenheimer and you said, hey, yeah, your playbook, that's all great. We like your playbook. You do, right? Because that's why you hired me. Yeah, we do. But you know what? You need to keep only 30% of it. So pick the best 30% you got, throw the rest away, and then you're going to do our stuff. That's what they did with Schottenheimer. So there is a chance that they did the very same thing here with Waldron, that we'll come to find that out. We need more time to make that assessment. But it's no guarantee that they've adopted this scheme fully and really gone with it and run with it. And I've seen some indications here that they're not, as up to this point this year. King Bomber Lucas is having issues with run blocking. Excuse me. I have to watch back a little more on the tape on this one. I wasn't concentrating on much on him today. Certainly he didn't run it really consistently enough. I don't know how to make much of an assessment with it, but I'll take a look. I'll take a closer look at that. Dara says, what happened to Yahoo's streaming games? They couldn't keep up with the price tag. Others jumped into the fray like Hulu and whatnot and just kind of overrode them. Jeffrey says, I want us to win the number 1 overall pick. That's what I want to win. It would be fun. That'd be exciting. Though that'd be a tough season to have to go through, Jeffrey. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a rough year. I'll tell you that. King, I think only 3 of those teams are going to be in the worst in the league. As you got, so the teams that have lost, so without a win so far, the Falcons, Panthers, Packers, Raiders, Bengals, Colts, Texans, Titans. Yeah. And to me, it's, I think the worst teams, the worst are probably going to end up being like Colts, Falcons. No, not Colts, but the Falcons, Texans, Panthers. And we get to play a couple of them. Paul says, I'm not certain about next week. The Falcons have looked good against the Rams and Saints, who have great defenses, win less, and are hungry. I'm not saying it's a for sure win. I'm predicting a win, Paul, but I don't say it's a 100. You know what I mean? Sam the Great, am I the only one still on the Will Anderson bandwagon? I like him. He had a lot of penalties in a game a couple weeks ago, and he still needs to refine a lot of his technique, but, he's got definitely those freakish elements to him. No, I think there's a lot of people on the Anderson. Will Bingham says, smile on my face for the rest of the year after week 1. Let the newbies learn. Well said, Will. Very well said. Daniel Bailey says our run defense was really bad. Yeah, it was not good today. Megan says, okay, 12s, I'm heading out, and I'm still dealing with the after effects of a massive 5-day migraine, and I need to get off the computer. Keep the faith. The Hawks will be back at the Hawks Nest. Well, thank you, Megan. Appreciate you for all you're doing on the moderations and all your donations to the chat. And yeah, let's keep the faith, folks. We'll all keep the faith over here. We'll get through this. Daniel says, Lucas got that crucial penalty for doing his job too well, pushing the defender down the field. Yeah, exactly. Keldon says, Lance needs to sit until Kyle trusts him enough to not run like that. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. If he's got to get him to the point to get value out of Trey Lance, he's got to run 5 quarterback keeper power runs from shotgun every game. Then Lance should not be the starter at that point. Big Country says, I don't think Levis is overhyped. Maybe the others are. No, I'm on board with Levis. I think the thing with bringing in Levis that you're going to have to work around that's going to be very hard out the gate as you ask him to start is the turnover issue. He will at times, the pocket awareness won't always be there when he's got pressure bearing down on him, and he will sometimes throw the ball up to where we're going to have to really work hard out the gate to get that coached out of him. But as far as the arm talent, mobility, size, kind of ticking every other box you could kind of want with it, I agreed. He hits it. UGK, Lance was the wrong choice. Fields was more experienced and played well versus top competition. He would have supplanted Jimmy at least by last season. Lance is used to being best athlete on the field. It's well said. It's a part of the argument I said. I've long said that you can bring me over onto this side of it in the respect of I think Lance has the better upside, but certainly if you want to talk about a Fields or a Mac Jones who would have gotten the Niners better, more stabilized play out of the position in the interim versus Lance, who might take a couple of years, you absolutely could be sold on the fact that is the case here, and that it was better to go with the guy that was a little more pro ready. It's also, I think, Huey, important to consider because it informs us in our quarterback situation as we move forward. That's why it's such a kind of an important lesson to kind of pay attention to. OD Death Metal 3-4 has not looked like the right move yet. We're getting run on way too much, at least with the 4-3 last year. We forced teams to be one-dimensional. We'll see if it gets better. It has to. Well said, OD. Well said. Joe Chapman says the offense has no life. Well, no life, and it's boring as hell. 16-bit blocker. We went 12-4 and fired Shoddy. I didn't get it. I thought he was getting better every year. Maybe Pete is getting drunk with Gino. Well, let's not forget on this 16-bit blocker, it was not a firing. So it was not a firing. And this is important, I think, because I'm trying to give Schottenheimer a little more credit on his side of it. This is a mutual parting of ways, is what it was reported as being. And I'm going to take that for what it is at face value. And if that isn't the face value of it, let's consider this. I, as an offensive coordinator, come in and you tell me I've got to toss out 70% of my playbook. Then I play with you for a couple of years as a head coach, and you're constantly impending yourself onto my side of the ball. You're constantly telling me what I got to run. This is not my offense. You're not letting me run offense. You're having me out here as a figurehead. And that's part of what I thought led to a little bit of that mutual parting of ways. And Schottenheimer went, look, if you're going to let me be an offensive coordinator, then let me coordinate. If you're not going to let me do that, then I'm moving on. And you need to let me go, because you obviously just want a yes man in here more than you want a true offensive coordinator. And this could be the case. We will come to find out whether or not it is. But that's sort of the important part right now as we stand and look at this team. Jason Tudor, it's not like we're wearing a sign saying, John Ruiz, great show, Brandon. Got to go to work in the morning. Good night. Have a good night, man. Jeffrey, appreciate you. Appreciate you, bro. Jeffrey Champion, I really like Anthony Richardson. I think he will be a get quarterback in the NFL, and that we should look as well. What do you think? I like what I've seen out of Anthony Richardson so far, Jeffrey. He's running a very simplified offense. It's a lot of the pistol formation type stuff. Not a lot of stuff under center with him. Little bit of way I look at the next quarterback, Jeffrey, as far as I view it, is I don't really want a project guy. I don't want a guy that I'm looking at 1, 2, 3 years down the road before getting the fruits. I need a guy that's pro ready out the jump, because the theoretical way I'm building this team is to be able to turn this around at the quarter turn and get yourself back to front by having kind of the roster in place before you then bring in that quarterback. A lot, Jeffrey, like we did with the 2012 blueprint, right? You had the most expensive offensive line in the NFL before you brought in Russell Wilson, right? You had guys on the receivers on the outside, Zach Miller at tight end. You started to get a running back in there very soon afterwards as well. They were taking those steps to making sure they had the rest of the team kind of built before they got the QB. But then once you got the QB, in a guy like Russell Wilson, you got a very pro-ready guy, a guy who would run pro-style offenses in college, so he could make that quick jump to the pros. And he could basically play from day one. I think if you're talking about Anthony coming in, I don't think he's ready to play day one. I think it's going to be a little bit of time for him to get to that spot. But I do like him. Great mobility, and I've been very impressed with his arm talent so far. Good, strong arm. And mechanics were surprisingly a lot more cleaner than I was expecting this year out of him. Michael Zilker says, yeah, this is Shane Waldron's first big gig, isn't it? It is. Definitely an unproven guy. Justin Spencer, could be just because Wilson is that limited. I must have missed something on that, Jen Spencer. Did I miss? Michael Zucker as offense coordinator. No, I know what you meant on that, Michael. And yeah, you're right. I mean, he has no certain thing there, and he's kind of learning his way through here, and it's a little bit rough. My issue with them is I just don't see, you can usually find and feel with a coordinator what they're trying to do and how they're trying to attack. With the Niners, for instance, a lot of the success when they came out this game with a guy like Shanahan, you could see it, was we're going to work the outside, give you a couple pitch plays, and then we're going to come back inside and find you vulnerable there as you're starting to stretch yourself outside. And then we'll come back to the bubble screen, and you could see how things, one worked off the other a little bit with the Niner offense today and how they did things. Where with us, sometimes there's not that. They get really committed to a given approach. We're going to throw all 3 downs this time. Okay, you don't want to run the ball. No, we're just going to throw. And then it's like the type of throws that you're having to make where it's like a 3-yard route to a tight end, which it just about accomplishes almost nothing. And the tight end has no yak ability because there's a defender right there in space on him. It's, yeah. He's coming along, hopefully. Cooper says, just came back from watching the Bronco highlights. All I have to say is they did not win convincingly at all. Hopefully for our pick this year. No, hopefully they can lose a few more games this season. That'd be nice to see. Get that pick nice and low. Nice and low. Oscar, did you hear a Diggs game, post-game conference? He said, obviously we're not that good. When asked about a potential hangover from Monday, what do you think about his response? Yes, I think what he's saying on that, Oscar, is he's saying we're not good enough to be a team that, is riding high off of being won a game against a tough team to think that we can come back the next week and just sort of still be riding high on that and we'll just get by with kind of through the motions. I'm guessing is kind of what he meant there. He's realistic about what this team looks like as well, though, with Quandre. If we're talking about going at a deeper level of it, him referencing a little bit of it being just a lack of talent of the team or the team not being quite good enough. He spoke about this offseason, where he said we weren't talented enough last year. And as part of what surprised me about us bringing him back was he was being so accurate in what he was saying about what was holding the team back last year, and they did bring him back nonetheless. And I don't think he's wrong here either to say it, and he's going to be aware of it. You can't fool the players. They're going to tell you what's up, whether they're honest about it or not. They're going to be thinking it. Julius Garcia, who is your favorite cornerback CFB QB so far? Julius, I lean towards Will Levis still. I'm still in camp of him. I like the way he looks as a pro-ready quarterback. He's running our offense literally right now for the most part. And I think he's going to be ready to go day one. I also think he's probably going to be a guy you can maybe get in the top 15 picks potentially as it stands right now. And if that's the case, I'm going to really like him because we're not going to have to give up prime draft capital and necessarily go get him either. Michael says, yeah, the Broncos aren't looking that good at all. We beat them. It's okay, though. I think that pick could be pretty good. Hopefully it is. Bears are owning the Packers. Wow. Bears might be better than we thought. DJ says, Kobe isn't cutting out as a nickel cornerback. He needs to stick to his strength and be an outside cornerback. I think he's in there as much because you don't have anything of value in there right now, DJ. You moved on from Marquise Blair. I don't know if he would have been better than what we're getting out of Kobe, but you did move on from him. You also moved on from Ugo Amadi via trade, and Justin Coleman's not been hacking it either down there. So it's a position of weakness, but I don't know that there's necessarily a strength on this roster right now to offset it. Maybe Trey Brown when he comes back from injury, maybe. But he's probably more an outside guy too. Jeffrey Champion. I was just saying if we can't get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, then I would go best player available at that position and then get Anthony Richardson in the second or third round. It's a fair enough point with that, Jeffrey. A little bit though, to me on my side of this is when I look at the future quarterback, I have it informed by what the front office is trying to accomplish. What is their plan in place? How have they set these cards up? And what they've done this year is that they've hacked away all of the dead money on their roster and decide to eat it all this year, not push it on down the line, but we're going to basically rip the Band-Aid free and clear. They didn't grab any of the quarterbacks this year as sort of stopgaps. They didn't draft a guy just because theoretically they had to do so, right? Just because, like everyone's saying, you got to go get a quarterback in this draft. They didn't do that. Instead, they did what I'm saying, which is that they showed you they're trying to fit more Jeffrey to that 2011 blueprint. Okay? Because they said what they're looking at, Jeffrey, is they're saying, hey, how did we have our ultimate success last time? What is it? What was the magical recipe that allowed us to get to that Super Bowl? And yes, certainly having a Legion of Boom defense and a Marshawn Lynch and all those things help, but also what were we doing from top level down, management level down? And if you look at it from that standpoint and look at the moves they've made this offseason and look at how they're setting the stage, they're setting that stage to replicate what they did prior. And I like Anthony Richardson, but Anthony Richardson is not at a pro-ready state necessarily. He's last year he had 47 attempts. This will be his first year starting as a quarterback in college football. You're going to be bringing on a guy who probably is going to take minimum another year, if not longer, to be ready to be on the football field. And if the team's fitting to their designs and what they've shown you they're trying to do, which is what they did prior, then they're going to look more for a Russell Wilson type who is more of a pro-ready guy, who has at least maybe played in a pro system. There's going to be some favoring of that. Because again, the thing to remember with this, Jeffrey, is that the quarterback you're bringing in is not a guy you're looking to go be made a superstar who's going to throw it 35 to 40 times a game. You're looking for a game manager type. You're looking for a guy who can just make just enough throws out for the course of a game. Maybe can use his legs from time to time. But you need him to be able to make those certain throws, and those will be pro-style throws. Those will be throws from under center. I don't know if Anthony Richardson's going to take one snap from under center this entire year. Or if he does, it'll be just to hand the ball off. It won't be very much a play action. I've watched a couple of his games. I don't remember him being under center on any of those. So that's why I like Anthony Richardson, but it's that view that I look at it through, Jeffrey, of who's the pro-ready guy? Who's the guy that I'm not going to have to sit on the bench and wait on? Oakdale Buddha Niner Show. Good in Seattle for Niners shut you guys out. Hey, good job. You got us this week, Oak. We've had you in recent history pretty good, I think. But hey, you got us in this one. Can't deny it. Well done. Tip of the cap. Cool Breeze. Will Trey Brown ever pan out, or is he a lost cause? No, he's not a lost cause, Cool Breeze. He had a major surgery this offseason. It's going to take the guy some time to bounce back from that surgery. And he had it relatively late. Remember, he had the injury relatively late into the season last year. Jeffrey, I bet the under on the Seahawks because I felt 8.5 spread was bananas. I think if Trey Lance stays in the game, it's much closer. I do too, Jeffrey. I think Seattle had prepared for playing for Trey Lance, and that Garoppolo coming in halfway definitely kind of threw them for a little bit of a loop. And they didn't have a real good adjustment at that time to really counter Garoppolo, or it took them a little bit of time to get to that adjustment. They started to kind of lock Garoppolo in by the beginnings of the fourth quarter, but he had already kind of done his damage by that point. That's understandable. I might have taken that under too. He just says understood. Plus, it's only the second game. I'll give him more time. Well, yeah, I give him some time there. And there will be these rough moments. Don't forget that too, DJ. All these rookies are going to give you some rough moments at times. You hope that the ups are going to counter the number of downs, but it is going to be a little bit of a yo-yo situation at times. And that's what you get with young players, and especially when you're playing so many young players across the board. Because each guy will take his turn to show you a down sometimes on consecutive plays. Where it's like, oh, it's Kobe on this one, then we got Tariq on this one, then we got, and you go, gosh, come on, guys. But it's just part of the process, I think. Jeffrey Champion, how would you feel if we traded Tyler Lockett for Justin Fields and we drafted wide receiver Jackson Smith Njigba? Because I feel like the Bears want to move on from Justin Fields. They definitely don't seem to be completely sold to your point on him. Some of what it seems like you're feeling from them, and that's a new regime there in Chicago that didn't draft Justin Fields. Jackson Smith Ninja, I'm not as high on him as other people are necessarily. It's possible you could look to move on from Tyler after this year. I don't know that they will. He's a captain right now. You would still have to eat a decent amount of dead money to move on from him this year, Jeffrey. I think it's a fairly high price actually that you're going to have to swallow in order to move on from Tyler Lockett. And quite honestly, I think right now Jamal Adams is probably going to be eating up the $8 million of dead money. I think he's the main guy to take that dead money hit, and they're not going to want to try to stack on top of that next year beyond that, unless they absolutely have to. So I do think Tyler ends up coming back here probably again another year, at least one more. Cobra says if the Bears win, they extend Fields for 14 years tomorrow. OD Death Metal just read we had 2-point yard per carry. That was the biggest problem today. That and run defense. Well, I said at the start of the start of the show today, I said that this game was going to be dictated by who ran the ball and who stopped the run. And certainly I think that proved out to be pretty much the case. Niners much better stop the run than you were able to run, and they could run the ball on you. And that was the counter on both sides of the ball. No doubt a big factor as to why you lost this game today. You look at those runs, 2.6 yards per carry average. OD Death Metal also can keep in mind that every one of those runs went up the middle. There were no outside zone runs today. There were no pitch plays today. You hammered the middle of the defense with the run over and over again, and that became very, very repetitive and very, very predictable. And I think that's also a little bit of a factor of why, especially as the game went along, the run game got worse and worse and worse because those 49ers said, hell with it. Let's just start shooting the A gaps. Let's just plug these A gaps up if they're going to try to run up it all day. And Seattle had no counter to the outside. Sam the Great, Jimmy G really went from Clark Kent to Superman after that Lance injury. Oh, he came in slinging it, man. He came slinging it. And Uchenna Nwosu gave him a nice hit, start the game out there, gave him a nice smack right in the chops. Guy stood tall in the pocket, threw some nice throws out there, attacked the Seahawks soft zone defense, did a very good job in that respect. Wasn't put under a lot of pressure. You weren't able to do much to get any kind of pass rush on him, but Jimmy certainly probably gets the MVP in this game coming in when he did. I'd give you that too, Jeffrey. Makes a lot of sense, man. You probably got to give him that tip, that nod, as he was on. He hit his first 7-8 passes, something like that, and he was right on the button. All right, bear with me one second, folks. Let me just get a little bit of water, and I'll be right back. I don't think Sean Payton would want to 16-bit blocker. Please get Sean Payton next year. Pete was great, but needs to retire and enjoy himself. Well, Sean's going to be a guy that a lot of people will probably mention out there, 16-bit. So that's a name that you will hear a lot. I think to Big Country's point right beneath you there, I don't know that Sean Payton would want to come here. There's going to be a new ownership change happening within the next couple of years, which is going to be very hard to entice any coach to come here under those kind of conditions, because new owners are going to tend to want to go with their different coaches. They're going to want to hire their guy. I also think the Cowboys are kind of circling Sean Payton right now, and they've had him in their sights for quite a bit of time. And I eventually think that the Cowboys are going to make a deal with the Saints to get Sean Payton's services out there to Dallas when it's all said and done. I love Sean, just I don't think it's realistic. Jeffrey A. Thistle says, Bears still on top of Packers. I want to see the classic Rodgers sideline cry. Always makes me feel better. Well, the Packers did themselves no favors this offseason with what they did with that receiving core. And every organization seems to have their own little blind spot to certain positional groups. It's odd with the Packers to me that this one lasts for so many years, over so many decades. And I know they've had some good receivers come through there over the decades. You can count a ton, actually. But guys that just didn't last, or the guys who were kind of overachiever types at times, it seemed a little bit, rather than just getting the true blue talents out there like you had a little bit with Devontae Adams recently there. Very strange their approach on that one, but it seems to be biting them in the behind pretty good here to start things off. Dazilla Hawk, I literally told my friend that the Lance's play was unsustainable and he'll be injured sooner or later. Literally 15 minutes later, he was injured. Aptly put on your heart, aptly seen by you there, Dizilla, because you were referencing, of course, they ran the quarterback power early on prior to him getting injured. So they'd already run it once. And you kind of went right out the gate and went, oh, really? You're going to run some power with quarterback today? Just have him put his shoulder down and just, okay. I agree. That's not sustainable for any quarterback in this sport. I do not want my quarterback putting his shoulder down. You can use mobile quarterbacks with bootlegs and read options and a variety of different other ways to allow them to use their legs in space without having to go to that length. I don't know why they did that, other than that's what he determined he had to do, being Shanahan, in order to get the most out of that offense with Lance in there right now. Sam the Great says, a Niner fan trolled me and said that the new Seahawks owner is moving us. I let him have it with Lance jokes. Yeah, let him try that. We're not going anywhere. No new owner's taking us anywhere. That's no chance. No chance. And yeah, let them yuck it up. Let them yuck it up. After this year, they're looking at a black hole as far as their quarterback position and a big question mark. So we'll see. On top of a lot of those contracts start really hitting full. Because that's the thing about them having this benefit with Lance right now, is that it's a lot of deals from Kittles to Fred Warner's, all in between now. Debo deal in there that really starts to kick in next year. 16-bit blockers is Byron Leftwich then. Brady said he's amazing. I don't know. It's too early. I know. Just thoughts and dreams. It's good to dream, 16-bit. Byron Leftwich is going to get a lot of calls as far as potential jobs, I think, having another successful year here, as he seems to like they potentially will with Tom and company there. He's an interesting name. I haven't given a lot of thought to potential names, to be honest with you, because I just didn't know how much of a realistic chance it really is. I think it would take quite a horrific year this year to see Carroll moved on from. I think Jody Allen's predilection is going to be to keep Carroll here in the long-term future. That's my given instinct on it. Even in a bad year, even a 4-13 year, as mad as it make a lot of Hawk fans, I think he's able to go to her and say, hey, what'd you want me to do? I'm sitting on $40 million of dead money. We just had to move on from 2 Hall of Famers. This is what's called turning it over. And I think he's already had this conversation with Jody Allen, which I think is just not going to mean that he's really in any kind of peril as far as the head coach goes. Big Country says Packers just took the lead. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want Byron Leftwich. I think I'd want more of a certain coach. You went with the two best hires that you had in Seahawks history at the head coaching position are Mike Holmgren and I got these dogs barking below me. Mike Holmgren and Pete Carroll. And those were big swings. Those weren't you going for a coach that's a young up and comer who's just starting to bubble. I think if you've had a lot of success taking this approach in the past, this is certainly where Sean Payton would be ideal. But you've had a lot of luck with this in the past. Would be really great to be able to continue it into the future. And that's what I would look for the next hires, rather than an unproven, untested guy Get me more of the test. Give me more of the guy that's tested. Give me more of the big name. I'm going to say it, and I know it's going to piss a lot of people off, and it wouldn't work, and he probably wouldn't come here, but I'm still a guy that like is very much, even if I can't get Peyton, I know it makes some people mad, but if I can't get Peyton, I'm still a potential Harbaugh guy myself. Jeffrey A. Thistle would, with Amazon buying Thursday Night Football, maybe Jeff Bezos buys Seattle. I really want to avoid an ownership by committee. That's the way you would avoid it, Jeffrey, is by having some big guy that's the big swinging whatever with the bullet able to come in and just do the whole thing all on his own, which Jeffrey could do. Bezos has been reportedly interested in buying a football team, so I've heard some word about that. It would seem like a natural fit between him and the Seahawks in this respect of things. So it makes a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense. And I am expecting the Seahawks to be sold very shortly after the spring of 2024. That's my prediction right now. I think by the summer of 2024, you start to see the owner materialize and it start to come to form at that point. If not even more shortly afterwards. And yeah, Bezos I know he's from Seattle too, Jeffrey. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's got the money to do it. I mean, that's the part of this too, is these franchises where they're going to, as far as cost goes, you're talking about $5.5 billion. I mean, you're starting to get into real rarefied areas, those type of guys who have the money to spend in that case. That's how you get a guy like Walmart buying Denver. So it's kind of the guy at the big wall who ends up winning out. And there might not be at this point a lot of other NFL organizations that are out there to be bought moving forward from Bezos' standpoint if he's looking at other teams. SBZ, huh? Pete 100% owning the loss and very real about the outcome and what needs to happen going forward. Weird. Well, that's encouraging to hear, BZ. I have to go check out that presser. DJ Jimenez says Bezos is going to own the Sonics, laughing out loud. I'm okay with that. I want a local boy with heavy-duty purse strings who's going to commit to keeping the team in Seattle for the forever future. 16-bit blocker. Okay, Andy Reid and trade for Patrick Mahomes. We'll give them 20 first-round picks. Actually, Andy's getting a little old now, though. I don't know how much longer Andy's going to be rolling down there in Kansas City. But yeah, they got a good. Those two are a good grouping, aren't they? It's probably going to be an all-time grouping when we look back at it with those two guys. Sam the Great says Amazon might as well buy the Seahawks. Might as well. I mean, come on. You got the money. You go for one. Why buy one at one price when you can buy two for double the price, right? U2K won't be coaching change until ownership changes. Pete and John both know that. Like I have maintained, Seahawks are tanking. Just don't want to say it out loud. And no, not by their play, but by roster. Fair enough. It is fair enough. And I think we probably get into semantics with that at UE2K where I go, well, I don't know if it's that they're inhibited by the roster with all the dead money they've hit, but then you could counter me and say, well, they put the dead money on there as part of the soft tank, let's call it. A soft tank. A pliable tank. It's possible. It's possible with that. I'm okay with it losing games. To me, it's more about the process by which you lose these games. 16-bit blocker. I hope McDonald's buys the Hawks. Big Mac, free Big Macs on game day. Nice. Consumer Waldron is not good enough. We have a sample size now, and it's bad. I think you are getting to that spot where you're going to start to be able to make that assessment here, consumer. He's beyond year one. We're supposed to start to see the returns of a new offensive coordinator brought in here, and he has yet to establish himself in his identity and the type of team he's trying to build. RR says, hey, Brandon, I say put Parkinson at tight end and DJ at running back on third downs to help block and get Jared Wilson inside linebacker and replace Xavier Crawford with Tez Tabor on special teams, replace DJ and Lockett with Travis Homer at kick return and punt returner. I don't know if those two guys would be good punt returners, man. I think they got Lockett back here because he's their one sure-handed guy back there. But yeah, they could bring in some more blocking, man. It makes sense. It makes sense you bring in a little bit more blocking. Travis Homer's supposed to be your best blocker as a running back, though. They've had him in there on third downs. But I got to look at the tape or to see what's going on in the back end and how they're doing this to kind of make an assessment on that, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure. I'm just not too sure. But it's a good suggestion. I like where your mind's at on it. All right. Well, we got a little over 100 people here in the chat. Please do hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to here. But we'll go ahead and wrap this up. I think we got some folks about ready to turn the page on this one, and we will go forward here. So getting any last questions or any last talk you guys might want to have on this, and we'll call it a day. Lions Mania, congratulations to you guys. Got your win today. Look good doing it. Very well done. Consumer 114, Goff able to hit Amon St. Brown on Detroit all game long. Waldron can't scheme DK for S. No. I mean, it's a little bit tougher. Like it's a little bit like mentioning it in the Debo. It's like when you have a guy that works a little bit more out the slot, guy that's going to work off more some bubble screen stuff, and it's going to be easier to get that guy more equated into the offense versus a guy that's going to be more of a pure outside guy, especially if that outside guy does get double teamed on the often. But you got to have a counter. If teams are going to double DK 40% of the time, there should be guys open in other places on the football field, and it's your job as an offensive coordinator to get the quarterback to get the ball to those places. Jeffrey, I want to see Drew Lock. I don't care that Geno might be overall better. I want some entertainment value. And my God, if they're going to throw 75%, get a throwing quarterback. Well, I'm with you there. If they want to throw 75%, you might as well throw Drew out there. Geno's not a 75% guy. I don't know if Drew is either, and I don't think you can make him better, but yeah, I would make it more entertaining at that point. I'll give you that. Certainly the pathway to success for the Seahawks this year, if there is a pathway to success, is not on the back of Geno throwing 75% of the time. RBJ, Geno. We got some Geno love from RBJ. Cool Breeze, have a good night, man. D-Nugget, we just need to play basic, solid ball, no funny stuff. I agree, man. I like trick plays maybe once a game if you want to run it, but not twice, 3, 4 times a game. I'm good on that there. Lions Mania says, at least you guys have DK Metcalf. He's a great player. He is indeed. We love having him. Mike Loston, we had 2 running backs in there and didn't run the ball. Doesn't make any sense. What's your take on it? It's frustrating the hell out of me, Michael. You're an offense that's built yourself to be a running offense. That's what you want to do. Carroll talks about it ad nauseum. Yet through the first 2 games of the year, you're doing nothing but pass the ball all over the football field with 2 rookie tackles on the edge. It's a recipe for failure. It's why, Michael, beyond looking at the quarterback position here or anything else, I'm coming back to the play calling and scheming up in this game, which I think was just absolutely horrible in every respect. But I don't get, Michael, you spent $5.75 million on Rashad Penny this offseason to bring him back on a 1-year deal. You put a second-round pick on Walker now in this game, and then you're not going to try to run them at all. There's also, what's odd to me about this, Michael, is not only are you not running the ball, when you are running the ball, you're just running the ball up the middle every time. You're not trying to test the edges of the defense at all. Very strange, very odd. I don't have much of an explanation for it, Michael. It's a little bit outside of explanation. It's like building your team to be this pass-happy attack, and then you're trying to come out and run 75% of the time. It's like if Kansas City came out and just started turning into a 75% running the ball, you'd go, what? Why are you doing this? What? And you can't even say it like, Michael, they're doing it where they're going up against a defense's weakness. Like last week, they were doing it up against the Broncos, who were top 5 last year against the pass, and you're trying to throw the ball that much. It's strange. It's odd. It's a little bit defies explanation, quite frankly. And again, it's not a road to success for this team this year. You're going to get a lot more failures, a lot more losses on your record this year if you're going to take that approach like they took today, offensively speaking. Big Country, later. Have a good night, Big Country. Probably see you on a Mariner stream here this week at some point. Kelvin, as a Niner fan, I think the Seahawks should start that running back at quarterback. I bet you do. Lions Mania, can't wait versus the Seahawks. And we'll be matched up against you soon. That'll be a fun matchup, man. Hey, Brandon, Travis Homer played a kick returner last year. I say he can play punt returner. What do you think? It's kind of 2 different skill sets. I know it seems like it's the same, but the punts come in a little bit more of a wonkier angle. I think that they tried a lot of guys out as a punt returner in training camp and nobody was able to separate themselves. Nobody able to look all that great. And that they're just going with Lockett to basically fair catch the ball at this point. A punt returner at this point in the game doesn't really have that much impact like it used to. Punters have gotten so good or are about getting the distance and the heights on their punt. It's a little more of a limited role now in a given team. Lions Mania, Amon St. Brown was an absolute steal. I love USC wide receivers. He was a very good, really good pick for you guys. I loved him a lot coming out. He had a really nice skill set coming out. Lion says we'll be enemies for a day. Hey, it's only for a day though, man. And all in fun, you know. Sam the Great, Falcons and Lions are W's. We're 3-1. I'm definitely got a lot more. For some reason, I got a lot more faith in this upcoming game against the Falcons versus where we might be with the Lions game. But I got faith in this Falcons game. I do. 16-bit blocker. We're going to run the ball. Doesn't run the ball. Pete, Gino was great. Sam the Great, but Hutchinson scares me a little. Hutch is legit, man. He got himself a sack today, too. So he's looked pretty good for them. Nathaniel Hackett's a terrible coach for Broncos. He's certainly looking like maybe a one-year guy there, isn't he? And 12th man repping, running the ball was painful. It was painful. They didn't do a lot of it, though, either, did they? I mean, you got to commit to running the ball to run it. And there was a lot of throwing that ball over the football field, even before you got down in this game, in my opinion. He had 3 sacks, did Hutchinson. Said Sam. Jeez. And there goes. Go Hutch. Go Hutch. Well, we might be picking up high, able to get one of those guys here soon. Seahawks win Falcons, but Lions, I don't know. That's where I'm at, RR. I got some good faith in this Falcons game coming up, but I'm not sure on that Lions one. That's a tough little crew this year. They're starting to come along there under that coach. Sam the Great, wish Ken Walker made some noise tonight. Still have big expectations for him. I do too. He didn't have a lot of space to work with tonight, man. He was hemmed in pretty well by that defense today when he did get some carries and touches. Sam the Great, can you see why I want Anderson? Laughing out loud. Yeah, absolutely. You get a guy on the edge like that can wreck shop. I mean, that takes your defense a long way. We see it with Bosa today with his 2 sacks and what that can do for a defense. It's very beneficial. Very beneficial. Yeah, makes it. I'm on. You know me. I'm on board with that. Sign me up for Will Anderson. Michael Austin. To me, it doesn't feel like DK and Gino are as connected as I thought they would be. Yeah. I mean, he did a good job out the gate in the first game of working it in DK with some touches early on in that Bronco game. Wasn't able to work him as much back into it in this game. That's for sure. I got to watch the tape to see what's going on, Michael. I got to see what's happening on the back end to make a determination on what's happening here. So I don't have a great assessment as to why they're not getting that connection made. Gino is going through his progression. He's looking at his reads. He's theoretically looking over to DK. I can only wonder if maybe DK is being doubled even at a higher rate this year than he was being doubled last year. 16-bit blocker. Maybe we can sign Larry Zonka if we want to run up the middle. Hey, Larry was a dog, man. Larry was definitely a dog. And he could tote that rock up the middle, that's for sure. That is for sure. All right, well, let's wrap it up on that note, folks. I want to thank everyone from Alan Armitage, Cheese Taco, Randall McDaniel, Samuel Freeman, Elliot Clark, Jonathan Salazar, Cameron, Robert Jimenez, Scarecrow Bar, Paul Third, Keldon, 283, Bailey Outertook, Osama bin Diesel, Snail, multiple times over, Paul multiple times over, Jeffrey Thistle, Cameron, thank you for all of the donations from everybody in the chat today. Just always, you guys are very kind in that respect of things. A bit of a tough day today, a bit of a rough road, but there's going to be some rough road days this particular year. It's a little bit of what I think is going to be my job today to try to walk some people off of that ledge, to pull people back and go, no, we're still in a hopeful state here. One game does not make it this season. It's going to be a long run here. Let's remember as well, Coach Carroll, teams tend to get better as the year goes along. They tend to be a little bit rougher to begin things. It frustrates us. We don't like it all the time, but the other does tend to be true from the former. So again, I'm going to advocate for patience. And I think it's going to be a balance of patience in watching the development and seeing that the development is undertaking and is occurring and seeing that the coaching staff is bringing these young bucks along. And it's going to be a balance of that with, on the other side, a little bit of an eye on, also paying attention to the fact that maybe this coaching staff, maybe the scheme, maybe some of who's running this thing might not be the best when we come to that. We need multiple games to make this assessment and determination. But if you go through the course of this year running this offense like they're running it and the defense looking like it's looking, I'm not going to have a lot of faith in the hands that we're in, because that's not a team that's showing from a schematic standpoint that they're interested in drawing this to more of a modernized approach. That's not a team that shows me you understand how to get the most out of your players and you're putting your guys in positions to succeed. And indeed, you're at times doing the opposite of that to my eyes. It's not been it's not been that way all across the board today from start to finish in this game, but it was that way too much in this particular game. And we saw a little bit of it in the Bronco game as well. It's just something to track and monitor. So it's a delicate balance. I'll give you that. It's hard not to be fully into just the highly critical role without also taking a little bit of that sugar on the other side, knowing, hey, some of these young guys are coming along and they're getting more than their feet wet. And as they get more and more, aligned and more comfortable, that's going to be the better that they're going to get, the more we're going to feel their impact on the football field. So I still ask my fellow Seahawks brethren to keep the faith, to understand there's going to be some dark days throughout this fall and winter season. And I'm not talking about less daylight here. I'm not talking about less sunshine. I'm talking about a Seahawks team that's going to look a little bit out of sorts, where young guys are going to have their bumps, are going to have their bad plays, but you're going to benefit on the other side of this. This is, again, the benefits of being a team that understands and embraces the fact that it's in a rebuilding state. It's not a team caught in between. It's not a team in all go for it mode when it doesn't have a good enough roster to get there. It's a team in a rebuild mode. And so we've got to think with a different mindset than we've thought in recent seasons when we have been a team that has been in go for it mode, that has been in a theoretical contender mode. It's just a different mindset. It's one that asks for more patience. It's going to test your patience as a fan. But the benefits of having that patience now will then show themselves into the future. The fruits will then be there for us to pick and pluck and chew that just juicy, ripened fruit that will be in the form of winning seasons and once again, hopefully being an elite team again. Irish Seahawks, go Hawks, 16-bit blockers. Thank you to you as well, DJ. Appreciate you, man. Sorry I couldn't get my walking and Pacino up today, man, but I'm so sick. I can't even believe it. SBZ, sure, better listen to the team, keep in perspective. If the team were as fragile as some of these fans, we'd be doomed. Yeah, I would say so. No fragility here on this side of things. I can, you know that from me, man. Nothing but hope and some optimism when we move forward here. Irish Seahawks, we could see a jump like we saw from 2010 to 2011. Only time will tell. But each week right now, we've got young guys learning a ton. I'm gonna leave it with that, Irish Seahawks. I think that is a great way to finish this off. I couldn't put it better. And that's what I think they're doing, is fitting to that old blueprint. I think they went back to the origins, right? Go back to the basics, as they say, as you're trying to find yourself and reinvent yourself. And I think that's what this front office has done, this coaching staff is doing coming into this year. And we can hopefully start to see those returns bear out over the course of the season within the ups and within the downs. We see that, though, right there, which is those leap forward from the young guys, that development that we're desperately hoping to see. Lions Mania, you have yourself a great night. Congratulations on your Lions' first win. It's a tough first loss for your Seahawks, but we're 1-1. Okay, the whole division's just locked up. We're still in this thing. It's just one game. We're on the road, short and weak. Keep the hope. Keep the faith, my Seahawks brethren. Don't you forget. Even in a loss, don't you forget. Even in right now where some of the faith is wavering, do not ever forget. Don't you ever forget. We're going to keep that faith, y'all. We're here for the long ride this year, and I know you're going to be here with me, and I know you will never forget. Go Hawks.